Watch it! Jane Finch cried, slamming her palm into the horn in the middle of her steering wheel at the same time her foot hit the brake. Breath blasted out of her. Her aged Honda Civic shuddered to a stop, inches from the gleaming silver Porsche Cayenne that had clearly decided red lights didn't apply to fancy cars. Her car groaned. The radio sputtered, and the control panel flickered. Jane cringed. Come on, baby, hang in there. Just a couple more jobs and I'll get you to the car vet. We'll take it easy all the way to the university. The other driver stuck his hand out the window and flipped her the bird. The sleeve of his expensive suit caught the morning sun. A diamond cufflink seemed to wink at her. Fuck you, bitch, the dude yelled at her. Then the Porsche's engine roared like something straight out of the Fast and the Furious and shot down the road. Oh no. Oh hell no. Sorry, baby, Jane said to her car, pumping the gas pedal and coaxing the Civic back up to speed. The radio warbled. Then the car seemed to rally. She gave the dash a pat. Good girl. Mama's gotta put this guy in the doghouse. Sure, she tried to be a good person. She did. But there were days, and there were drivers, who found the right way to push her button. Given she'd woken up to some truly awful news, today was not the day for someone to push her button. And, as a professional dog trainer and behaviorist, she knew the importance of clear and immediate consequences for bad behavior. Occasionally, she considered it her civic duty to use her skills for the good of society. Today, those consequences were her and her elderly Honda. She fixed her gaze on the SUV ahead. Traffic wasn't bad at 7:30 a.m. on a Friday morning, but springtime on busy 4th Avenue was always a gauntlet of pedestrian crossings, especially now as the world came awake from long months of self-isolation in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic, followed by a cold-ass beast of a winter. The sidewalks already teemed with a mix of university students and West Side moms, clad head to toe in yoga gear and pushing deluxe strollers. No way that dingbat would get far. Pumping the gas to keep her old car going, she took the hill slow and steady. Technically, the Honda was an automatic, but given her baby had started losing power at random, totally inopportune moments, it felt like a standard, one she couldn't shift. Still, the other driver hadn't known that, and she hadn't been stalled. Jane moved into the right-hand lane to avoid the inevitable left-hand turners at the light ahead. Sure enough, there, behind a delivery truck, was the Porsche, trying to force a van with a family of Star Wars stick figure stickers at the back window out of the way and onto the damn sidewalk, right into a group of 3 moms. Typical. So far, this morning had thrown more shit at her than she'd had to swallow in months of isolation. She couldn't do anything about the harsh betrayal she'd woken up to. But this? In this moment, with this Porsche, she could push back. She shouldn't, she knew that, but logic wouldn't win against the impotent anger in her heart. Coaxing the Honda up the steep slope of West 4th, Jane bided her time. The van escaped and 2 Mercedes were allowed to pass without any hint of harassment. Wow, Porsche dude clearly had a weird sense of pack. She caught up to the end of the Mercedes procession, and he must have seen her coming because he jammed the Porsche's nose right in front of her. But this time, she'd been ready. And he had a new red light. Instead of stopping immediately, as he'd clearly expected, she kept going and squeaked the Honda's much smaller hood between the Porsche's nose on the left and the line of parked cars on the right, ensuring he didn't have enough room to force himself in front. Looking up, she offered him a saccharine smile. Slowly, his mouth that had been hanging open snapped shut. His neck turned bright red. He slammed on his horn. The passenger window rolled down and a flurry of cuss words blasted out the window. Why did men think a few bitches and fats would send her into a fit of tears? Oh, she had things worth crying over. Tired insults were not on the list. This douche had nothing on the parental disapproval about to land on her head. or the fact that she'd just lost a place to live. Giving a tiny wave, she turned up her scratchy radio and embraced the 90s throwback. "Get out of my way, you bitch!" he screamed. Geez, this guy must have sucked at social distancing. Even with more than 6 feet between his driver's seat and hers, she found herself flinching away from a wave of spittle that glinted in his car. "You should have done us a favor and died in the fucking plague!" The venom in that statement struck her gut. The fact that she wanted to recoil sent fury through her veins. Months of fear and mounting bills and fighting parental pressure had wrung her dry. But damn it, this guy would not be the straw that broke her. She'd made it, and she was rebuilding her business. This morning was a setback, not the end. She pasted on her most unimpressed expression and drawled, "Wow, did you spend all day working that one out?" "Say that to my face!" He unsnapped his seatbelt. "Really? Don't even pretend." He opened his door. Oh, well, shit. She hadn't meant to start an actual fight, just not be a doormat. Now what? She glanced at the light, still red, then at the pedestrian crossing. 8 seconds. Okay. Wishing she had a dog in the car didn't help. She moved her left foot to the brake, readied her right over the gas pedal. Shoulders bunched inward, hands fisted over his groin, he marched around the hood of his Porsche like a poorly socialized bulldog guarding a bone. "Fuck you! You're gonna get out of my goddamn space!" The number 5 flashed in her peripheral vision. She tapped the gas pedal. He reached the center line and headed for her door. Damn. She needed to step off her soapbox and de-escalate the situation. With all her training, she knew better than to let anger take the reins, even if she sometimes failed to stop it. She swallowed her resentment and used her best dog-calming voice. "All right, let's take a breath. You tried to push in front of me. It didn't work. We both need to do better. Let's just let it go." Somehow his neck went from red to maroon. Well, that wasn't good. But 1 second, she'd bought enough time. She let her foot off the brake and pumped the gas as he reached for her door handle. Not everyone had handled quarantine well, and some handled it ending even worse. This is why I train dogs. Given her window motor took an age to work, she didn't bother trying to close the glass. Instead, she smiled and mentally crossed her fingers, hoping her Honda didn't stall on the hill. The light went green, and she hit the gas. Her car cooperated, and a breath rushed out of her in relief. He grabbed for her door handle, but she was already moving out of reach. The C word was bellowed in her wake. She leaned out the window and yelled, "Try to have a better day!" Anger at herself, and her morning, and the pushy dude with the Porsche kept her hands steady on the wheel all the way up and over the hill through the endowment lands and onto the cheapest parking lot available on the university campus. As soon as she parked, her whole body started shaking. She laid her head on the steering wheel and focused on breathing. Oh, Jane, that was dumb. That was really, really dumb. She knew better than to pick a fight with strangers, especially random strangers with obvious anger issues, and over stupid, pointless nonsense. What the hell was I thinking? That life is unfair and I hate being trapped between a rock and a hard place. She sighed, scrubbed away a sneaky tear with the back of her hand. Still trembling, she pulled out her cell phone and opened her messages. Time to deal with the real problem. She glared at the most recent message in her inbox. This morning her roommate had dropped a bomb on her. No dogs were allowed in their shared apartment, which was total bullshit. They'd agreed when Jane had taken the room that she'd be able to get a dog as soon as her canine training business got back on its feet. What dog behaviorist didn't have her own pet? Then, just when Jane had scraped together enough pennies to buy the dog she loved more than life itself, her roommate had pulled the rug out. She'd gone behind Jane's back and gotten the landlord to ban pets. Betrayal burned the back of Jane's throat. She was so angry she didn't know how she'd keep the rage from exploding out of her chest, hence her road warrior bullshit. Either she let the dog she loved be given away to people with money who only wanted him as a status symbol, or she did the one thing she'd avoided through the long, hard months of pandemic: move into her parents' coach house. The judgment, the proximity to her ridiculous father and all his naval tendencies. What admiral had an emergency bunker carved into the cliffside in his own backyard and weekly emergency protocols? Her dad, that's who. But one look at the big brown eyes waiting for her this morning, and she knew what she'd do. Gah, just get it over with. She opened the thread with her parents and sent a single message. You win. I'll take the coach house. She got out of her car and gave the roof a pat. As soon as she'd scraped together her next pile of pennies, she'd get her mechanical baby fixed. Parking paid for. Ouch. She hurried towards the science end of campus. She peered longingly in the window of the Starbucks on her route. Yikes, that was a long lineup snaking out of the coffee shop. Too long. Her act of road stupidity had cost her too much time. Looked like it would be the energy drink and protein bar in her bag for breakfast. Her phone rang as she approached the physics building. Dad, oh man, I don't have time for this. If she didn't answer, he'd panic, probably send out the National Guard. She hit accept. Hey, Dad, guess you got the message. I need you to come home, Pud, he said without any preamble. She rolled her eyes. I just texted you and Mom. I am moving home. No, he said, right now. The phone line crackled, breaking up her dad's voice. She scrunched her nose at the heavy cement entryway. Cell phones never worked right in this building. Sorry, Dad, you're breaking up. This morning's client seemed to work every waking hour in his lab, so she'd had to agree to holding sessions in his secure end of the campus's newest research facility, a heavy block of thick, mirrored glass and cement. It was expensive, time-consuming, and awkward as hell. She'd have stopped going, but today was different. Today, she convinced him to do the right thing for his dog before leaving the country for some atomic camp in Germany. Look, I gotta go. I can't be late, not for this appointment, she said hurriedly. Sorry, Dad, but this is the big day. I'll call you when I'm done and we can sort out the details for the move. Patience was not her dad's strong point. As soon as he knew something was happening, he insisted on planning every single item, along with a half-dozen contingency options. No, Pud, you need to— 1 hour, Dad! She ended the call before the building did it for her and headed for the stairwell. She would not be late for this appointment. Afterwards, she'd deal with her parents and the daunting prospect of moving home. At least her parents would be happy. Months after isolation had lifted, and her dad still wanted her within reach, which meant living on the family property, all the way up the hill in West Vancouver, away from the rest of the city. Ugh, it was so damn secluded up there. At least she wouldn't have to give her traitor of a former roommate half the month's rent anymore. And more importantly, she'd have her dog. Worth it. Chapter 2. Picking up her pace, Jane trotted down the 3 flights of thick concrete stairs to the specialty labs on the bottom level. Her soon-to-be former client was no absent-minded professor. Dr. Lowry hated tardiness more than anything. The last thing she'd do is give him any reason to refuse to go through with the sale before he left town, because she sure as shit couldn't offer him more money for the dog he didn't want. As it was, she'd been eating pot noodle for a month. A worthy price to pay for her favorite creature in the whole damn world. Reaching the bottom floor, she tried not to drool on the tiny pack of lab assistants who rushed past with paper cup holders full of coffee. Sweet, sweet coffee. Man, she wished she'd been less stupid and more caffeinated this morning. Tearing her gaze away from their drinks, she kept going down the hall. The sheer weight of concrete surrounding her seemed to muffle the sound of her sneakers as she pelted down the corridor. With the students out of sight, the space was empty and quiet and seriously creepy. Honestly, it deserved center stage in a horror movie, or some sci-fi thriller. She fought a shudder. 6 months of training. Okay, glorified dog walking, and she still felt like she was walking into some modern mausoleum, poised between the worlds of the living and the dead. Between the muffled sounds and the flat light courtesy of square LED panels marching down the middle of the ceiling, this particular Hades didn't have the charisma of the Disney villain. Didn't help that everyone down here was 2 shades paler than the average West Coast dweller. She didn't exactly understand what the scientists did in this steel-trimmed lump. Something to do with accelerated molecules? What she'd grasped sounded cool, but she'd never had much of a brain for science. All she knew was that it involved energy in a series of honeycombed, reinforced labs built in the former steam tunnels beneath campus. So far, no superheroes had emerged from the rooms, just a bunch of professors and students in lab coats, usually talking about experiments with words that might as well have been Latin. She'd have quit this job on the first day if it hadn't been for one thing. Arroo! A plaintive cry echoed down the hall. It wasn't creepy. Her heart swelled. A wide smile spreading across her face, she pushed her way through the last set of double doors. There, standing in the middle of the hallway, was a short, tweed-clad man and a giant black and white dog. Schrodinger. The only reason she'd kept Dr. Lowry as a client. She shifted her smile from dog to man and felt her expression falter. Arms crossed over his chest, Lowry's face had disgruntled stamped all over it. Had she managed to be late despite skipping a much-needed coffee hit? She glanced covertly at her watch. 2 minutes to 8. Totally good. Huh. Maybe he was actually sad about giving up his dog? Roof. Unlike the human, the Great Dane's mouth parted into a massive, doggy grin. Hey, Shrody, she said, closing the distance and holding out her hand for the dog to sniff. He ignored the hand and shoved his head straight into her middle, pushing her back a full step. Oof. At 5'6", she wasn't exactly tiny. Still, at 160 pounds, the Dane had a good chunk of weight on her. Being a Dane, he liked to forget how big he was, probably visualized himself as a chihuahua or teacup poodle leaping into her lap. She chuckled and massaged his scruff. Good morning to you too, brute. Miss Finch. Lowry made her name a reprimand. Yes? She lifted her gaze from the black and white head in her middle to the professor. Is something the matter, Dr. Lowry? I know you like to start promptly, and I've got my check right here. Forcing a smile, she fished for her day planner in her bag, which had her check and the adoption papers she'd drafted, prepped and ready for his signature. If he was having regret, she wanted to get his professorial scribble on the dotted line as soon as possible. He waved his hand. That will not be necessary. Her fake smile wavered. Sorry? I no longer require your check. No way. No way had he decided to simply give her the dog she loved. An invisible hunk of concrete plunged into the pit of her stomach. Beside her, Schrody pressed into her side and gave a low whine. She cleared her throat and met Lowry's gaze through his wire-rimmed glasses. Sorry? She asked again. Her American friends would find it ridiculous to say sorry when you're prepared to bare-knuckle fight for your dog. But in Canada, that's just what came out of your mouth when you weren't sure what the hell was going on. He sniffed. My fellowship has been postponed. In compensation, my department head has promised me a full-time graduate assistant. Once they start, they'll have time to manage the dog. Breath rushed out of Jane. The dog. Not my dog, or Schrodinger, just the dog. Like Schrody was an ornament or accessory, something he could put on a new desk and ignore at his leisure. She swallowed hard. Do not yell at him. Do not throat punch him. You need him on side so you can take your dog and not end up in jail. Dr. Lowry, she said, careful to keep her tone gentle. Don't you want your research assistant to have time to retrieve articles and, coffee? When no flicker of consideration traveled across his pinched features, she mentally flailed for more reasons. And postponed, that's not canceled. Won't you want to have time to prepare? His brows twitched together. Why wouldn't I have time? Well, she drew in a calming lungful and dug her fingers into Schroding's scruff. You have told me how Schrodinger eats into your valuable research time. He needs walks, attention. He can't just spend every day in his crate. He waved a hand. Apparently the creature is a positive element for our graduate students. Her jaw dropped. But you don't want him. Immaterial. She stared at him. No, it's not immaterial. Schrodi is a thinking, feeling animal who deserves to be loved. He sucked through his nose, creating a strange, angry whistle. Miss Finch, after today, I will no longer require your services. You can leave now, or you can complete your contracted job. Either way, you and your attitude are no longer my problem. I have better things to do. But anger constricted her vocal cords. He couldn't do this. He couldn't promise her the dog, then take it all away. Jane looked helplessly at Schrodi's furry shoulder still pressing into her thigh, then back to Lowry. She blinked, stunned to find the man had already turned away and started toward a group of 3 graduate students gathered a short distance down the hall. He casually took a coffee from an offered tray and glanced over his shoulder. You can use the staging lab. Be mindful of time. An extra cup of coffee sat on the tray. One of the grads stepped toward her, but Lowry waved them back. Maybe some words were muttered. Schrodi's head twitched, but Jane couldn't make out anything. Not that she'd have been able to hear much past the rushing in her ears. She'd lost her apartment and agreed to move in with her parents. But all that paled in comparison to losing Schrodi. Unable to talk, she used hand signals to direct the dog into the nearest room. He trundled happily inside ahead of her and sat in the middle of the room, his tail making a sweeping sound as he wagged along the cement floor. This dog would do anything for her. It killed her not being able to return the favor. God, he deserved a home that loved him, not a role as some ornament. Tears burned the backs of her eyes. Shit. Any minute now, she'd go to pieces in the middle of this sterile cement bunker. She leaned against the heavy, reinforced door and eyed the steel handle. The staging labs lining this part of the building resembled prison cells, or some kind of self-contained pod worthy of a deep-sea adventure. It sure felt like being in a submarine. Lowry had banned her from locking the door. Apparently it took a specialty tool and a campus expert to break in once locked, but he could go suck a bag of dicks. She pulled the handle up, taking satisfaction in the solid thunk of the bolt. No way in hell was she going to cry in a place where that dog-keeping asshole could walk in on her at any moment. Backing away from the door, she reached the far side of the glorified box and slid to the floor. A sad "ooh" filled the room. A giant nose snuffled her hair, then a massive furry body plunked itself onto her lap. She grunted at the weight, but didn't try to escape the lump of Dane compressing her stomach. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Schrodinger and gave up fighting tears. Burrowing her face into his back, she let loose. Another dog might have struggled, tried to get away. Hell, a chihuahua would have bitten her nose. Schrodi simply craned his neck around to huff in her hair. Jane had worked with dogs for a decade. Before she'd struck out on her own, she'd cut her teeth with dog daycares and walking services, slowly saving enough money to study with some of the top behaviorists. She loved dogs. She loved making their lives better. But when she'd met Schrodi, he hadn't just been another dog with stressed, busy owners. Nope. He'd looked up at her with those soul-deep brown eyes, and something had just clicked. Jane had given up on the idea of instant love and Prince Charmings at the ripe old age of 12. Who wanted to be stuck in a tower or used as a cleaner anyways? But a year ago, she'd had to append her ultimatum. Insta-love happened all right. The moment she met Schrodi, she knew. This was her dog. A sob shuddered through her, and she hugged him harder. How could Lowry do this? Sure, his emotions were stunted, but this went way beyond lack of care. Denying a person the dog they loved the morning they came to get them? Damn. That crossed the line from antisocial to sociopath. Think. There had to be a way. Peeling her cheek off Schrodie's back, she rubbed his face and gave a watery grin at the way his jowls wiggled from side to side. "Help me out, buddy," she whispered. "How do we convince this asshole to let me take you home?" He shifted out of her lap to a position beside her and puffed out his cheeks. She sighed. "I know. It's a lot of asshole to surmount." "Aroo!" he warbled softly, and lowered his head, staring up at her over the long length of his black and white snout. "You're just too good," she told him. "He doesn't deserve your tolerance." Aroo! His heavy sigh sounded a lot like a creature from Star Wars. He puffed his cheeks again. She leaned against the wall. "Think I can teach you to piss on his leg and eat all his papers in the next..." She glanced at her watch, winced. 45 minutes? He twitched his scruff in the dog approximation of a shrug. "We are not defeated." She rubbed his ears and studied the round, portal-like window in the door. Chances were she wouldn't see any sign of Lowry until the hour was precisely up. Good. That really did give her some time. Not a lot, but it would have to be enough. No way in hell was she walking away and leaving Schrodinger to the fate Lowry had in store. "We'll figure out how to do this. You and me," she said. "We've got time and a water cooler. I'll load you up and you'll pee like you've never peed." Movement flashed by the window, fast and blurred by the thick pane of glass. From beside her, Schrodinger let out a low growl. Whoa. She glanced at him, stunned he even knew how to growl, let alone find the business end of it. He gained his feet, staring intently at the door. A muffled cry carried through the thick door. Was that a scream? Hard to tell, given the door was designed to insulate the lab from whatever happened beyond. But she took a couple steps toward the door and paused, listening. Scream. Definitely a scream. More movement flashed across the window. A figure slammed into the door with enough force for the hollow thump to momentarily fill the lab. Something splattered across the window pane. Schrodie's growl increased in volume, and he stalked to the door. Holy shit! She grabbed his collar and whispered, "Wait, quiet." He froze, his whole body vibrating. Holding her hand up, palm forward and fingers straight, she silently reinforced the wait command while she inched toward the door at an angle. Shoulder pressing into the door, she leaned over to peer with one eye out the window. Up close, that splatter looked a hell of a lot like blood. Gulping, she searched for more movement, for whatever had run into the door. Nothing except... Was that a coffee cup rolling across the floor? It rolled in a loose arc right into... She jerked her head back. A foot. An unmoving foot was barely in her field of vision. Oh, fuck. Was this a shooting? People must be running from a shooter on campus, and the shooter might be in the building, might be waiting for people to open the labs and try to help. Stupid, tiny window. It was impossible to get a good sense of anything through the scientific peephole. Stomach lurching, Jane stumbled away from the window and fumbled for her cell phone. She wanted to help whoever it was on the ground. She did, but she had no idea where the shooter was or if they were baiting her. Right now, that door was all that was standing between her and a potential lunatic with a firearm. The lock would hold, and she had to follow the building's emergency procedures. 911. Call 911 and... No signal. Damn it! Biting her lip, she searched the lab. She'd had to complete an online orientation when she'd started working with Schrodinger in the space, so she knew these labs were equipped to protect the researchers from experiments gone wrong. There had to be an emergency phone, and there. Following the phone cable to a cabinet, she opened the door to find the landline tucked away. Please work, please work. She lifted the receiver and let out a breath of relief. She punched the red button for campus security. Hello, There's a shooter, Jane hissed into the receiver. I'm in the Sagan building, B block, bottom floor. People are screaming. There's blood on the window. A terrified hiccup escaped her. Send help. Okay, ma'am. Stay calm, the woman said in soothing tones of a trained professional. I'm alerting emergency services. Can you tell me... My name is Jane Finch. I'm in one of the practice labs. The door is closed. Her voice was cracking. Or maybe that was the connection. She realized Schrodinger had positioned himself beside her, and she leaned into the Dane. Guilt at her relative's safety clawed at her throat. I can see someone lying on the ground. Just their foot. They're so close to the door. I could open it, pull them inside. Do not open that door. No matter what, you have to stay safe. But they're right there, Jane whispered. We don't need more victims, the woman told her, not unkindly. It is your job to sit tight and wait until... Static filled the line. Hello? Ma'am? She called into the receiver. Nothing but a faint, metallic hum answered her. Shit! Had the shooters cut the phone lines? Or was this something worse? A hostage situation or a robbery? There was a lot of cutting-edge equipment crammed into this building. She'd watched enough police dramas to know that if that was the case, it could be a long time before negotiators got hostages released. She hung up the phone and gathered up her belongings, pulling together any soft items in the sparse room into a pile to the right of the door. She risked a final peek out the window. The foot was gone. Hope that means they were just stunned. She swallowed hard. Then she positioned herself on the wall alongside the door. That way no one looking inside would be able to see her or Schrody. Guess we're in this for the long haul, buddy, she told the dog. We'll sit tight and wait for the RCMP. Any minute, hot Mounties will descend and save the day. She rubbed the raised bump of bone like a tiny crest in the middle of Schrody's skull. Try to lick one for me, okay? He let out a low warble and dropped his head into her lap as if to say, I've got your back. Course you do. She gave a tiny laugh, but it died almost as soon as it left her lips. Glancing up at the portal window above her, she shuddered. I couldn't have helped that person. I did the right thing. Despite the inner lecture, she wrapped her arms around her middle. As far as she was concerned, help couldn't come soon enough. Chapter 3. There's a point at which fear of bullets was replaced by humiliation over having to pee in a corner with a dog. At 8 hours and 23 minutes, Jane had reached that point. Oh, she'd already peed. There was no way her or Schrodinger could go 8 hours without drinking any water or relieving themselves. Nor should they. Definitely not healthy. Bladder infections? Not something she wanted to invite. Coordinating functions? That had taken some serious debate. She'd started to cover the portal window, only to realize that would alert any shooters to her presence. But relieving herself in full view? Yeah, no. She'd finally compromised and set up a makeshift floor pad out of papers taken from Lowry's desk and files arranged mostly out of sight behind his desk. Trusting Schrodinger to alert her if anyone got near, she crab-walked around and kept her head down. Oh, she'd taken some satisfaction in using Lowry's research papers, too. What worried her, more than the damp pile across the room and beneath the desk, was the total lack of movement outside. There'd been nothing, not since she called campus security. Her ears weren't sensitive enough to pick up on sounds from the hallway. Not a problem, because Schrody's were. She'd been hyper-aware of his responses. Sure, he wasn't a trained police dog, but he'd given her a clear enough sign when whatever happened in the hallway. She wasn't about to doubt him now. Not that he'd had anything more to tell her. He'd occasionally looked at the door, and once she thought his hackles twitched, but he hadn't growled or whined, hadn't given any indication that something meaningful was happening within earshot. They'd played pause, practiced sit pretty, eaten their respective snacks, and possibly taken a nap. She wasn't sure. Time felt strange in the enclosed pocket of the lab, like a blink took a minute and writing an essay would be the work of a breath. Keeping busy and staying alert had proven challenging in the complete and utter silence of the pod. She'd charged her phone, updated her calendar, and eaten 2 energy bars. Still, with no movement, no cell service, and no internet, there was only so much to do to keep herself alert. She'd even set an alarm and tried the emergency line every half hour, but it remained blank, simply beeping a busy signal every time she picked it up. Hopefully, she'd just rested her eyes. "But now, dude," she said to Schrodinger, giving his ears a scratch, "we have to take action." Because really, there wasn't any more room under that desk. And if she had fallen asleep, maybe the RCMP had looked into the room, assumed it was empty, and left. Maybe Schrody hadn't alerted her to the regular footsteps. Why would a pet think to do anything about normal noises in his normal spot? She believed he'd tell her, but it's not like she trained working dogs. She couldn't prove he'd tell her. Her gut wasn't exactly a guarantee. "My gut thought rooming with Deb would be great," she snorted. Less than stellar plan. Standing slowly, she peered out the tiny window for the umpteenth time. Nothing. Again. The coffee cup hadn't budged. No feed had appeared or reappeared. No more splatters had joined the first. There'd been a whole heaping pile of nothing. For hours. She blew out a breath, chewed on her lip. Schrodinger leaned into her and looked up expectantly. He gave a soft whine and bumped her hand with his head. "Priorities, huh?" She scratched his head and studied the small window. The woman on the emergency line had told her to stay put. Hostage situations could take time, a lot of time. She knew that. Yet, nothing about the frenzied glimpses she'd caught through the window said hostage to her. Not that she'd been involved in one before, but the brief flurry of activity, even the tiny slice she'd glimpsed, had felt different, unplanned. Maybe it was a robbery gone wrong? Maybe it was a shooting that wasn't playing out the way they normally did, and the shooter hadn't taken their own life after the first rush of attacks. She crouched down, cupped Schrody's face, and kissed his nose. "Dad knows I'm here," she told the dog. "If he was trying to warn me earlier..." Guilt stabbed her insides again. She had to be the worst daughter in the world, ignoring her dad's warning and hanging up on him mid-sentence like that. Jeez. She probably deserved to be locked in a bunker for another 8 hours. But even if I deserve it, Dad wouldn't hesitate to use his admiral powers. He'd send in the Guard or a joint task force, and Canada's version of Navy SEALs doesn't fuck around. "Aroo!" The Dane put his paw on her forearm. "I know," she sighed. "I don't know why they're not here either." None of it made sense. None of it felt right. Her cell phone having no service? Totally expected. The landline going down? Okay. Pretty standard from the action movies she watched. It was the internet that bothered her. According to her super limited understanding of all things tech, the entire Wi-Fi system appeared to be down, which is crazy. What kind of group with the skills and technology to control a building for 8 hours and knock it entirely off the grid would bother with a Vancouver university? World-class institution or no, they just weren't that big a deal. Interestingly, the climate control was still running. Its low, insistent hum the only sign the building remained in working order. Either the bad guys hadn't taken it out, or they'd blocked the RCMP from turning it off. And who was that good, that prepared, and still had that much chaos in the hallway? "Something else is going on here, huh?" she asked Schrody. It was probably also crazy to converse with the dog. Whatever. Schrodinger was a way better listener than all Jane's boyfriends rolled together. Whatever was happening, she didn't appear to be in the middle of it. If she and Schrodinger could sneak out and get up the stairs, even just one flight, she'd have a chance of getting cell phone reception. Worst case, they'd have to hunker down in a new office for a bit. Good. This one's a bit ripe, she muttered. Schrodinger pushed past her and nosed the door handle. Yep, that's the plan. She scooped up her bag and all the supplies she still had. Half a bottle of water, filled from the last of the lab's small cooler, a granola bar, a university sweatshirt, some dog biscuits, and a small bag of kibble. She and Schrody hadn't gone hog wild, but they'd made a dent in the food she'd found in Dr. Lowry's bottom drawer. To the asshole's credit, he'd had dog food and biscuits in the lab. Shouldering her bag as best she could, she double-checked her phone, fully charged, stowed within easy reach in the front pocket of her yoga jacket, and returned to the door. A final survey revealed absolutely nothing. Figured. She glanced at the dog. Here goes nothing. He wagged at her and nosed the handle again. Letting out a long, low breath, she gripped the handle and carefully eased it out of the lock position. It took a bit, especially pausing every few seconds to survey the hall and press her ear to the door. With a dull click, the lock disengaged. Still nothing in the hall. She looked at Schrody and cupped her right hand, palm up, making the sign for sit. His butt plunked down, and he gave her a tongue-lolling grin. She raised her finger to her lips, the signal for silence. Thank goodness Dr. Lowry had insisted on that command. Danes had minds of their own, but this one trusted her. He'd been quiet until he had a damn good reason not to. That worked for Jane. Ever so slowly, she pulled the handle down. When she knew the latch was fully disengaged, she eased the door back a fraction and peered cautiously down the slice of hall she could see to the right. Fresher air flooded the lab. She swallowed a gasp. Blood. Definitely blood. The dried spatter on the corner of her window was nothing compared to the spray that traveled all the way along the wall to the right of the lab. Some dried footsteps marked the cement floor. No bodies, though. Weirdly, she discovered she might feel better with a body in sight, especially if it were the owner of the foot she'd seen earlier through the window. Not knowing whether that person was okay or something had taken their body had her skin crawling. She didn't want anyone to be dead. It was just that there'd be a strange sense of certainty in knowing where the blood had come from and what had happened to the person. Making eye contact with Schrody, she pressed her hand to her heart. With me. He stood, clearly excited to leave the pod, and stood ready at her hip. Opening the door further, she darted a look down the opposite end of the hall. Quiet, no movement, less blood streaking the ground. Excellent. That was the quickest way to the stairs. She took another minute to carefully pan the hall from left to right, just to be sure, searching for any hint of a rifle scope or signal from someone hiding in a doorway. Nope, nada. Enough. She opened the door just wide enough for her and Schrody to fit through, one after the other. Taking the lead, she stepped into the hall with the dog on her heels. She froze, but no bullets rang out. Okay, then. Moving as quietly as she could, she kept her shoulder to the wall and crept toward the set of double doors. It felt like a lifetime ago she'd hurried through those doors, excited to empty her savings account for Schrodinger. All she'd wanted to do was take him home. Guess that still applies. When she reached the doors, she paused for a moment and pressed her ear to the brushed steel. No sounds carried past, at least not any she could hear. A furry head bumped her arm. She glanced at Schrodinger, finding him staring at the doors with an unnatural degree of intensity. The fur between his shoulder blades lifted, not fully, but enough, and a low whine emerged. Fear flexed its claws around her neck. Fuck. Something was on the other side of the door. It was mandatory to have viewing windows in every door on campus so people could avoid collisions and students with mobility issues could better interact with their surroundings. She remembered Lowry proudly telling her how this building had done less than the minimum due to its special function. As a result, she had 2 narrow panes as her only option. She leaned forward to peer through the one closest and registered what had to be blood spatter marking the bottom half of the other door. Was that a handprint? I lied. I was wrong. I don't want a body. She darted a glance through the rectangular slit. It was worse than the damn portal. She couldn't see a thing, let alone the floor directly behind the doors. Shit. Fuck. Damn. Bracing herself, she took a longer look, but it was like trying to see through one of those arrow slits in a medieval castle. If the slit had been covered with a hunk of hand-blown glass, she had no way of knowing what lay on the other side. Oh, this could be bad. This could be really, really bad. Maybe she should go back to the lab and wait like a good, law-abiding person. Schrodinger put his nose to the door and puffed his cheeks, brown eyes fixed on her expectantly, then returned to the set of double doors. The dog clearly had ideas, none of which involved returning to the lab. And he wasn't growling. Perhaps he was just excited about going outside? She wouldn't know until she looked. Swallowing hard, she put her shoulder against the door and tried to ease the heavy piece open without making a sound. It opened a crack, and all she could see was a strip of stained floor and a bare slice of wall. Just a bit further, and she could look down the hall. There was a foot on the floor. No, not a foot, the foot. The same brown loafer she'd glimpsed through the window. She clamped a hand over her mouth and struggled not to scream. It wasn't moving. Her skin crawled, and she knew the person belonging to the foot was dead. Bodies lay this way. They needed to go back to the lab, right now. Go back and hide and... With a distressed whine, Schrodinger pushed past her, opening the door further. Striped sock, tweed trousers. Oh God. She knew those trousers. Even though Jane already knew whose body that shoe belonged to, she forced her gaze to travel the rest of the way up. Half his face was just gone, but it was him. Lowry. She reached Schrodi before he could touch the body, wrapped her fingers around his collar and pulled the Dane back. Off, Schrodi! The big dog quivered beneath her touch, whimpered as he backed away. He clearly understood his owner was dead. Didn't matter that Lowry hadn't loved Schrodinger. Dogs didn't guard their hearts. Lowry had been his master, and, good or bad, Schrodi had loved him. I'm so sorry, buddy, Jane whispered. Giving herself a shake, she quickly searched the hallway ahead and behind. No shooters or terrorists had emerged. Phew. She needed to get moving, but something about this body just didn't add up. She frowned and pulled out her phone, turning on the camera light and pointed it at Lowry's body. White foam marked the man's mouth. His eyes were wide open, sightless, and so bloodshot they appeared almost black. Shit! She yanked Schrodi farther away. Off! Lowry looked like he'd been poisoned, then beaten with a cement block. His fingers were curled inward, mouth ajar like he'd been screaming. This was looking less and less like a shooting. Had some terrorist unleashed a chemical weapon? But why here? And the ventilation system hadn't stopped, so why wouldn't it have affected her? Shaking with dread, she forced herself to take a picture. If she died from exposure, at least she'd leave something useful for the authorities. With me, she hissed urgently at the dog. He resisted for another second, then once again glued himself to her hip. They hurried to the far set of doors, the last before the stairway access. She unlocked her phone, removed any semblance of password protection. If she bit it, she wasn't going to make it hard for the authorities to access her shit. Turning on the camera, she flipped it to selfie mode and hit record. She looked right into the little camera lens. My name is Jane Finch. This is Schrodinger. She briefly aimed the camera at the dog. Returning the camera to her face, she focused on delivering information and not crying. We've been trapped in one of the lab pods on the bottom floor of the Sagan building, B block. No one has made contact. We left and discovered Professor Jacob Lowry dead from what appears to be some kind of poison and blunt force trauma to the head. We didn't touch him, but I don't know what it is or if it's airborne. If that poison kills me and not Schrodi, please take him to Admiral Douglas Finch and Mary Finch of Ballantree Road, West Vancouver. I need to know he's safe. Taking a shaky breath, she dug the fingers of her free hand into Schrodinger's scruff and tried to take comfort in the dog's steady presence. We're going to try and get outside now, she told the camera. If we don't make it, her voice caught and she swallowed hard. If we don't make it, tell my parents I love them. I tried to come home. Lips trembling, she stopped recording and returned the phone to her pocket. Either they'd get out of this damn building or they'd die trying. She just hoped emergency services would be waiting at the doors because she didn't want to infect anyone with whatever nightmare had killed Lowry. Okay, buddy, she said to the dog. Let's go. Chapter 4. The floor-to-ceiling wall of glass at the building's entrance glinted like the gateway to heaven, or at least the pathway out of Jane's current hell. Through the tinted panes, Jane could just make out a glimmer of blue sky. No flashing lights pierced the polarized gray, at least none she could see. Not that her position, crouched beside Schrody at the top of the stairs, peering cautiously through the door, offered the best viewpoint. Still, they'd made it to the main level. They were within 20 feet of the outside world. So close. But not there yet. Schrodinger let out a low whine, and she signaled for him to be quiet. He briefly placed his teeth on her elbow, not a bite, just a complaint about both command and general situation, and she rubbed his head after he let go. I know, buddy. The tension is getting to me, too. She let out a breath and fought the urge to run blindly for the exit. If she was a villain in an action movie, this is where she'd focus her attention. The entrance was an open, empty stretch of cement, steel, and glass. The few etched copper panels decorating the odd piece of wall did nothing to break up the space. There wasn't even a plant. Easing the door open a fraction further, she craned her neck to stare upward at the second floor, which had an open-aired walkway over the atrium. With the glass and steel railings, it was impossible to tell if a shooter's scope was glinting overhead. Given everything she had at her disposal, there was no way to tell if someone was watching. Not before she made a move. Fuck. She bit her lip, weighed her super-limited choices. She could toss something into the middle of the floor, see if something moved, but then they'd know she was there, and she'd still be stuck at the top of the stairwell. The only other option was heading back to the labs. Yeah, big nope on that. Which left making a run for it. She shifted position slightly, debated the distance to the outside. 20 feet. Doable. Schrodinger could close that distance in a heartbeat. She shook her head. They had to go together, otherwise he'd be trapped against the doors. Running her hand under his collar, she gave him a rub and tried to build her courage. Help had to be right outside those doors. All they had to do was make it 20 feet and not get shot in the back. Don't run in a straight line, her dad always told her. Don't make it easy to anticipate. She secured her bag over her shoulder, locked it in place with her elbow, and wished she'd brought her backpack instead of her damn all-business purse. Not that that mattered right now. Schrodinger stood ready at her side, body quivering slightly with anticipation. All right, here goes. We can do this. She gripped the big dog's collar, took a breath. For this to work, they'd have to stay close. Schrody, she whispered, with me. She shoved out the stairway door and took off running. Veering to the right, she headed toward a stark cement pillar. Keeping hold of Schrody's collar, not pulling him, just using the slight pressure to let him know where she was going, she changed course and swerved sharply to the left before reaching the pillar. She angled forward and swung in a curve, keeping her leftward momentum while closing on the doors. Keep going, keep going. Air burned in her chest. Her free hand was clenched tight into a fist, body braced for the sharp pain of a bullet in her back. She gave Schrody a slight warning tug, and together they pivoted and headed right again. 20 feet felt like forever when you constantly changed direction. Cutting across the row of doors, she passed the middle of the row of doors. Still no shot, but her hair was standing on end. Fixing her gaze on a door near the end of the row, she refused to look back. Schrodinger didn't falter. The dog stayed tight to her side, working with her through every shift of direction. She feinted to one side, then leapt to the left and threw open the door. She and Schrody ran into the sunlight and onto the broad set of low cement steps before the Sagan building. Blinking against the glare, she hurried down the steps with Schrody. No emergency lights tried to blink her. No helpful people in hazmat suits flagging her into a plastic tent, and still a possible terrorist at her back. Chest heaving, she dropped behind the short brick wall, holding up the building's sign. Schrody hunkered in beside her, the bony line of his deep chest plunked across her middle. Back pressed to the sun-warmed block, she squinted at her surroundings. Any minute now, the sun-bleached blur would lift and she'd see a sexy RCMP officer heading in her direction, or some doctor in that terrifying yellow suit that they used in that movie Outbreak. You know, either way, she'd just be glad to see another person and find out what the hell had happened here. Except, as her vision cleared, there weren't any cops, or tents, or doctors. There was nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Scrubbing her forearm across her eyes, she gaped at the grass boulevard that ran from the southern end of campus to the northernmost point. It was empty. Totally empty. At nearly 6 p.m., the campus was usually bustling. Any kind of event would have students gathered in groups, holding their phones in the hopes of snagging some shot that would horrify the world on social media. The RCMP should have been here. Her father should have been here. Hell, the Joint Task Force should have kicked down those doors ages ago. Yet no people were in sight. None. Not even a terrorist chasing after her from the building. A short distance away, a shoe lay on its side, and over there a hat sat upside down beside a toppled pile of books and a dropped bag. It was like every single student, staff, and faculty member had vanished. What the actual fuck? She asked slowly. Schrodinger shuffled out of her lap and snuffled, as if stunned by the sheer lack of anything. Seriously, what is going on? She slowly got to her feet and looked back at the building. She hadn't seen a hint of anyone inside, and now this? Looking up, she studied the sky for alien vessels. Nothing. Again. Whatever had killed Lowry had seemed pretty fast acting. How far could poisoned people get? If whatever it was that attacked him had made it outside, bodies should be everywhere. And here I am, she said to Schrody, once again wishing there were bodies. Which was both terrible and really true. The dog warbled, as Dane's did, sounding an awful lot like those Wookiee masks. She couldn't help but grin and ruffle his ears. At least she had Schrody. Together, they'd get through this. Okay then, think. There has to be a way to contact people. She checked her phone. 3 glorious bars appeared. Service. Yes! She lifted her hand and high-fived Schrodinger. The Dane gave her a giant, tongue-lolling grin, probably because high-fiving was his favorite trick. Her phone vibrated, followed by a cascade of soft pings as messages hit her inbox. 2, 3, 5, dang! The pings kept coming. Text messages kind of stressed her out, so she usually avoided them. 2 messages were a notable day, but 12? Shit. Her heart lurched as she saw 5 messages from her parents. 7:55 a.m. Pud, I'm serious. Get off the campus and get home. Do it now. 7:59 a.m. Stop screening, Janie. There's a fiery donut. Very fiery. Why didn't you just say donut on the call, Dad? She pressed the back of her hand to her mouth, tried to stifle a sob. That had been their code, the one he'd insisted they have after the pandemic. The glowing text blurred behind a wash of tears. 8:05 a.m. Don't try to get home. Just get out of the city. Get somewhere more sparsely populated and stay there. I'll get you. 8:20 a.m. Janie, Please tell me you're there. It's Mama. With a whine, Schrodinger butted his head into her side. Oh, God. What had she done? She'd ignored her dad's concerns because he always had concerns, always wanted her at home or had some supposed threat about to drop. I'm such a dick, she told the dog. I'm a terrible daughter. Scrubbing her eyes clear, she checked the rest of her messages. A reminder her phone bill was overdue. Hilarious, universe. And a series of emergency alerts from the provincial system. The first were advisories, asking people to go indoors and await further instructions. The rest were garbled. Pieces of logic surrounded by noise. Get inside. Stay indoors. Phew, she let out a breath. Guess staying inside had been the advice of the day. Maybe it's what she should have done, but damned if she could stay in that pod, especially so close to Lowry's body. They knew something was happening. Some kind of emergency had been forecast, which made an act of terrorism the most likely scenario. Schrodi bumped her side and she scratched him under the chin. Her father had known something was coming. He'd said to get out of the city, but the assholes had hit the university instead. She tried to call her mom back, but the call kept dropping after a ring. Ugh, system's probably overloaded. Fine, she'd text them. I'm okay, she typed the reply to her parents. Schrodi and I were locked in a lab when things happened. We're on campus. Would love a ride home. Her phone buzzed. The smile that had spread across her face faded. It was a system notification. 4:38 p.m. Unable to complete message. Try later. Guess more than calls are knocked out, she said. Now what? Arrrrrrr, Schrodi warbled in reply. Buddy, I really wish that was helpful. She laid a hand on his back, took solace in his steady presence, and tried to plan her next move. 8 hours was a long time. Maybe the campus had been evacuated? Honestly, at this point, that was the only thing that made sense. And, well, it was a logical response if a chemical weapon had been used. She'd get to her car, get the go bag her father insisted she keep, one for home and one for vehicle, of course, and hike down the boulevard to Blanca Street. If the campus had been cordoned off, they'd have to have roadblocks set up there. She'd connect with emergency services and probably submit to a great deal of testing. Well, good. I need to know if I'm now a plague bearer. Come on. Giving the big dog side a hefty pat, she started in the direction of the cheapest parking lot at this end of campus. She used to hunt for free spaces, or park off campus and walk in on a sunny morning. It hadn't been an option that morning with her running so far behind schedule. Good thing, too. She dumped it in the closest lot her overdrawn card could afford. Off campus, but only a short walk from the Sagan building. University Village, here we come. With Schrodinger at her side, she set a quick pace across the derelict space. Everywhere she looked were empty buildings, empty vehicles, and empty walkways. Smoke rose from some cars lying smashed and abandoned against street lamps and wayfinding signs. Somehow, despite the fire, the dropped smartphones in themed cases were worse. Biting her lip, she fixed her gaze forward. Get to the car. Get off campus. Hopefully the roads would be clear enough that she could drive, but as long as she got her go bag, she'd manage. Schrodinger whined softly and paced close beside her. I know how you feel, buddy. She rested one hand lightly on the Great Dane's back, fingers brushing the short hair between his shoulder blades. He quivered slightly, unease written in the haunch of his back, and the tail tucked partly between his hind legs. The toppled bus, windows shattered, on its side beneath a flashing red traffic light, had her changing the pace from a walk to a jog. Her glance inside confirmed her fears. No bodies. Just blood and detritus. Fuck, that was incorrect, and really, really creepy. Her chest was heaving by the time they reached the block of village coffee shops. The University Village, a grouping of local establishments and apartment blocks outside the university's internally managed cafes and residences, got its name from both proximity and the architect's attempt to create an alpine village on the campus's perimeter. Normally, at this point in the day, the village was teeming with people, grabbing an extra coffee, studying on one of the many benches, or lined up for the best sushi in reach, and one that offered sake along with sashimi. Not today. The back of her neck crawled, and she kept glancing up at the glass-faced apartments above. It felt like she was being watched, but no one waved through a window, and she couldn't see past the mirroring or glare. Despite the total lack of movement, or perhaps because of it, her sense of wrongness grew with every step. She peered inside the coffee shop as she passed. There might have been an arm protruding from behind the counter. She didn't stop to check. "Come on, Schrody." The big dog stretched into a trot beside her. They rounded the gym, past a toppled dumpster, and stared down into the opening of the underground parking garage. Tendrils of smoke and the stink of burning rubber reached her nose. She jogged halfway down the ramp and paused. When she'd parked, snagging that small spot on the second level had seemed like a win. Now, not so much. Ah well, Jane gave herself a shake. Needs must. Nothing blocked the entrance, and what she could see of the inside showed a clear path to the gate. She started forward. Schrodinger shoved himself in front of her, blocking her path. His back was hunched, fur standing in a thick line along his spine, all the way from the back of his ears to the base of his tail, which stuck out in a straight line behind him. A low, dangerous growl vibrated in his chest. Holy shit. She'd never heard Schrody make such a noise. Stopping, she gaped at the Dane's body language. His attention was fixed on the entrance, so she prodded his rear. Move, dude. The dog didn't budge. Seriously. She shoved his butt, and when that didn't work, she edged around him to the right. Whoa, Schrody! About 2 inches worth of canine fangs were on display and aimed inside the garage. She'd forgotten Schrody had teeth. Come on, buddy. I know it's creepy, but I've got to get my car. She tried to sound soothing. She got it. Going down 2 levels into a smoking dark garage, less than appealing, but she needed her car and her supplies. You like car rides, right? Let's go car ride. She tried to get around him, and he shoved himself in front of her again. Not cool, dude. Something skittered from inside, like a tiny metal wrench had bounced down one of the ramps. The ventilation system tended to make a racket. It was the cheap lot, after all, but it didn't normally sound like that. Schrodinger's growl deepened. Shit! Her gaze darted between the garage and the open sky behind them. She needed her car and that bag, damn it. But Schrody hadn't reacted this strongly to anything yet, and her skin was crawling. Of all the fucking things. Don't tell me we got through that building and campus to fail at reaching my car that's all of 20 feet away? Was that an animal's cry? Or a screech of unoiled metal? The big dog backed up, pushing her away from the open gate. She stumbled back a step. Part of her wanted to fight, force him to subside, and make her way to her car, the one piece of security she'd thought she had had. More of her trusted Schrodinger's instincts. If he was this determined to keep her out of that underground garage, she'd be a fool not to listen. Not to mention the highly questionable noises echoing within. If this was a horror movie, that's exactly where the dumb blonde with the giant breasts would go to die. Jane didn't intend to be that blonde today. Okay, buddy, she whispered. Leave it. She gave his rear a pat and started back toward the street. He eventually followed, though it didn't escape her notice that the dog kept himself between her and the opening until they'd crossed the road and reached the abandoned park on the opposite side. She eyed the parking garage, but nothing emerged to give chase, and no more strange noises sounded. An invisible weight lifted off her shoulders, and she let out a breath. Good boy, Schrode, she said. Keeping us safe, aren't ya? His jaws parted, tongue lolling in a doggy grin. Now I just have to figure out how to get us to safety without my car. She propped her hands on her hips, considered her options. Honestly, Blanca wasn't far, and the strip of road running from Village to Main Street mostly cut through the golf course, so no sketchy underground spots to contend with, just rolling fields and carefully tended grass. The most populated place, aside from the clubhouse, was a small church with an attached daycare, and that building was set well back from the road. "Looks like we're going on a mini hike." She gave the Dane a scratch between the ears and adjusted her shoulder bag. Without her go bag, she needed a better situation than her stupid work purse. She looked around. Even in the park there were discarded bags, laptops, and phones. It was short work to swap her purse for a backpack, scoop up some unopened water bottles, pocket a couple of granola bars, and snag a phone of the same make and model of her own. She might need that battery. A thick blanket scarf and satchel that could work as a Dane saddlebag in a pinch rounded out the collection. She felt creepy as fuck taking unknown people's lost items, but she had no idea what she'd be walking into at Blanca. And her dad had raised her to be prepared. Besides, she'd happily return everything as soon as the people in happy yellow hazmat suits collected her. "Let's go," she said to the dog. He made a happy grunt and set out alongside her, though soon he ranged ahead as they made their way down the boulevard to the city streets beyond. Here and there he'd stopped to mark a tree, and she found herself relaxing into the almost normal of a dog walk. It was after 5 now, but the longer days were in her favor, and the sun still shone brightly overhead. They made good time, reaching the small church in no time. Ahead of her, Schrodinger froze, one front paw lifting off the ground and nose pointed forward in a classic hunting dog pose. "Please be a squirrel," Jane muttered. "Please be a..." A rhythmic, metallic creak reached her. Her heart leapt into her throat, pulse racing as she braced herself for some kind of attack, though nothing rushed out, and Schrody wasn't acting like he had at the parking garage. No growling, no hunched back or teeth showing. Okay, good. She could handle this new weirdness. She quick-stepped to catch up to the big dog, and the creak grew in volume, though the rhythm didn't change. Whatever that noise was, it was coming from the other side of the tiny church. Holding her breath, she reached Schrodinger and searched the area for the source of the sound. Her jaw dropped. Was that a person on a playground swing? The figure was slight, sitting on the middle swing in a set of 3. They had dark hair and their head bent, legs kicking out in a practiced, repetitive motion, keeping the swing moving on a gentle keel. A person. They'd found an actual, live person. Pent-up air rushed out of her in a huge sigh of relief. "Good boy, Schrode." The Dane didn't sound entirely confident. He gave a slight wag, sidled up close, and leaned into her. She gave him a rub. Then she forced her shoulders back and stepped toward the person. Whether they were a petite adult or an older child, Jane couldn't tell. Honestly, she didn't much care. She'd take them with her to help at the end of the road, and they had to be old enough to know something about whatever the hell was happening. Assuming they aren't too traumatized to talk. "Hello," she called out. "I'm Jane. Don't be scared. I'm not going to hurt you." The person on the swing didn't react. They didn't even turn. That probably shouldn't be a surprise. She'd caught a tiny fraction of the attack through the lab window, and she'd have trouble sleeping for the rest of her life. Taking a breath, she glanced back at Schrodinger. No warnings yet, though the big dog was sticking close to her heel. "Easy. I can only imagine what you've seen." Jane slowly approached the person, using every trainer skill she'd ever learned to both project her voice and keep her tone soothing. "I'm so sorry for whatever you've been through, but we're going to get through this." The person didn't so much as twitch. A sense of unease skittered across her skin. She stopped a couple car lengths away. Schrodinger whined and pressed harder into her side. "Hey!" She raised her voice. "Can you hear me?" A crow swooped down and circled the swing set, but it didn't land on the top bar as she'd expected. No, it landed right on the person's shoulder. Vancouver crows were bold and brutal creatures. Still, they didn't normally land right on a person who didn't have any obvious food, and holy shit, had that crow just pecked that person's eye? Cold fear washed over Jane. She froze, pulse beating a rough drum in her throat. She didn't want to get closer, didn't want to see, but she had to know. Body shaking, she took a step forward. Then another. And another. Angling to the left, unwilling to get any closer than necessary. Jane's teeth were chattering before she saw their face, because she knew. It was impossible, insane, but she knew. She took the final steps and looked the person square in the face. Their remaining eye gazed blankly forward, without the slightest hint of awareness. The mouth hung open, skin slack, and a terrible shade of grayish olive, as if they'd been dipped full-bodied into ash. That crow was eating this person's eye, and their slow, steady kick never faltered. "You're dead," she whispered. "Oh, God, you're dead." The person sitting on the swing, slowly kicking their feet, didn't react, couldn't. But the crow turned with the eyeball it had just stolen in its beak and stared at her. Chapter 5. Jane ran. Heart-pounding, fingers wrapped tight around Schrodinger's collar, she pelted up the steady slope of the boulevard, away from the playground and the nightmare sitting on the swing. The gaze of that single eyeball burned hot between her shoulder blades, but she didn't dare look back as she charged toward Blanca. The high-pitched gasps that escaped her lips had nothing to do with running. It was a short distance from the playground to the intersection, and though she was hardly in perfect shape, she did lots of running with dogs. Of course, this was different. A dead person was behind her. The gasps changed to a long, keening wail. Her terrified cry had Schrody howling in reply, even as he kept pace with her. Lungs burning, she pushed herself to run faster, and her cry fizzled into a desperate pant. Emergency services had to be waiting at Blanca. Help had to be there, because she needed help, really, really badly. What she'd seen wasn't possible. She had to be hallucinating or something. Which was fine. Honestly, being shot in the ass with a tranquilizer and wrapped up in a blanket by a pair of hazmat-wearing orderlies sounded like the best damn prospect she'd had all day. They'd drug her, chain her, and a kind psychiatrist in a nice white coat would gently explain how all of this had been a dream. "Please," she mentally chanted. "Please be there. Please." Except she was already close enough to see the red traffic light blinking through the trees. A single solitary light at the top of the boulevard. Where were the flashing bars of the fire trucks, the cry of police sirens, or loudspeaker voices telling people what line to stand in for testing? Fresh dread lodged in her heart. Her steps slowed. "Arrrrrrr!" Schrodinger bumped her with his shoulder. "Sorry, Schrod." She released his collar, giving his head a pat. "You did good. Good boy." She risked a glance behind, let out a tiny relieved breath at the total lack of anything behind them. The swinger hadn't given chase, and neither had the crow. That was a positive. The total lack of any emergency services as she passed the final group of carefully tended cherry blossoms to find nothing. Absolutely nothing. Fuck. Fuck. She scrubbed her hands over her face, blinked rapidly as if that could somehow change the empty sight before her to one teeming with emergency vehicles. It did not. Fuck! Schrody barked at the traffic light. "I hear you, dude," she whispered. Across the intersection, a green Fiat sat crushed against a telephone post, and the smell of burning rubber wafted down Blanca along with smoke from what had to be a fire further downhill. You'd think an area as hilly as Point Grey would offer excellent sightlines, but between the slopes and the rows of trees, it was damned hard to see too far in any direction. "With me," she told Schrody. Together they crept into the center of the normally busy intersection, until she had a clear view down the 4 lanes of road and could see a house smoking 2 blocks down. What looked like the ass end of a semi stuck out at an odd angle. The glass entrance to the apartment building on the corner was smashed, maybe from another vehicle, and all around plumes of smoke rose from the trees. On either side of Blanca, more vehicles lay crunched together or flipped on their sides. The worst part about the destruction wasn't the smell or the vista of broken metal and old fires. It was the silence. She couldn't hear a single damned siren. If emergency services were operating anywhere in the entire city, she couldn't tell. But honestly, it didn't sound like it. The world straight up wibbled at the edges. Black curled into the edges of her vision. She sat down in the middle of the road and wrapped her arms around Schrodi, burying her face in his short, spiky fur. She let the tears come. Ever since she'd made the mistake of watching the movie 28 Days Later, she'd been haunted by images of living dead. Her then-boyfriend had laughed his ass off at her, unable to understand how a stupid horror movie could mess up her sleep for weeks on end. She'd felt like an idiot, telling her counselor about the dreams, and even that mostly comforting conversation had involved how to practice distinguishing between fantasy and reality. The universe had one hell of a twisted sense of humor, because she'd just landed smack in the middle of her worst nightmare. "Please be a dream," she said into Schrodi's fur. A dream she could deal with, knew how to handle. Since her sleeping brain gave exactly 0 fucks about reality, she'd learned other ways to cope with the elaborate, terrible dreamscapes she'd find herself inhabiting. Healthy eating, exercise, and no booze too soon before bed helped, to a point, but mostly she'd gotten adept at waking herself up and calmly reminding herself that zombies weren't going to explode out of her best friend's wedding cake. "Wake up," she ordered herself, reaching for that sense of awareness that signaled a dream. "Wake up." A cold nose jammed itself into her ear, huffed. Air blasted into her ear canal. "Ah!" She jerked her head up and squinted at Schrodinger through one eye. "What the heck, dude?" His mouth split into a wide pant, a tongue-lolling Great Dane grin. A quick glance up and down the street confirmed her worst fears. Nothing had changed, and if a cold dog nose in her ear didn't wake her up, then she wasn't dreaming. She leaned forward and Schrodinger rested his forehead against hers. He sighed, and the warm wash of dog breath somehow loosened the invisible vice gripping her throat. "Oh, buddy," she whispered. "What are we gonna do?" His stomach rumbled, or maybe that was her stomach. No wonder, it had to be closing in on 6 in the evening, and despite the still bright daylight, she could feel the air growing cooler against her skin. Zombies were real. Help wasn't a block away. And she didn't exactly have an ironclad zombie survival plan, at least not one that didn't rely on all the helpful items in her trunk. But she wasn't solving anything by sitting in the middle of the freaking road. A long, pink tongue slurped across her face. Yeah, I know. She got to her feet and let out a long breath. Beside her, Schrodi mimicked the sound. "I know you're hungry," she said, giving his ears a rub. She studied the way they'd come, searching the stretch of pavement visible through the trees for any hint of movement. So far, so good. The swing zombie hadn't followed them, and whatever Schrodinger had sensed in the parking garage hadn't either. Though, would that change after dark? Maybe. Probably, if you were a believer in the I Am Legend style of zombie flicks. As much as Jane would forever hate that movie with the fire of 1,000 suns for killing the dog, it made a damn good argument for getting off the street before dark. Okay, all right. Phew. Cupping Schrodinger's face, aka scrunching his gummies and getting a handful of goober for her trouble, she stared into his trusting brown eyes. He needed her to get them out of this mess, or at least somewhere safe for the evening. They were too far from her Oak Street apartment, and her dad's text had said to avoid populated places, which meant heading deeper into town a couple hours before dark was out. That limited her options neatly. Food, then shelter. Basics, right, buddy? Ruff, the big dog's tail wagged. Point Grey wasn't exactly the country, but the ocean-facing houses were often huge. The properties in this area were old and big, so less people overall. They'd stay in the area, find a place to hole up in, and hopefully emergency instructions would arrive with dawn. Conveniently, a grocery store sat only a block away. She'd use her quarantine shopping skills, do a quick dash inside for some protein bars, bottled water, and dog food, and be ready to bolt at the slightest warning from Schrodinger. Stationary swinging zombies were bad enough. No way in hell was she tangling with any fast-moving monsters. With me. She tapped her chest over her heart and headed for the grocery store, relieved that Schrodinger stuck tight to her side. The big dog loved to sniff things, and there had to be a world of smells on this stretch. Danes were well known for their headstrong ways. If they didn't agree with a command, they simply didn't do it. Sure, she had a leash, but she didn't want to use it. What if she got grabbed by something? She wasn't going to consign her dog to death just because she was a slow-assed human. Thankfully, while his head was up and his nose obviously working, he didn't seem the least bit inclined to unglue his shoulder from her hip. "Good boy," she whispered. "Bestest boy ever." And she should be doing her part. She scanned the street, searching every building, every car for movement. Her gaze landed on a still, reaching hand trapped in a broken, burnt car. Beyond that, the shattered window of a coffee shop did nothing to hide the bodies scattered like broken dolls inside. Her stomach lurched. Yanking her eyes away, fixed her sights on the grocery store sign. Forget searching closely. Her peripheral vision would have to do. Not that she needed it. For all the destruction in the buildings and street, nothing moved beyond the thin strands of smoke still winding out of the odd car. She couldn't shake the feeling people were watching, but nothing so much as twitched for the entire block, and Schrodinger didn't show any reaction. Reaching the store, she found the outdoor parking lot out front mostly abandoned. The building seemed intact, though a car had crashed through the glass front of the store. "Guess that means I don't need to worry about a door," Jane muttered. Unslinging her borrowed backpack, she made sure all her items were safely tucked into the inside pockets. Then she strapped the pack across her front, leaving one half of the zipper down. She needed to be able to grab things quickly, and hopefully not lose shit if she had to run. She took a step toward the store, paused, and glanced at the dog. Schrodinger's head was up, nostrils flaring and cheeks puffing, but his hackles hadn't risen, and he didn't give any indication of blocking her way. "Are we good to go, Schrod?" "Arroo!" He trotted past her, heading for the door. She'd take that as a yes. Of course, he was a dog. Food ruled. Hopefully not more than a store full of scary undead. Hell with it. She was damned hungry, too. They'd need some form of supplies to get through whatever this was, especially if she had to hunker down in a strange place until help came. Right now, there weren't any strange noises. The store was full of daylight, and absolutely nothing had moved. Who knew if she'd get a better moment? Giving a shrug, she gave the parking lot and surrounding area a final search, then headed in the open door after Schrodinger. The store, with its lights flickering and empty aisles, gave her chills. It reminded her of the worst days of isolation, only this time no resolute cashiers manned the cash points. A thumping noise sounded to her right. She yipped and spun around, only to find Schrodinger wagging, his tail smacking against a stack of boxed tortilla chips. "Shit, dude." Pressing her hand to her heart, she took a breath and waited for her heart to retreat from her throat. Way to freak me out. If anything, he wagged harder. Typical. She tapped her side, signaling him to stick tight. Together they crept past the deli section. No way in hell was she even considering that sandwich Schrodinger wanted to sniff, and headed for the middle aisles. Dried goods, high-impact food, limited weight. She glanced at the big dog and mentally appended her list to include tinned dog food. Heavy, clunky, and so not advisable. But he deserved a reward for saving her butt earlier. And grocery store options were usually tiny dog kibble and cat treats. Not exactly enough for a Great Dane. Barely 10 feet in, and her skin was crawling. "Get in, get out," she whispered. She veered away from a toppled row of tins, avoided an aisle with disturbing rusty streaks along the beige floor. The rows of bottled water must have seen a rush, as half of the shelves were bare, and a good chunk of plastic bottles littered the ground. At least there weren't any smears or hands on the ground. Holding her breath, she edged within arm's reach and shoved a couple of 2-liter bottles into her pack. Next came pet supplies, not as bad as she'd expected. The straps of her pack dug into her shoulders by the time she'd added a couple tins of no-name meaty chunks, a bag of medium dog kibble, and a pack of fake bacon dog treats. "Oof, buddy," she groaned. "We gotta figure out some saddlebags for you." In reply, he picked up a discarded chew toy and gazed adoringly at her. Unable to help it, she grinned at him and ruffled his ears. "Waste not, want not, huh? Come on, victorious hunter." She nudged him out of the pet section and onto the next aisle. "My turn." And lo and behold, there it was, a row of trail mix and assorted bars. "Perfect. Just grab a bunch of these," she said, stuffing a handful into the now stupid heavy pack, "and then onto jerky." From beside her, Schrodinger let out a low warble. It wasn't exactly a growl, but the deep noise vibrated in the dog's chest. A chill ran down her spine, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. One hand on a box of protein bars, she froze. Barely breathing, she slowly turned in the direction of Schrody's nose. A man stood at the far end of the aisle. Eerily still, his face was hidden by shadow, almost cast into a silhouette by the dairy fridge glowing white behind him. "Hey there," she stammered. "I'm not taking much. There's loads left." He didn't respond. She wasn't sure he so much as twitched. "If you're going all Mad Max on this store, that's cool. It's all yours." She took a step back and, without taking her eyes off the man, blindly reached for Schrodinger's collar. Damn, that was one intense stare. A flat, unwavering stare, almost as if he could see straight through her, or nothing at all. Oh, fuck. Was he alive? Or was he not? She swallowed hard and took another step back. "Hey!" She slung her backpack around, tightened the straps. "Can you hear me?" The zombie on the swing hadn't reacted to anything she'd said, and it sure hadn't looked at her. This guy was staring right at her, and she had no idea how long he'd been doing it. He wore black jeans, black leather boots, and the remains of what looked like a black V-neck cotton shirt. A style that would have made way more sense at night on Granville Street, but in sleepy, studious Point Grey, it was downright weird. Maybe he'd decided to break out the end-of-the-world attire? "Listen up, asshole," she said, reaching for the nearest weapon, which happened to be a tin of tomatoes. "I've had it up to here with being scared today. If you think I'm some easy target for your creepy-ass apocalypse fantasy, you can fuck right off, or I'll make sure you never sit right again, you got me?" Nothing. Not even a finger moved. Her stomach dropped. Okay, maybe he was like the swinger. Maybe he'd been there the whole time, and it had taken Schrody that long to notice? It sounded crazy, but if trying to walk a dog while navigating pandemic life had taught her anything, it's just how hard it was to avoid or even notice slow-moving targets. It was embarrassing how many times she'd been completely surprised by an elderly couple with walkers or a pair of stoners chilling beneath a tree. Hopefully, this moment was exactly like those, completely harmless. If this aisle was his version of the swing, she'd just move along. Thankfully, she hadn't gone far down the row. It was the matter of a few steps to exit and ease over to the next aisle. She'd head slowly for the exit and maybe manage to grab a chocolate bar or some jerky on the way. She looked down the new row, and her heart lurched into her throat. There he was, standing at the far end, completely still, as if he hadn't moved to follow her, as if he wasn't even breathing. What if he's not? Don't think about it. Just move. Holding tight to Schrody, she hurried to the next row, and the next, then the one after that. Every time the man appeared at the far end, every time he stood perfectly still, his body cast in shadow from the bank of fluorescent lights behind. She could feel his stare, but not see it. Until finally, they moved past the dairy section. Late afternoon sunlight slanted through the shattered front window, streaming past her and reaching into the back of the store. And she saw his face. Chapter 6. Fuck! Jane stumbled backwards and fought the urge to turn and bolt for the door. Running, probably a bad idea, given her knees were wobbling so hard she'd land flat on her face. She locked her legs in place and stared at a sight straight from her nightmares. The person on the swing had been awful, dead and vacant, with their single eye staring blankly from within the crow's beak. But this figure at the end of the grocery aisle? He was so much worse. Dark, sickly veins tracked down his cheeks, neck, and arms, covering every stretch of exposed skin with a web-like lattice. Almost blue in color, the lines stood out against pale skin she just knew had been tanned with a healthy glow yesterday, and transformed muscular arms she'd have appreciated yesterday into a serious threat. All the webs seemed to gather around his eyes, creating gut-wrenching shadows, like the sickness had sucked every ounce of sleep from his body and left him with deep bags beneath. And those eyes. Jesus. The whites were gone, replaced by some yellowed mass and broken by yet more of that terrible lattice. Bloodshot pupils, with red bleeding into the whites, seemed locked on her body. Years of unrelenting nightmares should have prepared her for this exact moment. She should have been ready to hip-check a grocery shelf, whip the tin of tomatoes in her hand at his head, and make a break for the parking lot, with a karate kick or badass broom spin to a stack of napkins for good measure. God knew she'd practiced that exact sequence in her head enough times to lull herself back to sleep, imagined it every time she'd pushed herself through another round of kickboxing. Nope. Faced with reality, all she could do was stare at those dead, bloody eyes. "Oh, fuck," she whispered. "Please go away." But he stood there, still as a statue, staring. From his position at her hip, Schrodinger gave a confused warble. It wasn't a happy noise, but it also wasn't anywhere near the teeth-baring growl he'd unleashed at the parking garage. His eyebrows flicked from side to side, almost in question. The big dog was facing the man, and his hackles formed a heart shape between his shoulder blades, which was a far cry from the head-to-tail line he'd sported earlier. Heck, he hadn't even dropped the toy he'd picked up in the pet section. He stretched out his long neck and sniffed in the man's direction. Big brown eyes glanced up at her, then returned to the stranger. "Okay, breathe. That's a good sign. He's on guard, not panicked. Stay calm. Trust your dog." Maybe this man would stay put this time. Maybe aisles were his swing and he'd head back the other way in a moment. She edged across the row, past a display of toilet paper at the end, and on to the next aisle. Leaning past a bundle of white rolls with cartoon bears on the wrapping, she peeked down the row. Was it clear? Nothing caught her eye. No man shapes appeared at the end. Phew, so far so good. She glanced back at Schrody and tapped her hip, the toy he'd picked up still dangling from his mouth. He gave a wag and took position at her heel. They moved from behind the display to the middle of the row. She looked down the aisle and gaped. How the fuck had he gotten there so quickly? She hadn't caught a hint of movement from the corner of her eye. One moment the space was empty, then she'd blinked and he was there, watching her. This didn't feel anything like the person on the swing. He didn't make any outwardly aggressive movements or show any overt body language, no teeth showing or haunching of his back. But he radiated danger. The space between racks of paper plates and dish detergent had never looked so small. He was big and totally focused on her. Oh, hell. He wanted to eat her. She swallowed hard and pushed back a scream. She and Schrody had to get out of this damn store and find somewhere to hide. If life were a video game, She'd have found a handy cache of bladed weapons under the toilet paper. Instead, all she had was a tin of tomatoes. She gripped Schroding's collar with her free hand and backed toward the exit. They were close. Barely 3 rows and a circular deli display stood between her and the door to the outside. Not that running in the open would be a great idea in a fast zombie situation. Screw it. She wasn't dying in the home cleaning aisle, and if they got outside, her dog would have a chance. Go away! She hurled the tin at the zombie as hard as she could. Years of dog walking, training, and general entertaining weren't exactly the major leagues, but it sure helped hone a throwing arm. The tomatoes sailed through the air and hit him square in the chest. Did he grunt? She couldn't tell. He sure didn't move as the tin smacked his stomach and then dropped to the floor. Well, shit. Schrody, with me! Spinning on her heel, Jane bolted for the door. The big dog took off, outstripping her in a matter of moments. He blasted through the door and into the parking lot. Good boy. Go! She cheered him on. She didn't look back to see how close the zombie was now, didn't dare. If she looked, she'd freeze, and then she'd be done for. Feet pounding, she fixed her gaze forward. Weighed down by the backpack, she didn't have a chance of keeping up with her dog. She should probably drop the bag, but if they made it through this, they'd need those supplies. 3 meters to the exit. She could make it. Lungs already burning, she swung around the deli counter and leapt through the door. Ruh-a-roo! Schrody gave an excited bark and ran back toward her, tail windmilling behind him in a happy circle. Nobody, no! She pointed desperately ahead and to the right. Go! His head tilted in confusion, a wounded expression shaping his eyes into a perfect woe-is-me arc. He won't leave me. Love lent her a burst of speed. Reaching the big dog without slowing down, she smacked her leg, then pointed ahead. His mouth split into a wide grin, and he bounced into position at her side. Balls. The Dane had clearly decided the whole thing was a game. She really shouldn't have taught him how to play tag. As she rounded the building, she risked a glance over her shoulder. No hands reached for her backpack. Thank fuck. Relief rushed through her, only to twist back into panic as her gaze traveled further. The zombie might not be on her heels, but he'd appeared in the grocery store doorway, and that zombie was definitely watching her. A shudder ran down her spine. She and Schrodinger swung around the outer wall of the building, and the doorway disappeared from view. At least her undead follower seemed to be a slower-moving zombie, more the speed of a Walking Dead shamble rather than a World War Z rush. Maybe she'd live to eat the granola bar in her pack after all. Shifting into a jog, she hurried for the road. Tree-lined streets were a short jog down the overflow parking. She could find cover there. Hopefully lose the zombie by zigzagging down a few alleys and cutting across some yards. With the big dog sticking close, she aimed north. Partway down the block, she glanced back. Swallowed a scream at the sickly gray silhouette that emerged from the parking lot. Fuck. All she could do was pray he wasn't hiding the ability to horror movie race down the road. Come on, Schrode. She tapped his rear and gestured to the right. They turned down a new street, freshly green branches and stately homes passing in a blur. Gotta keep moving. Schrody cut in front of her. Ooh! She skidded to a stop, barely managing to avoid slamming into him. Jeez, dude. What the actual... Holy shit! There was a family gathered on the street, barely 10 feet ahead of them. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr she whispered. Daylight might be beginning to fade, but it was more than bright enough to see the black marks tracking across their skin and to note the odd, stilted nature of their movements. Swallowing a scream, she stumbled back a step. She searched for another route. Her options sucked. She couldn't run back the way she'd come. The other zombie was back there, and while she could climb a fence, Schrody couldn't. Still, none of these people had so much as blinked in her direction. They seemed to be circling an SUV, the adults pulling a plastic wheeled wagon with a child inside. Tears burned at Jane's eyes at the sight, but she blinked them back. "Hey!" She waved her arms. "Can you see me?" Their heads didn't turn. Their movements didn't falter. Instead, they seemed to be focused on circling that beige SUV that was parked sideways in the middle of the road. They'd reach the rear of the vehicle and pause, arms lifting upward before the hatch, then they'd repeat the entire cycle. These people reminded her of the one on the swing. That didn't mean they weren't a threat. But maybe if she didn't get too close, she could go around them? Schrodinger looked behind them. "Roof, roof." Oh, motherfucker. She turned to find the grocery store zombie had appeared. "Let's go, Schrod!" she cried. Holding her breath, she bolted past the family. Her skin burned with terrible anticipation, like her whole body anticipated an inevitable attack. Yet nothing reached out to grab her. No faces turned to bite her arms. Not that she could dwell on that tiny victory. She had to keep her head and think this through. Hyperventilating could wait until she'd found a safe place to hole up. If she and Schrodi could keep moving, put some space between them and their follower, they could buy enough time to find a hiding space. Hell, she had to go slow enough to notice when zombies were milling about the damn street. She resumed her jog and tried not to focus on the man sitting in a broken car, slowly opening and closing the driver's side door, or how across the street, a woman walked around her yard rattling a pet food dish. Strange that she'd not seen any of these zombies on campus, not until she reached the one on the swing, and now they seemed to be everywhere, focused on some repetitive task, never looking at her. If only her gray shadow would give up the hunt and join them. Unfortunately, 3 direction changes later, he was still a block away, relentlessly and silently following. For crying out loud. Had she found the only fast, evil zombie in the whole of the West Side? That's a low-blow world, she thought. The backpack straps dug into her shoulders and her legs started to ache. Worst of all, daylight was noticeably fading. They had to be closing in on 7 o'clock, maybe later. No way she could slow down. If anything, she had to push herself to keep going and lose this fucker. She ignored her body's discomfort and kept jogging. "Get ready, Schrod," she gasped. "We're doing this." They'd head a block down the next street, jog onto an alley, and cut across the block on another alley, a route she'd known well back when there'd still been options for free parking on the far edge of campus. Another check over her shoulder and a relieved huff escaped her lips. The branches of their current street, thick with cherry blossoms, created fluffy barriers between her and their zombie follower. Not that pink flowers were going to stop that zombie, but blocking that intense stare gave her a desperately needed window of opportunity. The breeze picked up, sending a cloud of soft, fragrant pink petals swirling past. Geez, how could a moment be both terrifying and beautiful? Hard in her throat, she counted on those pretty branches to hide her next move from their pursuer. "This way," she whispered to the dog, and took a sharp right. A few houses down, she led them across a lawn and around a laneway house. They jogged a short distance down the alley, then cut through another home. Every few properties she checked over her shoulder, but the zombie had disappeared from view. Chest heaving, she finally paused in the shelter of a giant maple and listened for the sounds of pursuit. No running footsteps, no animalistic cries. She peered around the tree. No gray figures appeared. Thank fuck for that. She let out a huge sigh of relief and gave Schrodinger a full-body rub. "And thanks for you, the world's best Dano." He grinned around his rope toy. "Running from zombies and still carrying your toy," she chuckled. "You're dedicated, Monster Paws." His tail tapped against her leg in a cheerful wag. Taking a much-needed moment to catch her breath, she rested against the tree and gave the dog a treat. In this part of Point Grey, the streets were wide and lined with trees. Houses were old, and properties tended toward the mansion end of the spectrum. It gave her room to move and hopefully a better chance of seeing any more trouble before it was upon them. More than that, she could find a place to shelter overnight. The non-outbreak normal of this area often saw people away for long stretches of time. Daylight was fading rapidly now. They didn't have much time to get off the street before dark, not to mention getting safely hidden before their pursuer found them again. They needed something secure, and they needed it fast. "Let's see what fancy garage we can crash in tonight, dude," she said. Together they cut through another property, then another, winding their way toward the steep slopes and sweeping properties of the area's northmost edge. She'd kept an eye out for places to use, but so far hadn't seen anything that screamed good idea. Shattered windows, blood-spattered doorways, and ground-level openings? Zombies on the lawn? Yeah, no. Not to mention the odd house that Schrodinger growled at. Those she gave an extra wide berth. She turned onto another street, angling her steps to accommodate for the sharp angle of the pavement as it slanted toward the beaches below. "Maybe zombies hate the water?" she muttered, trying to figure out a plan B or C or whatever letter she was on. "Maybe we can get a boat and—" Salmon-pink walls glowed before her like a beacon of hope. "Or the 90s, she breathed. 2 stories tall, the house was a solid-looking block of stucco and glass bricks. The front door sat up a set of stairs, and the main-level windows were fairly high and small. The house's right side curved into the 90s version of a turret, complete with glass brick patterns. Altogether, the building had the charm of an old Barbie playhouse, and the chunky solidness of her dad's old Volvo. Best of all, the front door was wide open, with no blood spatter to be seen. A few toys and items seemed scattered between the doorstop and the driveway, but no vehicle was in view. Please let it mean these people got away. She took a step toward the house and glanced at Schrodinger. "What do you think, buddy?" He trotted partway to the steps and wagged his tail. Despite his miss at the grocery store, his senses were still way better than hers. There might be human-eating monsters inside, but honestly, she didn't have any better options, and the longer she took to find something, the more likely the scary zombie would find them again. "Okay, Schrody," she said quietly. She searched the yard and picked up a broom that had been left leaning against the stairs. "Let's see if this 90s castle is gonna save our butts tonight." Chapter 7. Brandishing the broom in front of her as a knight would a shield, Jane crept up the stairs and peered through the open door. The first glance? Promising. Unlike the exterior, the inside had been updated in the past decade. Probably recently, given the main floor flaunted the open-concept living style that seemed to consume every single episode on the Home and Garden channel. Jane might have watched a little too many reno shows during the pandemic and judged every designer's repetitive reliance on the same concept. But hey, not only was it objectively nice, she could see nearly the entire level in a glance. No zombies. No bloodstains. No creepy growling from the entry closet. Awesome. Didn't mean there wasn't trouble, but so far, so good. She checked the street behind her, just in case. No gray shadow appeared. Double awesome. All right, dude, let's go see. She trailed off as she realized Schrodinger had abandoned his position at her side and strolled into the house as if he owned the place. "Schrody," she hissed, "with me." The giant black and white dog paused in front of the staircase leading upstairs. He looked over his shoulder at her and blinked big brown eyes, as only a Dane could, conveying his total disregard for the command she'd given in a single look. Then his front end dropped into a downward dog stretch, his tail lifted into the air, and what sounded like a shotgun's blast emerged from his ass. Danes were gassy beasts, and Schrody could clear an entire floor with one blast. Holy shit, dude. She pulled her jacket over her nose. Wait, don't. His mouth parted into a wide grin. Tongue lolling, he trotted over to a designer couch and flopped full-bodied across the upholstery. She coughed as the invisible cloud of stank reached her, the kind of smell that laughed in the face of an open door and so-called fresh air. Damn, that stench would drive away the undead, she was sure of it. How the fuck am I supposed to smell dead things coming for us now? Thump, thump, thump. His tail beat a happy rhythm against the fancy teal couch cushions. With a satisfied sigh, he stretched again, taking up the entire 3-seat piece, toes reaching past the arms on either end. "You're supposed to help me," she pleaded. His eyebrows flickered, but he didn't look at her. Fuck. Heaving her own sigh, she stepped all the way inside and froze, one hand gripping the handle while the other maintained her broom. Did she leave, or did she close? The question rang in her head to the tune of an 80s track, which didn't help in the least. I have to be tired if I'm thinking in 80s songs. She had to search the rest of this place, including the upstairs and any basement. Clearly, her furry shadow had decided to take a break. Honestly, she couldn't blame him. Her feet hurt from their desperate run from the grocery store, and her stomach was demanding a proper meal. She couldn't believe Schrodinger would be this chill if there was any other creature, living or otherwise, in the house. But he was a Great Dane. For them, a comfy couch might just trump survival. Biting her lip, she shifted her gaze between the house and the darkening street. So far, nothing had emerged inside, and Schrodi gave zero indication anything would. If she left the door open, it gave them a clear route to escape if she found something terrible upstairs. But leaving it open could invite any number of problems into the house, including their shadow. The last thing she wanted to do was help that zombie find them. God, I hope this doesn't get me killed, she muttered. She closed the door, hating the trapped feeling that crept up her spine. Still, she didn't lock it. That would follow her search. Using the tip of the broom, she opened the hall closet and jammed the end into the back. She gave the closet a series of jabs before feeling certain nothing but coats and shoes were inside. Keeping her shoulder to the wall, she edged around the open main floor, checking under every piece of furniture and opening every door as she went. She also pulled all the curtains, closed the blinds. There didn't appear to be any power reaching the house, but she'd wait to confirm. It was hard not to linger in the kitchen. Nothing lurked in the cupboard, and the fridge had enough of a chill for the food inside to be good. Be strong, she ordered herself. With a final glance at Schrodi, who hadn't budged from his prone position on the couch, she headed up the stairs. At least there wasn't a basement. As her mom would say, "Thank goodness for small mercies." The staircase, wrapped as it was in glass blocks, had enough light to help her see ahead. The second floor was less friendly. Darkness closed in on her as she made her way down the hallway, with what had to be bedroom doors on either side. Cracked open wasn't enough, not with the spring sun rapidly fading into nothing. Swallowing hard, she shoved open the first door and swung her broom through the opening. She knocked a stuffed unicorn off a desk. Crap. Kids' rooms were full of stuff and closets and toys with human faces. How was she supposed to check every inch of this place fast enough to get ahead of a sneaky stealth zombie? You aren't, dumbass. Schrodi! Come! She pitched her voice as high as she dared. She held her breath and mentally crossed her fingers. Here's hoping a year of training for Lowry hadn't been entirely in vain. After a long pause, a faint jingle carried up the stairs, followed by the familiar plod of tired paws. Phew. Good boy, she praised him before he'd appeared, digging one of the few treats she had left from her pocket. In true lazy giant fashion, he trundled to her side and leaned into her, opening his mouth so she could drop the treat inside. She blinked, surprised to find tears blurring her vision. He'd left a couch for her. Sniffling, she patted her hip and took a decisive step into the room. No falling into crying fits, at least not until she'd cleared the upstairs and locked the damn door. Come on, buddy, with me. He grumbled and huffed, but fell into step beside her. The big galumph might be tired, but she was certain he'd alert her if anything scary twitched. Well, mostly certain. I'm counting on you, dude. She jabbed the broom handle under the bed, swept it from the top to the foot. It stopped short of the end, running into a solid object, soft enough to not make a sound, thick enough to stop her broom cold. Her heart stopped, along with the broom. Oh, fuck. It felt like a person. Please don't be dead. Please don't be undead. Pulling the handle, she jabbed the end at the object. Hard. Nothing squealed or shot out. Still. Schrodi, "Who's here?" she asked, using his general cue for greeting people Professor Lowry had wanted to impress. "Arrrr." He looked up at her, eyebrows tilting in obvious confusion. Or maybe it was doggy concern? He wasn't wrong. Since when did she ask him to greet people under a bed? "Go see." She pointed under the bed and readied her handle. God help her. She'd take out any monster that emerged. Heaving a long, suffering sigh, he stuck his head right under the bed. "No!" She grabbed for him. "You're supposed to sniff, not offer yourself in sacrifice." He pulled his head out and puffed his cheeks at her. Then he trundled over to the closet and walked straight inside. She abandoned her post by the bed to lunge for him, only to pull back as he re-emerged with a stuffed teddy bear dangling from his mouth, tail wagging, and a happy bounce in his step. He headed for the door. "Wait!" She finally managed to talk past the panic gripping her throat. He froze in the doorway and glanced over his shoulder at her. The big dog had come, sniffed, and clearly felt he deserved to destroy a stuffy for his trouble. She pointed at him. "Not done and not yours." His eyebrows flickered. Fuck. She lifted the bedspread, discovering a child-sized doll of alarming density where her broom had jammed. She whistled. "No judgment, kid. I'd hide that stuffed pod child out of sight, too." With another stern finger point at Schrodinger, she cleared the closet and the row of shelves beneath the window. When she headed for the hallway, he tried to scuttle downstairs, back to the couch, no doubt, and she had to order him to stay put. Huffing his displeasure at plush upstairs carpet instead of couch, he plunked himself in the middle of the hallway, and nothing, not even his favorite treats, could compel him to move his ass. Maybe she should have been pissed, but somehow the Dane's total lack of concern blew away her remaining worries. And it helped, having him closer. She finished clearing the remaining rooms, another kid's room, a bathroom, and the master suite, complete with a walk-in closet the size of her apartment bedroom. No dead things, and no evidence of any violent attacks or scary toxic poisons like in the Sagan building. Phew. She stretched and joined Schrodinger, who was waiting at the top of the stairs. She gave his butt a rub. "All right, monster paws. Go, couch." He all but pranced down the stairs. Following, she locked the door and ensured all the windows and sliding door to the back porch were secure as well. She checked her phone. No service. No surprise there. Still, she'd risk a few hours of battery, see if she caught any bars. Then she stumbled into the kitchen and rifled through the fridge. She considered worrying about the food and whether it was poisoned, but this place gave every indication the family had made it out alive. Probably the best safety check she could manage right now. Besides, she was starving, and there was no point in burning her hard-won supplies if she had food here. Cheese sticks. She hurriedly unwrapped a stick of cheddar and crammed it into her mouth. So good. Something cold pushed against her elbow. Ah! She jumped. Oh! Schrody blinked up at her innocently as if he'd been there the entire time, which he hadn't. When she'd left the main room, he'd been on his back on the couch, 4 paws to the wind. "So, you're the ninja I had to worry about, huh?" She ruffled his ears and gave him a cheese stick. Why not? The cheese disappeared in a blink. He stared at her expectantly. Drool dripped from the corners of his jowls. "Dinner time, huh?" A quick scavenge confirmed the family whose house she'd taken over had a medium-sized dog, one they must have taken with them. Approval rose in her, along with greater relief they'd looked to have made it out. The food wasn't Schrody's brand, but there wasn't much she could do about that. Just have to suffer the epic dog farts that would no doubt follow. The bowl rattled against the wooden chairs she'd chosen for a feeding station. Hands shaking, she backed away. While Schrody dove into the food and fresh water she'd laid out, she leaned against the kitchen island and tried to catch her breath. Somehow, the simple act of feeding a dog felt too normal. Today was anything but normal. Time to employ pandemic coping strategy number 1, drinking. She poured herself a hefty glass of the half-empty white wine in the fridge and lifted it in silent toast to the house's family. A few swallows later, and the pressure on her chest eased. Okay, enough panic drinking. Time to get it together and deal with everything before the final dregs of daylight faded. Even though the electric looked to be working, she didn't want to turn on the lights and make her borrowed home a lit beacon for any creepy crawlies. Her dad might be overprotective, but he'd been a font of knowledge on how to survive in extraordinary circumstances. Before today, she'd resented his long-winded spiels. Now she had to put those teachings into action and get prepped before trying to sleep. Scrubbing her hand over her face with one hand, she took a breath and finished the glass of wine. Good wine. She should probably leave the owners a note, offering to replace the items she'd taken. She'd do that, after a quick snack and gathering up the scavenge-ready items she'd noted during her search. You're going to be so proud of my scavenging, Dad. She pushed herself off the island, winced. Taking off her shoes might be asking for trouble, but damn, her sneaks had not been designed for hours of zombie dodging. She kicked them off and sighed in relief. With her feet happily embracing their freedom, Jane set about gathering any items that could prove useful, scouring the entrance closet, kitchen, and upstairs bedrooms for clothing, defensive weapons, and food supplies. God, this family was tidy. It made hunting for supplies surprisingly easy. Trucking the final load downstairs, she dropped it onto the substantial pile she'd made in front of the fire. All things considered, it was a solid score. It was also probably weird she'd been so comfortable taking stuff from other people. She shrugged. Zombie times called for zombie measures, including pilfering a sturdy aluminum baseball bat. Just because she'd failed at watching The Walking Dead didn't mean she'd missed the memes. She gripped the bat, slapped it against her palm. Solid, and light enough to be worth taking. Now to figure out what else to take. She could craft a Great Dane saddlebag out of a pair of fancy leather satchels and a kid's scuba vest, right? Adding a glass of water to her coffee table picnic of fridge leftovers and cupboard snacks, she turned on the gas fireplace and settled in for the night, parking herself on the plush rug in front of the couch Schrodinger had claimed. She figured they'd spend the night in this exact spot. It wouldn't be the first time a Great Dane owner had slept on the floor. Besides, sleeping in a stranger's bed felt like a bridge too far. She didn't want to be trapped upstairs, and she didn't want to be up there in the dark. The overhead lights upstairs might show, but the main floor's marble-clad fireplace, situated in the middle of the large room, felt safe enough with all the drapes closed. Picking up her phone, she turned on the camera and hit record. "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad," she said, waving into the screen. "I made it off campus and found a safe place to stay for the night." She panned the camera around the room. "Nice place, huh? Schrody is with me." She aimed the phone's camera at the dog and ruffled his ears with her free hand. Returning the screen to her face, she tried to smile bravely into the camera. "We're doing okay, I promise. But I also promised to keep a record of what we saw, so here goes." Over the next couple minutes, she tried to summarize everything she'd encountered since exiting the Sagan building. "So, that's it. I love you. I miss you." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "I hope you're okay." She stopped recording and checked her inbox again. Nothing. Damn. She consoled herself with a large piece of cheese, then scrolled back through her dad's messages. "Oh, Dad, I'm so sorry." The glowing text blurred. Blinking back tears, she put the phone on the coffee table and took a moment to rest her head against Schrody's side. If there was something more soothing than the steady breathing of a big dog, she'd yet to encounter it. His feet twitched in his sleep, and he gave a series of tiny, sleepy barks. "You're a good boy," she whispered, patting his head until he stopped fidgeting. "We're gonna get out of this, I promise." Step 1. Improve her supplies and make it possible for Schrody to carry some of the load. Step 2. Get to a safe location. Tall order. She shoved in another hunk of cheese, chewed thoughtfully. It was tempting to stay in this pretty borrowed house, to just hunker down and wait for help to arrive. Maybe that would be the smart move? The apocalypse equivalent of being lost in the woods. Find a safe house, lock all the doors and windows, and sit tight. Right now she had food, warmth, and for the moment, running water. Running around in a city full of zombies? Encountering that terrifying gray stalker again? Nope, that'd be a hard pass. She stared at the pile of things she'd gathered. Should she really cut up that lovely purse? Instead of destroying this family's property to make dog saddlebags, she could write a message on the top deck, the one the master bedroom opened onto. Any helicopters searching for survivors would see it. Right. Solid plan. Smart. And it left her and Schrodinger in a nice, secure space that had a healthy selection of wine. Stretching out her legs, she let the fire warm her toes. Beside her, Schrodinger stirred. She rubbed the soft folds of his ears. Don't worry, buddy. No crazy hike tomorrow. We're taking it easy, you and me. Nothing but couch and remembering how to use the human. His head shot up. A deep growl rumbled in his chest. Jane lurched into a crouch and stared at the door. Had the follower found them? Oh, fuck. Did being undead give him some kind of magical bloodhound talent? Did superhuman strength come along with that, like some terrifying package deal? Grabbing her shoes, she yanked them onto her feet. If she had to run, she'd damned well have her sneaks on, and crept to the door. Heart in her throat, she edged toward the peephole and peered outside. No movement caught her eye. It was dark on the front step, and it would stay that way since she'd made sure the outside lights were off, but she felt certain she'd be able to distinguish the stalker's form against the pale cement of the steps. She stepped fully in front of the door, pressed her eye to the hole. Nothing. There was nothing out there. Turning, she frowned at Schrodinger, who was still growling softly. The big dog had stayed on the couch, but he sat upright, ear forward. His hackles had lifted, making a complete line of raised fur from head to tail. She returned to the couch and laid a hand on his side. What is it, Schrod? His growl sounded as confused as she felt. His eyebrows flicked from side to side. Big brown eyes gazed up at her. Okay, there's something out there. I got you. She tapped his muscle and gave him the sign for silence. Hush. With a low grumble, he draped his head over her shoulder. Lowry had often complained about Schrodinger's nighttime worries, as the professor had called them. The professor had taken offense to being woken by a bark in the night, even when there was a police incident down the block. Jane had worked with Schrodinger on it, but the simple fact was that the big dog was a sensitive soul. It could be the wind, or oncoming rain, or a neighborhood skunk. She kept a hand on his neck and listened carefully. Beneath her fingers, his skin flexed with obvious anxiety. Oh, God. She wanted it to be a skunk. The wind had picked up. A tree branch brushed the side of the house, identifiable by the telltale rustle of pine needles against stucco. Phew. See, dude, it's just the... A high-pitched baying reached her. Was that a coyote's cry? Those would set any dog off, and the dens were a problem this close to the endowment lands. She knew more about the urban menace than she wanted. They were a problem in her area of East Vancouver, too. The single bay became a chorus, growing with volume. The voices mingled and built in intensity, a strange tone, almost like the screech of unoiled metal hinges wailing in protest. Oh, fuck. Those weren't coyotes. In fact, they sounded exactly like the things from the parking garage. Schrodinger stood and positioned himself between her and the sliding glass doors that opened to the main deck. No doubt about it. Whatever those things were, they were coming right in her direction. Could they see the firelight? Slinging her pack over her shoulder, Jane grabbed her phone and turned off the fire. Using the light of her phone, she retrieved the baseball bat. "Schrody, with me," she hissed, pointing toward the stairs. "Let's go!" He seemed reluctant to abandon his post, hovering by the windows. "Come," she said in a stern whisper. With a final grumble, he joined her. Together they crept upstairs and into the master bedroom. She locked the bedroom door and shoved a small dresser in front for good measure. Double-checking the sliding door was locked, She got into the bed and motioned for the big dog to join her. He immediately complied. Danes never needed to be asked twice to get on a bed. Holding onto the baseball bat with one arm and the dog with the other, she listened as the bone-chilling chorus grew even louder. She wasn't a fan of staying in another locked room, but there's no way she'd risk a nighttime race by foot, especially when she had no idea what led to safety and what would take her straight into the jaws of a stalking zombie. A high-pitched squeal momentarily cut the air. Schrodinger flinched and buried his giant head in her lap, twisting himself into a swan-like pretzel as he did it. Holding him, she prayed the hunters had only caught a raccoon. Fuck sitting tight. There was a pack of baying zombies circling the damn block. If they hunted this area at night, then they'd find her soon enough. That left only one option. In the morning, assuming she and Schrody survived the night, they were leaving. There was only one unquestionably safe place in the entire Vancouver region, her dad's bunker in West Vancouver. Chapter 8. Jane had a cold nose in her ear. Groaning, she tried to wriggle away from the nose, and her forehead clunked into a hard object. Ouch! She reached out and felt around for the offending object. What the heck was in bed with her? Her hand connected with a hard cylinder, which gave a faint metallic ding on contact. It was hollow and long. Awareness slammed into her. Her eyes popped open. She sat upright and held a hand out to block a band of light slanting across her face. Heart racing, she squinted around the room, quickly searching for strange figures. But there was no one else in the room. Just her and Schrodinger, whose nose had been planted in her ear. No screams chased her, and nothing beat against the balcony's glass doors. Phew. She rubbed her hands over her face and sagged against the headboard. Holy shit. She'd actually fallen asleep in a stranger's bedroom during a zombie rampage. How had that happened? 1 minute she'd been sitting there, clutching the baseball bat to her chest and listening as inhuman cries echoed through the streets. A dumpster had rattled, metal had screamed. What sounded like a month's worth of glass bottles appeared to have clattered down the alley, and her body had shaken along with them, jerking at every crash. And then she'd up and fallen asleep. That stupid BuzzFeed test had been correct. She'd so die in the event of an apocalypse. Oh, Schrody, she gasped. I failed at the basics. The big dog glanced up at her, absolute trust shining in his eyes, and thumped his tail against the mattress. He bent into a pretzel worthy of a dinosaur fossil and jammed his nose into her leg. Then he licked her knee. Thanks for the vote of confidence, she managed. He wagged again, his powerful tail beating the duvet and sending plumes of dust and fur into the morning light. Aroo! There was a hopeful lilt to the dog's warble. No doubt he wanted breakfast. Fine. Good. Focus on the basics, Janie. They hadn't been eaten during the night. Total win. So now, she guessed, they'd eat. Victory breakfast? Looked like. She shrugged and shoved herself out of the borrowed bed and pushed open the drape partly covering the sliding doors. Judging by the angle of the morning light and the color of the sky, it was early. Maybe just after dawn. She pressed an ear to the glass and listened. Heard nothing but the calls of birds. From what she could tell, the streets were quiet and the scary, feral zombies had retreated. Hopefully they'd stay that way. If she and Schrody hurried, they could be out of Point Grey and at her family's bunker in West Vancouver before noon. She simply had to get her shit together. Brrr. Tragic brown eyes gazed up at her, and feed a dog. Picking up her baseball bat, Jane set about getting them out of the bedroom and ready for the road. She ascertained a few basics. The power had gone out, water remained on, and her phone hadn't picked up any signal. At least she'd remembered to charge her phone. Adding to her list of good things was the lack of anything creepy in the hallway and the fact that all windows and doors were locked exactly as she'd left them on the main floor. Also, breakfast. Her favorite meal of the day gave her a chance to solidify her thoughts and to make sure they had a solid amount of sustenance before setting out. Even on foot, the trip shouldn't take that long. She'd done it before, walking from the university to the North Shore when Cherry up and died after a session with Schrodinger. Her feet had been ready to fall off by the time she'd trudged up the hill to her parents' house, but she'd done it in just under 4 hours. It'd be slower with a Great Dane. As dedicated as the giants were to adventuring with their people, they weren't exactly long-distance hikers, and she wouldn't risk injuring her dog, especially since he'd be carrying some of the weight. He had saddlebags she'd cobbled together out of a kid's scuba vest and a couple of fancy leather satchels. Assuming she survived this walk, she'd probably be paying off the cost of those purses alone for the next 5 years. Ah well, as her dad would say, needs must. She shrugged and finished writing a note to the home's owners, the Kim family, according to the neat stack of mail she'd found, and shouldered her own pack. The proper hiking backpack she'd pilfered had the supports to let her carry more, including a plastic water bladder she'd filled. But damn, even culling her pile of supplies to bare basics, it was heavy. And on top of that, she'd added the baseball bat. Not a chance in hell she'd be leaving that behind. Arrrrrr! Schrodinger bumped his shoulder into her thigh. She scratched his ears, and he gave a happy wiggle. Ready for extra big walks, monster paws? He pranced sideways over to the front door and pointed his nose decisively at the opening. The saddlebag she'd made stayed firmly in place on his back. Excellent, because the beast liked to get his prance on. All right, buddy, let's do this. She squared her shoulders and opened the door. Bright morning light flooded her vision. She stood in the doorway and squinted at the streets, searching for any sign of zombies. No movement flashed. Nothing wailed. No dark shadows lurked at the end of the block. The space outside was blessedly empty. Thank God. She let out the breath she'd been holding. Sliding her baseball bat into a loop on the side of her new pack, she pulled out her phone. She'd caught a wave of service at the university. Hopefully she'd catch another, get more information. She typed a quick message to her parents. Dad, Mom, I'm alive and I'm trying to go home. I love you, Janie. Maybe it would reach them. If not, she'd use the satellite phone her dad kept at the bunker. Her parents shouldn't be trapped inside. Her dad was on the extraction list. She'd reach them, let them know she'd made it, and wait for rescue. Good plan. Okay, Schrode, she said, rubbing his neck. Time to get your adventure hound on. Roof! He pranced at the top of the stairs, nose tipped into the breeze. No wonder. He loved the cold. The air was chill this morning, biting the tip of her nose and trying to sneak past the man's leather jacket she'd swiped. Her heart kicked in her chest as they descended the stairs. As much as she knew they couldn't stay, leaving the relative safety of the house left her reeling, like tearing off a bandage before the wound beneath had healed. Outside those 4 solid walls, she felt dangerously exposed. It's only for a few hours. We'll be in the bunker hours before dark. Still, she couldn't help looking back longingly at that sturdy... Oof! She ran into a furry wall. Schrodinger had come to a dead stop ahead of her. His head was lowered and aimed to the right, hackles partly lifted. Alarm shot through her. She fumbled for the bat and searched the street for the zombies she'd apparently missed. Fuck! Except she couldn't see anything. She frowned down both sides of the street. Big, fat, nothing. Schrodinger, what's up? The Dane whined and pointed his nose. Taking hold of his collar with one hand, bat gripped in the other, she cautiously approached the spot he'd focused on, just out of view behind the tiny fence framing the front yard. They crossed the gate, and she jerked them to a halt. A severed head sat in the grass beyond. It belonged to a skunk, which probably should have been a relief, but the wound was so fresh blood stained the grass and had spattered across the fence. Something had ripped this poor animal's head off its body right in front of their borrowed house. Those zombies had been way too close. The big dog warbled sadly, as if mourning the skunk. There go any thoughts about staying, Jane whispered. Come on, dude. No more wasting time. The sun was climbing, and she had to be at the bunker before it got anywhere close to the evening. Together, she and Schrodinger headed down the hill. The passive zombies she'd encountered yesterday were out in force. None of them gave any indication of noticing her, or wanting to eat her, but she wasn't about to test that theory. She had to temper her pace, easing around an elderly woman, scooping her hand in and out of an empty bag of birdseed, and carefully avoiding a group of guys who'd sadly seen better days. Clad in Hawaiian shorts, t-shirts, and hoodies, they ranged around a crumpled Jeep, passing a lone, broken beer bottle from one to the other. She might have hated the frat bro types when she'd been in school, but she wouldn't have wished those slack expressions on her worst enemies. Sorry, guys, she thought. You're not making it to that party. Pushing back the dread trying to sneak into her bones, she walked as fast as she dared. She stuck to West 4th, trusting the wider stretch of pavement to help her see threats before running into them. Not to mention taking her past a small military training base. Maybe she'd find help there? Most of all, she kept a careful eye on Schrodinger's body language, especially when they descended the steepest part of the hill. Here, the houses sat behind rows of trees and bushes. It felt like a forest, and the road curved dramatically downward, which screwed her sightlines. Branches moved with the morning breeze. The back of her neck prickled. She swung her head from side to side, desperately searching the trees, but nothing caught her eye. Schrodi didn't appear bothered, trotting a couple meters ahead and stopping to pee on the odd tuft of grass. Still, she couldn't shake the sensation that something was watching them. The spot between her shoulder blades burned with awareness. She gripped her baseball bat tighter. With me, Schrod! She urgently pressed her palm to her chest. Despite the risk, she broke into a jog, desperate to get away from the trees and the thing she couldn't see. The Dane fell into step beside her, tongue lolling and tail windmilling. He's happy, and I'm acting like an idiot. Reaching the bottom of the hill, she forced herself to slow down. It was still a lot of park, but here the road widened to 4 lanes, and the tree line started further back. Unfortunately, it was also littered with the smoking husks of cars, the odd military vehicle, and buses. A driver sat in the cab of the accordion bus nearest her. Half his face was missing, yet his arms still turned the steering wheel back and forth. Arrrrrrr! Schrodinger butted his head into her side. I know, bud. She swallowed hard and forced herself to slow down and plot their route through the carnage. One glance at the military base dashed any hopes for help from that quarter. Sure, her chances hadn't been great. Still, confirmation sucked. If there was anyone holed up in the base buildings, they gave no signal. Damn it. She pulled out her phone and turned on her video recorder. Her dad had taken her to this base when she'd been little, not often. He'd been Navy, not Army, but enough for her to have fond memories of the soldiers training there. If she made it to the bunker, when she made it to the bunker, positive thinking, she decided, was crucial in an apocalypse. Her dad would need to know the status of the base. Hey, Dad, she said for the benefit of the recording, even though she had the lens pointed at the base. Wish I had better news. Schrodi and I made it to the base, but it looks like it got hit pretty hard by whatever this is. She panned the camera, capturing the visible stretch of lawn and the first row of buildings. Hard to see much from here. I know that was the plan when they built it so far back from the road. Even from a distance, she could see groups of figures in military fatigues going through the same motions, walking in circles, repeating an exercise, standing to attention. Her heart ached for the shambling mess of humanity that had once been a smartly dressed group of patriotic Canadians. I'm so sorry for all the people. Her voice broke. She cleared her throat and tried to zoom in. From what I can tell, they're infected. Or dead? Not sure what the officials are going to call it. I'm going with zombies because, the ones in view appear to be repeating their actions, just like the majority I've encountered so far. I'm calling these the repeaters. So far, they appear benign. Don't worry, I'm not planning to test that theory. She hit the stop button and returned her phone to her pocket. Blinking back tears, she followed Schrodi around a smoking bus, flinching at the wall of heat that hit her. If they'd had the time, she'd have investigated the base more closely, but time was becoming an increasingly rare commodity. She silently cursed their snail-like progress. She wanted to get away from this place, to get away and get inside her dad's bunker, to be safe. At this rate, they wouldn't make it to West Vancouver until the afternoon. The feeling of zombie crawled over her skin, clinging like cobwebs. But what else could she do? The slow-moving groups of undead had a weird tendency to sneak up on her. She groaned. What should have been a 30-minute walk had already taken an hour. Schrodi bumped her side, gazed up at her. "Good boy," she said, deciding to take a leaf out of the big dog's book. At least they were making progress. They finally reached Alma, dropped down to the winding beach road. The slightly more roundabout route would add a bit of time to their journey, but there was less carnage here on Point Grey Road, and it put her a mansion's breadth away from the beach. With the huge gaps between multi-million-dollar homes, hopefully she'd catch sight of a rescue boat. Please let there be a rescue boat. No such luck. A couple of capsized boats littered the shore, and black smoke seemed to rise from different spots across the bay. Gated or not, the mansions hadn't escaped unscathed. Some seemed fine, while others were now nothing but charred foundations. Luxury vehicles worth more than she'd make in a lifetime sat crunched against partly opened gates. Floor-to-ceiling glass walls had shattered, the remains glinting like diamonds against driveways. Schrodinger growled at a few of those broken homes. "Let's go." She hurried along, and he stalked past on stiff legs, fur standing in a solid line along his back. The odd scuttling sound reached her, and she knew the big dog was hearing a lot more inside. So much for hoping the feral zombies were limited to campus. The urge to run grew with every step. She rubbed the back of her neck and glanced behind for the umpteenth time. Nothing caught her eye, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It grew as she traversed the single, curving block where mansions began mixed with regular homes and small apartment complexes. She wanted to believe the sensation came from people hiding out in those apartment buildings, waiting out the nightmare from the relative safety of their homes. Except, for all she studied the windows, no one waved at her past the sun's glare. If they were there, every single one of them was content watching her traverse the street without making a peep. No white flags, no calls from balconies. Fuck all. Raising her hand, she gave the windows the one-fingered salute. Either they were assholes, or they were dead. Middle finger applies to all. They were approaching the busy stretch of the road where Point Grey became Cornwall and framed Kitsilano Beach. It was always popular, especially when spring days turned sunny. They'd have to be extra careful. Stick together. Schrodinger had ranged ahead of her again, and she hurried to catch up. "Here we go, Schrod," she said, trying to sound confident. Tones matter to dogs, after all, as she closed the distance. "Once we get on the bridge, we'll have a snack, okay?" He stopped in his tracks and looked back at her. Oh, hell. She really shouldn't have used the S word. Now she had to pony up or deal with the endless Dane grumbles. Depending on his mood, he might even plant his feet and refuse to budge. The big dog took biscuit promises very seriously. He warbled. "You're an entitled brat, you know?" she mock-tisked in pretend disappointment. Tucking the bat under one arm, she dug around for a biscuit. She'd jammed a couple in her pockets. Every dog person spent their days with treats and poop bags in every pocket, and it took her only a second to grab a piece of pepperoni. "Here you go, monster." She held out the treat. And froze. Because Schrodi wasn't looking at her. He was looking behind her. The air seemed to congeal around her, feeling as if she'd been plunged underwater. She slowly turned around, and the biscuit fell from her fingers. Breath shuddered in her chest. A familiar gray silhouette stood at the end of the block, stock still, and staring intently at her. Their shadow had found them. Chapter 9. Jane gaped at the figure standing a quarter block away. Silent, creepy, intense staring. Even without the black outfit and veined eyes, there was no question. That fucking grocery store lurker had found her. Again. In what world would that happen? She and Schrodinger weren't exactly sitting still, and the city was crawling with other zombies, literally. The universe clearly had a sick sense of humor and a mean streak a mile wide, and Jane was done with its bullshit. She hefted her bat and pointed the end toward the gray zombie.
"Go away!" she yelled. "Leave us alone, or I swear to God, I'm gonna channel the holy ghost of Harley Quinn and paint the street with your brains!"
The zombie simply stared at her, eyes glinting within shadowed circles. Well, nothing new there.
"I mean it, asshole!"
Bringing the bat back and holding it ready, poised above her right shoulder, she marched forward, closing the distance between them by a car's length. He backed up a car's length. She stopped. He stopped. She stared at him in shock. What fresh hell had the zombie playbook decided to shove down her throat? Gaze fixed on the gray zombie, she took 2 large steps toward him. He backed up. From what she could tell, he backed up the same amount that she'd approached, keeping himself exactly, what was that, about 60 feet away from her. What the actual fuck? She muttered. Was he retreating? Baiting her? She couldn't tell. But since she couldn't seem to shake the stupid, undead asshole, she sure needed to figure it out. And fast. Letting him hunt her all the way to the bunker was like asking to be the next dead thing in the neighborhood. "Schrody," she said quietly, risking a glance at the big dog. "Sit. Stay." He gave a tiny wag and plunked his butt down. "Good boy," she praised without looking at him. Time to test this gray zombie's bullshit. She focused on him and studied his location, alongside a crushed SUV, almost in line with the access path to an apartment building. She swung the bat in an arc, wide, fast arc. The zombie didn't twitch. Okay, so she was pretty far away for that to be threatening. She didn't want to fall into any trap, but she needed to confirm this distance she seemed to have established between them. She slowly walked toward him, counting the steps in her head. For every step she took, he backed up the same. 10 steps forward, 10 steps back. Apparently, she'd been signed up for the zombie 2-step. "This is a shitty first date," she told him. "I don't like dancing, and I'm not going to be your dinner." If he blinked, she couldn't tell. He didn't react to her comments or her bat swings. He wasn't snarling or making any of the terrifying coyote-like cries she'd heard from the ones she'd mentally labeled feral. In fact, his body language, aside from that skin-crawling stare, was oddly relaxed. Yet he wasn't as blank-faced as the other ones she'd seen repeating small actions. He definitely saw her, a fact she truly, deeply disliked. Yet all he seemed to want to do was follow her from 60 feet away. "Oh yeah?" She made a come-at-me-bro lunging motion. He might have twitched. More likely, he'd been preparing to back up and then stopped short. There sure wasn't much of anything going on with his expression. It wasn't as slack as the frat boys's. In fact, slack would be the wrong word for this zombie. Still was closer. Everything about him, from his posture to his eyebrows, was completely, utterly void of movement. His steps, when they happened, felt jarring, like they belonged to another body. A low warble interrupted her thoughts. A glance confirmed the Great Dane had remained sitting where she'd told him. The fur on his brow was furrowed, and his ears were back. She quickly searched for new threats. Nada, but she knew why the dog had started complaining. Schrody hated sitting on pavement. He was a creature of padded couches and memory foam dog beds. "Sorry, buddy," she said. "Wait." "Arrgh," he groaned. I know. She turned back to the zombie. "What the fuck am I gonna do with you?" She couldn't damn well chase him down the street, especially if he was determined to stay ahead of her. But she couldn't leave a threat trailing her through the streets. Could she? Fuck it. She returned to Schrodi, unsurprised that the zombie trailed her the exact distance. She fed the dog a biscuit, wiped the slobber off her hand. Schrodinger nudged her hand. Oh, fine. She gave him another biscuit, then a handful of kibble. And since their follower didn't seem inclined to do anything other than watch, she pulled out a container and tipped some water into it. Then, just for good measure, she took a long drink herself and unwrapped a protein bar she'd taken from the Kim's house. By the time she was done chewing, she seriously needed a plan. She propped her fists on her hips and stared at the gray figure. Just my fucking luck to find a broken-ass zombie. Every other zombie was turning a wheel or walking around a car or opening a door, repeating whatever action they must have been doing when they died. But not this guy. He had to go all, I'm undead and going to stalk a woman and her dog from a grocery store. Wait a second. Of course. She let out a low hiss and pointed at the zombie. That's it. You are repeating. You're a motherfucking stalker. He stared at her from the requisite 60 feet away. Somehow she'd find the only zombie in the entire city that wasn't swiping at a non-existent smartphone or trying to fix its hair. Nope. She went and ran into a freaking stalker who must have died mid-creep at an off-campus grocery store. And she was the first, fresh target that came along. Lucky her. He was probably into blondes. Gross. She shuddered. I bet you were stalking some poor first year, she grumbled. Probably while she bought yogurt. He didn't respond, just stood there in his black jeans and black t-shirt, skin covered in zombie veins. Sure, he was, or had been, in shape, but status as a gym monkey often went hand in hand with an overblown sense of entitlement toward women's bodies. And you were way too old to be bothering 18-year-olds before you got zombied, she told him. Ugh. She couldn't stand here, talking to a stupid stalker zombie all day. Time was slipping away, but they could still make it across town and into the British properties before dark, assuming she got her button gear. At least she and Schrodi had gotten a break and a snack. The big dog had recharged his batteries and filled his tummy a little. They should be able to push through until the Lionsgate Bridge, take another break, and reach the bunker before dark. First, they had to get across the Burrard Street Bridge and through downtown, with a zombie on her heels. Yikes. She eyed her follower, shrugged. If this was his end-of-life repeat, she couldn't do much about it. Ditching him had failed. Trying again would be a waste of time she didn't have. I guess you can just follow. You're fucked when we reach the bunker, dude. But that's what you get for being a terrible, stalking asshole. To which he didn't respond, as usual. Having those intense eyes on her back the entire way to West Vancouver was not appealing. It figured the universe would find yet another way to make her journey more terrible. Take an apocalypse and sprinkle liberally with unanticipated zombies and toxins, add a dash of undead stalker, and voila! You're ready to get drunker than you've ever been in your dad's bunker. She snorted. You better still have that hooch, Dad. Crouching down, she checked Schrodi's saddlebags and offered him one last treat. Ready, buddy? Arrgh! He leaned into her, asking for a full-body rub. Obliging, who could say no to that face? She gave him a rolling scratch from head to toe, getting her fingers under the life jacket saddlebag base and grinning as his tail arched with happiness. All right, monster, she said softly. Are you ready for this? He looked up at her with a tongue-lolling grin. She grinned back. If a zombie follower was some kind of karmic balance for such an amazing dog, then she'd take it. You're worth it, dude, she whispered to Schrodinger. Promise. He licked the tip of her nose. Her heart melted. Okay, let's go. She tapped her palm to her chest and set off down the final stretch, where the road became Cornwall and led straight onto the bridge. It also ran alongside Kitsilano Beach, a popular spot even on rainy days. Unfortunately, it'd been sunny when this plague had hit, which meant the area would probably be teeming with zombies. A quick check over her shoulder confirmed her follower was still 60 feet away. Hopefully, he'd stay there. In a way, it was a weird parody of her last relationship. Only then she'd been the one trailing hopelessly after the guy. For the 2 years they'd dated, she'd never felt like she kept up with him, that she fit his definition of wife material. Long story short, she'd been right. She glanced back at the zombie with a sliver of sympathy. Marrying that jackass would have trapped her in the same kind of trailing after, not exactly living role. Talk about a fate worse than death. So, she'd moved out of their pretty apartment on Oak Street, the one she'd painted from top to bottom, and into a roommate situation with Steph the betrayer, who, despite her shitty landlord-calling ways, Jane still hoped was okay. All of which had led her to Schrody, her true doggy love, and this chance to escape a terrible fate with him. Needing the comfort, she rested a hand on Schrody's neck. Usually she loved the view. When she came around the bend and the beach, park, and few blocks of stores stretched before her along Cornwall, this had been one of her favorite spots in the city, home to great sushi, bagels, and coffee, where she could grab a cup and walk the trail along the beach, dodging joggers and volleyballers until she reached a quiet point and could sit, watching the dogs frolic on the dog-friendly beach below. Today, that joy had been left smoking alongside the cars. The jolt of pain at the sight of smoking storefronts, crushed cars, and people who'd only wanted to enjoy a sunny day at the beach wasn't the deadly spear through the heart she'd expected. Guess seeing the base had left her numb. Their journey to this point, the emotional equivalent of a dentist's numbing agent, poured liberally over her entire body. Good. She needed it. She clung to that numbness as she and Schrody wove their way through the obstacle course of a destroyed Cornwall. Her mental blocks clanged into place. She refused to read any of the signs, to acknowledge her go-to coffee shop was gone, and she especially refused to look through broken windows and study the faces of those trapped within. Well, if someone had called out for help, she'd have investigated. If they'd offered, she'd have answered. As it was, the only signs of life, if that word applied, and honestly, she hoped it didn't, were the occasional scuttle and crash from within buildings or inside parking garages. Schrodinger growled at those spots, hackles standing up on his back. Shoulders tight, she hurried past each one. She had to remember to check behind her every few seconds, to make sure their gray follower hadn't crept closer. It was tempting to be lulled into a false sense of security, to stay focused ahead, but she had to avoid that mental trap at all costs. The second she forgot about him, she knew she'd regret it. Reaching the broad curve of pavement into the Burrard Street Bridge was a relief, especially since there were far fewer vehicles crunched along its length than she'd expected. Who knew there'd be an apocalypse benefit to the bike lanes the city had insisted on installing? The wide cycling lane ran alongside an equally wide sidewalk and created a broad stretch mostly free of obstacles, like the road had taken a breath, spread its arms wide, and announced, "This way to safety, Janie." Despite the heavy backpack, her spirits lifted. They'd made it past the beach with far less hassle than she'd imagined, and her follower showed zero inclination to close the gap. If she followed the beachside route on the other side, she could avoid skyscrapers. Things were finally looking up. Before they descended into downtown and swung onto Pacific, she decided to give Schrody another break. While he happily flopped in a patch of shade, she took off her backpack, stretched her shoulders. Turning her face into the bright spring sun, eyes closed, she embraced a tiny moment of warmth. Squeak! The rough noise shivered over her senses. Her whole body jolted, head snapping down, eyes wide and searching for Schrodinger. A low growl vibrated in the dog's chest. She rapidly checked over her shoulder. Nope, the follower hadn't gotten closer. Then she followed the line of the dog's nose. He was glaring ahead and to the right into the stacks of abandoned cars, exactly where she hadn't wanted to go. Squeak! Okay, that sound was creepy as fuck. And if it wasn't her follower, then what the heck was it? Scooping up her pack, she quickly buckled it into place and retrieved her bat, holding it in a ready-for-trouble position. She signaled Schrody to keep close and crept forward, keeping her left side to the relative safety of the bridge rail and her eyes glued to the cars stacked together. Screek! Movement caught her eye. Just past a painted gray metal girder, the way less pretty part of the bridge that usually hid behind the fancy arches framing either end, a person stood beside an open car door. Well, a zombie. Most of his face was intact, though dried streaks of blood had formed a terrible pattern on the side. Was that glass glinting in his skin? Past his shoulder, she saw his windshield had shattered, but his expression, that twisted sneer, wasn't all blood and glass. It looked mean. Her steps slowed as she drew closer. Screek! The zombie was focused on the inside of the car, one hand on top of the door, one pointing at the interior. He'd open the door part way, lean forward, and point aggressively at the inside. Then his actions repeated. Every time he moved the door, which was hanging partway off its hinges, it made that slight metallic wail. This asshole had died in the middle of one hell of an argument. Risking a closer look, she crept up to within a bat's swing of the zombie and peeked inside the car. Empty. The far door stood open, and the smattering of items, lip gloss and a pair of sky-high heels in the footwell, indicated his passenger had been female. A gold wedding band on his left hand, the one shaking on repeat, glimmered in the sunlight. She let out a low whistle. The car's occupant had left the heels. That boded well for her survival. Hopefully she'd run. Hopefully she'd made it to safety. Something told Jane that woman deserved every chance she got. Glad you got out, girl, Jane whispered. Don't look back. And it was time to take her own advice. Come on, Schrod. Time to ditch the undead men weighing us down, she said, giving her thigh a pat. The Dane stretched his neck forward, sniffed the arguing zombie, and huffed, his cheeks inflated with doggy distaste, and big brown eyes shifted to her with an almost hopeful gleam. Her lips twitched. Okay, boy, she said, trying to keep her expression serious. Watering spot. His long tail swooped from side to side, then he lifted his leg and relieved himself on the angry zombie. That wet mark running down those expensive-looking suit pants filled her with malevolent satisfaction. She couldn't shake her dark follower, and she couldn't risk bashing this undead asshole's head in. But damn it, he'd spend the rest of his days with dog pee on his leg. Serves you right. Spinning around, she pointed her bat at her follower who, of course, had stopped his 60 feet away. Let this be a warning to you, Gray Stalker. Fuck with me, and you'll end up bashed and peed on. She added another jab, just for good measure. Riding the wave of her tiny victory against an immobile yet clearly evil zombie and a beautiful reminder of successful dog training, she set a quick pace to the far side of the bridge. She grinned at the pillar marking the end. Here we go, Schrod, she said. Around the beach, then bam! A side view mirror shattered. The abandoned car it belonged to mere steps from her position. Holy shit. Someone just shot at them. Chapter 10. Jane jerked. Ducking her head, she stumbled backward and grabbed for Schroding's collar. She didn't have to reach far. The big dog plastered himself against her side, his whole body shivering. Together, they scrambled for cover behind the towering fir tree on the corner. She peeked around the thick trunk, searching the north side of the street for a flash of light from a gun's muzzle. Given the trees and bridge off-ramp to the immediate south, the shot had to have come from that direction. It was just past noon, and the April sun blazed high in the sky, glinting off the rows of floor-to-ceiling windows lining the apartment tower across the street. It was the most obvious location, but if there was a flash from a gun, she couldn't tell. Of course, the shot might have come from farther down the road. Biting her lip, she studied the rest of the block. The rows of heritage homes, flanked by stubby apartment complexes, created a mess of painted beams and competing roof lines. Throw in the trees, planted so nicely at regular intervals, and it was impossible to tell. Well, impossible for her. Probably some military expert could tell, but the only ones she'd encountered who fit that bill weren't exactly in a place to help, which sucked. If only they repeated in a way that's useful. Of course, that would require her luck to change its stripes from bad to good. No chance of that. "Neither of us trained for this shit," she whispered to Schrodinger. He whimpered and pressed harder against her, shoulder bone digging into her hip. "I know, bud," she said. "I know." While she might not be any sort of trained professional when it came to firearms, her dad had insisted on dragging her out to the range. She'd gotten her firearms license. With her dad, there'd been no way to avoid it, and she knew the basics. Nothing she'd seen from the repeating zombies indicated any degree of manual dexterity. Loading and firing a gun? Not simple. Getting into a locked gun safe, as they'd have to, assuming whoever it was shooting had followed the law, required memory function and usable fingers. Not to mention, anyone who was cycling through an action would have fired again by now, probably at the exact same location as the first shot. Hope tangled with fear in her chest, fighting like two dogs over a bone and sucking the air from her lungs and leaving her knees trembling. A proper, live person had shot at her. But why? Weren't they happy to see someone else had made it? She carefully scanned the area, from the apartment rooftops down to the ornamental iron and brick fences marking the tiny front lawns of the heritage homes. Nothing flashed. No further shots rang out. And no one was yelling at her, shouting at her to get off their lawn or demanding some sort of tribute or whatever crazy assholes wanted in an apocalypse. Wait, she paused, head tipped to the side. What if they think I'm a zombie? Okay, that actually made some degree of sense. If whoever it was had tangled with one of those feral zombies, hell, if they'd simply heard them, they'd be primed to shoot anything that moved. She could relate. Those bone-chilling cries left a mark. Still, she was pretty obviously not a zombie, and she was walking with the cutest dog known to creation. There was no possible reason anyone would think she and Schrodi were anything other than human. It's not like they were part of some zombie convoy. Oh, motherfucker. Ice coated Jane's spine. Fingers tight against the rough bark of the tree. She slowly straightened. She'd gone and made the worst mistake imaginable. She'd forgotten about her stalker. As if being propelled by some superior force, she turned. There he was, a gray figure standing perfectly still and staring intently in her direction as usual. Unfortunately, that's where the status quo ended. He was closer. Not within arm's reach, thank God, but the comfortable gap of what she'd decided was 60 feet had noticeably shrunk. By 10 feet? Maybe 20? Hard to say. She wasn't some kind of mad measurement genius. She couldn't confirm he'd gone from exactly 60 feet away to exactly 45. But in her deadly game of zombie stalkers and survival, those specifics didn't make a lick of difference. Undeadness did nothing to hide his powerful build, while the bright sunlight and reduced distance did everything to showcase corded muscles and thick legs that seemed on the brink of bursting into movement. His body language hadn't changed. His arms still hung loose at his sides, his shoulders forming a gentle slope that normally marked a body at rest. That didn't matter. Not one tiny fucking bit. She gulped, tried to swallow the scream trying to climb out her throat. Sheer proximity was more than enough of a threat, not to mention probably getting her shot at. She had to get away, had to get herself and Schrodi to safety, and put the thickest, most badass steel door she'd ever seen between them and those undead, vein-shrouded eyes. Whoever it was had a position of safety and weapons. Maybe they'd help her. They were human, so they had to, right? She leaned back around the tree and waved an arm. "Don't shoot! I'm human!" Bang! A traffic sign just before her tree clanged like a gong, bending from the force as a hole appeared in its middle. Schrodi flinched at the noise. "Easy, buddy. It's okay," she said, trying to sound soothing, practically impossible given the way her heart wanted to burst through her throat and run screaming down the street. She glanced at the gray zombie. Had he just gotten closer? Maybe. Fuck. One hand tight on Schrodie's collar, she yanked a spare shirt out of his saddlebag with the other and waved it in a sweeping arc. It wasn't white, but pale pink with cartoon unicorns had to be close enough for a truce flag. Better, even. It was both friendly and magical. Please! She peered cautiously around the tree trunk and kept waving. The zombie's not with me! He's hunting me! Why are you shooting at me and not shooting at him? Guilt pricked her at the thought. She might have a terrible habit of telling off people on the road and making seriously off-color jokes, but she'd never actively wished anyone that kind of harm before. Gunfire crackled. A branch above her head exploded into a shower of splinters and green needles. Schrodie yelped and cowered, his tail tucked between his legs. He jerked against her hold, obviously desperate to run. She abandoned her failed shirt truce flag and used both hands to hang onto him. Easy, Schrode, easy. The big dog hated loud noises, and this had to be so much scarier for him than thunder. She looked behind them and yelped. Her stalker had gotten even closer. She never saw him walk. He appeared frozen in place as he always did, but in perfect horror movie style. He'd somehow blipped another car length nearer to her position. At this rate, he'd be on top of her in a matter of minutes. Trapping her between him and the shooter. That does it, she hissed. Guilt could fuck right off. This undead stalking asshole wanted to eat her. Worse, he might want to eat Schrodinger. No way in hell she'd let anything happen to her dog. Shoot the zombie! She cried. Shoot him! A street lamp exploded. She hoped that was a good sign and the shooter had tried to hit her follower. If she could distract them with the zombie, maybe she could make it down the block and get out of range. Heck, maybe the shooter was scared she'd rush the building and lead the zombie inside? Hopefully, if she made it clear she wasn't going to get close, he'd leave her alone. She had to go down Pacific. It was the easiest, safest route to reach Stanley Park, and from there, the Lionsgate Bridge. The last thing she wanted to do was travel through the heart of downtown, with its tens of thousands of people, and be pinned between skyscrapers and zombies. Come on, dude, just let me pass. She probably shouldn't assume the shooter was male, but the odds were stupidly in favor of some guy sitting in a top-floor balcony getting way too much enjoyment out of his gun collection. We're leaving, she yelled. The corner is all yours. Taking a breath, she tightened her backpack, gave Schrodie a rub. The south side of Pacific had a row of hedges, making it possible to cut across townhome lawns and have a decent amount of cover. If they moved fast, they could make it. Holding on to her dog, she aimed for the rows of bushes framing the sidewalk. They burst out from behind the tree. As they ran, she pointed behind them at her follower and called up to whomever was shooting. Shoot him! Shoot the zombie! The ground exploded on the other side of her, right beside Schrodie. The dog wailed like a banshee and tried to shove his giant head under her jacket. Not the dog, you asshole! Jane yelled at the shooter. The zombie! Another shot hit the ground, this time shattering the trunk of a young tree barely a meter from their position. Holding onto Schrodie, she spun on her heel and glared at the apartment building, convinced the shooter was somewhere behind those banks of windows. If you hit my dog, I swear to God I will hunt you down and make you wish you'd French-kissed a zombie. We just want to leave. Just let us leave. A series of 3 shots blasted the ground in front of her. Gandalf the Grey might as well have risen from the earth and bellowed, "Thou shalt not pass." Fuck! She lurched away. With a final, desperate look at Pacific Avenue and its safer, open stretch parkland, she scurried back to the shelter of the tree. Leaning against the tree, she braced herself and checked on her follower. Her heart slammed into her ribs. Oh, damn. What was that? 30 feet away from her? Less? Sure felt like less. Whoever was shooting gave 0 fucks about living versus dead. They didn't care about helping out a woman and her dog, and they clearly decided no one would cross this stretch of Pacific. Worse, they appeared to have the ammunition to enforce that stupid threat. Traumatized and not too bright. And armed. Bet they're American. And a cat lover. Retreating and continuing down Burrard meant more than just facing skyscrapers. It meant getting even closer to her gray follower. Would that proximity snap whatever thin thread held him from charging her? Another series of gunshots rang out. She felt 3 impacts vibrate through the tree trunk. Thank fuck for massive West Coast firs. Shit! Getting shot was no solution. They'd have to take their chances with that follower. A glance confirmed he was still about 30 feet away. No guarantee how long that would last. She cupped Schrodinger's face and kissed his nose. "Ready, Jude?" He gave a tiny wag and licked her chin. Tears stung her eyes, but she refused to give them leave to leak down her face. She had to stay focused, get them both out of this mess. Giving him a serious look, she pressed her hand over her heart. As much as she wanted to hold onto his collar, he needed to be able to run if she got cut down. "With me." Once more, they burst out from behind the tree, only this time they headed northeast toward Burrard. They swung close to the gray zombie. She didn't look, but his stare burned across the right side of her body. A car window shattered as she passed.
"Go, Schrod!"
she cried.
"Run!"
The big dog stuck tight to her side. Chest heaving, she reached Burrard and raced around the eastern side of the apartment building. Pacific Avenue disappeared from view and she stopped. Hands braced on her knees as she struggled to catch her breath. Schrody pranced around her, tail wagging and tongue lolling in a big grin. "Glad you're glad," she muttered, hanging on to him and listening for another gunshot. Her shoulders tensed. What if she'd been wrong, and the shooter had been positioned on the eastern side? But no shots rang out. Phew. She took a brief moment and buried her face in Schrody's side. We got through. One shooter avoided, a whole heap of zombies to go. Fine. She sat back on her heels and rubbed Schrody's ears. It's gonna be okay, she whispered. I promise. They'd go around. She didn't want to risk any alleys. Tight, enclosed spaces felt like a terrible plan. But she could take them down Davie and keep well away from Skyscraper Central. She looked slowly in the direction they'd come from, flinched at what she found. And she better do it quickly. Gray had closed the gap even further, standing in that stock-still way of his no more than 20 feet away. Gray? No. Girl, do not name the zombie stalking you. 20 feet felt no better than arm's length, like he could reach out and grab her from his position beneath the intersection streetlights. Whatever had broken his preset distance, it was getting worse by the minute. Let's go, Schrod, she said. They hurried up Burrard, dodging broken and abandoned cars, and the repeating zombies lingering by their vehicles. In the bright midday sun, she couldn't help but noticing they didn't look as dead as she'd expected. Sure, they didn't look good, but despite those dark veins running over their skin, and some obvious physical injuries, whether from attacks or accidents, they weren't actually ashen. Not even, she realized when she checked over her shoulder, that of her erstwhile follower who she'd absolutely not named. Pale, sure. Creepy? Absolutely. But their faces didn't hang as limp as the zombies she'd seen in movies. Their skin didn't seem wrinkled against their bones. If their chests moved, she couldn't tell. And not a chance in hell she'd be examining that. Honestly, she wasn't sure she wanted to know. Somehow imagining these people as anything other than dead felt worse. Like they'd all been thrust into their personal purgatory, then displayed on the street. She reached the first accessible cross street, a narrow lane named Maxine, and debated heading down, only to have Schrody block her path. That kept it simple. She didn't consider arguing with the dog. Instead, she adjusted her pack, confirmed her follower wasn't on top of them, and headed for Davie. They crossed another couple roads, lanes really, but one was too narrow for comfort, and the other had a garbage truck blocking her path. If this had been a D&D campaign, she'd have made fun of the dungeon master for being way too obvious. Geez, universe, why not just paint me a sign? Except Was that smoke billowing ahead? Frowning, her stomach sank when a wave of blackish smoke hit her. She coughed and covered her mouth and nose by stretching up the neck of her shirt. Ugh, that was a mouthful of chemicals. She reached Davy and stared. Something was on fire along the street. She had no idea what, only that clouds of smoke roiled up from the exact direction she needed to go. It was bad. Like a fuel truck had crashed into an apartment, dousing the structure in gallons and gallons of oil before going up in flames. Charred, caustic air stung her eyes, a terrible smell pushing through the cotton of her shirt. She blew out a long breath. Hilarious world. Any trace of black humor fled as she made out the shape of bodies through the smoke. Not zombies, standing around and repeating themselves, but bodies, scattered across the pavement. No visibility plus potential death by toxic chemicals? Nope, nope, nope. That left only one option. They had to go past St. Paul's Hospital. God, she did not want to go by the hospital. All those people, already sick and suffering. The thought of having them gathered around the building in their backless gowns gave her chills. A low bark emerged from Schrodi. She reached for the dog, realized he was looking behind her. Alarm already spiking through her, she turned. Shit, shit, shit. Her stalker had drawn near again, no more than a car length away from her. She pulled out her bat and took a menacing step toward him. Go away! Her voice caught on the smoke and broke. I mean it, she said, trying again. Leave me alone, or I swear I'll bash your pervy skull in. His head twitched, and for a moment she thought he'd tilt it in question, like a dog. Instead, he took a step back, retreating to what looked to be the 20 feet he'd maintained since Pacific. That's right, she yelled, feigning confidence. Keep your distance. This zombie was huge and fast and quiet. She never heard him coming, never saw him hurry, yet he drew ever closer. If he rushed her, did she even stand a chance? She'd never actually bashed anyone's head in. And what would happen to her if she managed it, but got covered in zombie blood? If she explored that question, she'd fall to pieces in the middle of the street. Coughing on the smoke, she took hold of Schrodi and left Davy behind. They ran past the hospital, and she tried her best to tune out the smattering of figures staggering around the front of the brick structure. The whole time she felt her stalker drawing nearer. A glance confirmed her fears. He'd crept a tiny bit closer. Clutching her bat, she looked up at the towers framing the street. Help! Jane cried, searching for any sign of survivors. Please! No one answered, and she just knew no one would. Come on, Schrod. She pushed herself harder, needing to regain space between her and their follower. Side by side, they barreled along Burrard. She abandoned thoughts of dodging through side streets, needing the wider stretch of the main road. It was the only chance she had of being able to go fast enough to shake her follower. They crested the gentle rise that marked the slide into Robson's shopping district, and she looked back. Ha! Her follower had fallen behind. Take that, you undead stalking asshole! If she kept to the main roads, kept up the pace, she faced forward and staggered to a halt. Schrod, she gasped. Wait! The entire intersection ahead, a massive stretch of pavement where 6 lanes crossed 4, was entirely covered in zombies. Chapter 11. A sea of human kelp covered the road. Jane staggered forward a few steps and held onto Schrodinger. Not that she'd needed to worry. He pressed into her thigh, body trembling, and a low whine whistling between his teeth. She knew exactly how he felt. A sympathetic whimper escaped her lips. The entire stretch filling the intersection and spilling along the streets proper teemed with repeating zombies. People everywhere. Like the massive crowds following the summer fireworks. Only this stream wasn't flowing toward any transit points. It simply wavered. A field of humans. Bunched in tight together, yet utterly apart. Standing almost shoulder to shoulder, twitching, soundlessly talking on non-existent cell phones. All repeating. So many people. So many lives. Horror at the volume of loss drove her back a step. She didn't have to call Schrodi. He stuck to her like Velcro. Holy God. She'd known downtown, with its teeming masses of humanity, would be dangerous. It's why she'd tried so hard to avoid it. But she'd never imagined this. No way in hell she'd push her way through such a mass. She had to go back and try one of the previous streets. Except, shit, she'd forgotten about her follower again. She spun around, sucked in a breath. The gray zombie had closed the gap she'd added, and then some. He was so close, it felt like Schrodi could stretch out his long neck and lick the bastard. Not quite, but damn it, that barely mattered. He stood maybe 10 feet away, staring. Shit! She lurched back and barely managed to catch herself from tumbling into the mass of repeating zombies. She glanced left and right. Cursed again. He had her pinned in the middle of the street, trapped against the repeaters, which spilled down Nelson to both sides, blocking any chance of escaping in those directions. To reach another one of the side streets, she'd have to get around her follower, travel a good half a block back along Burrard to reach a narrow alley, and then pray whatever alley she dove down wasn't just as blocked, before he caught her. Yeah, no. Going back wasn't an option. He'd catch her before she made it half a block. He had her pinned. It pissed her off that something could stalk her, could chase her down so relentlessly, and not show a flicker of aggression on his face. Somehow it would be easier if he'd snarl and haunch his shoulders, leaving her no choice but to resort to her bad and damn any infectious consequences. But that kind of thinking was beyond useless. She didn't need more trouble. She held tight to her bat and forced herself to think clearly. He hadn't rushed her. Not yet. That had to mean she had a chance. Unfortunately, that chance sucked. Who was it that said that the only way forward was through? Whoever it was, they weren't her favorite person right about now, and she'd bet they hadn't pictured a zombie roadblock when they'd said it. Still, there wasn't another option. Maybe he'd stopped his pursuit out of some wacko zombie territorial situation? Maybe if she got through this shifting, silent mass, she could finally be rid of him? Maybe that was crazy. Honestly, at this point, she'd take whatever crazy chance she could get. All right, bucko, she said to him. I hope this short-circuits what's left in that shitty, stalking brain of yours. Drawing in a deep breath, she clutched her bat with both hands and looked down at her dog. His eyebrows were bobbing from side to side, facial fur scrunched together in a wary frown. His head swung between her, their follower, and the field of repeaters. He sidled up against her and warbled softly. Whoever thought dogs didn't talk hadn't had a Great Dane. I know, dude, she whispered. With me. She took a step toward the field and he moved in front, leaning against her as if trying to push her back. His warble increased in tone. Shh. She released one hand from the bat and rubbed his head. I know, but we've got to go, bud. She glanced past him and yelped. Her follower hadn't stopped permanently. In the few seconds she'd been focused on Schrodi, the gray zombie had drawn even closer. If she stretched out her bat, she could knock the end against his chest. Fuck. Oh, fuck. She patted her hip. With me, Schrod. Before the Dane could protest, she stepped into the field of zombies and trusted her dog to stick close. With a final warble of protest, he joined her. Unable to keep her bat out, she held it low against her leg, with one hand outstretched to keep contact with Schrodi. As she ducked around a man in a business suit, adjusting his sleeves, and eased around a woman pressing a finger to her ear, as if adjusting an earpiece, Jane couldn't help but remember the time her and her best friend had gotten tangled in a forest of seaweed. They'd swum farther than they should, along the shoreline and out of sight of their parents and their shared seaside cottage. They'd been so intent on chasing a school of fish, they hadn't noticed the kelp until they'd been amongst the stalks. The long green strands had swayed with the tide, hiding the seabed and obscuring the shoreline. In their panic, they'd gotten kelp tangled around their arms and legs. It was sheer luck, along with many years of swimming classes, that kept both of them from drowning. That, and bone-deep terror of the lectures they'd face if they had to yell for help. Somehow they'd managed to get purchase on a rock, and realized that the more they flailed, the more tangled they became. Working together, they peeled the slimy, sticky strands off each other, and slowly made their way to shore, where they'd sworn a solemn oath to never, ever tell their parents. Her heart lurched at the memory. She hadn't let herself think of her friends, hadn't let herself dwell on all the people she loved. Now was the absolute worst time to start. "Stay focused, Jane," she muttered to herself. When she'd first seen the mass of repeaters, she'd likened them to a field of kelp. She wished that hadn't been right. What felt like endless ranks of slowly moving humanity swallowed her view, with arms blocking buildings and obscuring landmarks. She wanted to race through them and blast out the other side, but she knew that would only leave her tangled and probably very dead. Pausing, she looked back and caught sight of a familiar figure weaving through the mass after her. So much for her follower being unable to cross the zombie line. At least he'd fallen behind, now a good bus length away. "With me, Schrod," she whispered. Not that the command was necessary. The big dog was channeling his Velcro instincts and sticking like a burr, his nose bumping against her hand every couple seconds. They ducked under gesturing arms and skirted figures checking phones that didn't exist. One woman was constantly striking a selfie pose, while another shifted from foot to foot as if desperate for the washroom. All that movement, and not a sound from any of them. The silence weighed on her. She'd found herself holding her breath, as if too much noise would shatter some crucial element. Even with her gray follower still behind them, she was careful to creep around people and constantly pause to find the best pathway between figures. If she touched them, would the whole house of silent cards come crashing down? Air caught in her lungs. What if they turned feral at night, or at a single touch? Stop it. You cannot fall apart in the middle of zombie kelp. Trying to get a grip, she paused and waited for her dog to catch up. It made her feel somewhat better that Schrodinger appeared to feel the same way, avoiding people like he would a vet with pills. They'd take their time and get through this without triggering any attacks. Except... Her gaze traveled past the dog to where her follower was not only still coming, but had somehow drawn nearer. He was so close, she feared he'd be able to reach out and grab Schrodie's tail. Fuck. They had to go faster. If they didn't beat their follower out of this field, they wouldn't be able to get away, or find a decent place to fight. Being attacked in the middle of this field would be so much worse than an empty slice of street. She should have resorted to the bat, should have stood and fought. And she'd have to beat herself up about that later. "With me, Schrod," she hissed. "Let's go." Taking the lead, she tried to weave through the people faster. Her heart beat hard and fast in her throat, pulse pounding in her ears. Sweat dripped down her back, but she didn't dare lose her jacket. She desperately needed that layer of leather between her skin and the repeating zombies. Schrodie must have picked up on her building panic because a soft, persistent whine vibrated in his chest. He remained glued to her, nose touching her hand. God, she had to get him out of this mess. At their current pace, she couldn't risk checking on their follower as often. If she took her eyes off where she was going, even for a second, she'd lead them straight into a bunch of lawyers or a pack of city workers. Not to mention she had to stop to look back, giving that gray bastard a chance to catch up. It was taking every ounce of concentration to avoid obstacles and keep some sense of their trajectory, which was getting harder with every passing minute. It was past noon and shadows were stretching along the city streets. Not much, but combined with the silently, slowly churning figures around her, it felt like the world was trying to twist her perspective. It was like the world had taken the worst rave experience of her life, made it eerily quiet, then dropped it into a giant cement hospital ward. Only worse. Despite the mostly clear sky overhead, Vancouver's skyscrapers seemed to block out the sun. The loss of light had her nerves jangling with constant warning. The hands and faces of people so much taller than her made it hard to landmark, especially when she had to duck under them every 2 fucking seconds. Is this taking too long? It feels too long. She prayed she hadn't gotten them turned around, feared she was wrong. Despite the increasing urge to run, to get away, she stopped. Took a desperate moment to catch her breath and her bearings, and to check on her follower. She searched the crowd, let out a tiny breath. He'd fallen back again. Thank God. We still have a chance. Schrodinger growled softly, pressing hard against her leg. She rubbed his neck. It's okay, bud. The zombie isn't... Movement flickered in the corner of her eye. She froze, searching the mass of people for the source. Was her mind playing tricks, or was something else in here? With so much movement surrounding her, it could be an optical illusion, a trick of the way different limbs happen to align, a place where the growing shadows collided with the reflections off thousands of glass panes. Schrodie's growl grew in volume. Her stomach dropped to her feet. Shifting her gaze back to her follower, she noted with almost numb detachment that he hadn't stopped when she had. He'd kept going. He couldn't be more than 10 feet away. Jesus! Hush, Schrode, she whispered urgently. Let's go. Eyes locked on the signature green windows and red brick of the tower on Barclay, she plunged ahead. Her big dog stuck with her, though he'd ignored her command to be quiet. His whole body vibrated with a low, deep growl, and his fur stood in a long, stiff line down his back, which boded really, really poorly. She redoubled her efforts to get out of the human forest. Schrodie's growl shifted to a huff, not a bark. He respected her enough to keep it quieter, but he'd clearly decided something had gone very wrong and she needed to know about it. She wished it was at her follower, but she knew where the zombie was, and the big dog's head was pointing in an entirely different direction. Whatever he was seeing, it wasn't their follower. And it wasn't good. Come on, dude, she whispered. We're getting out of... Bing! 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 From within the front pocket of her jacket, her cell phone let out a series of loud notifications. With Schrodie glued to her leg, she froze mid-step. One foot stretched out to take her around a repeater slowly turning in a circle. Oh, fuck. That was stupid loud. Course, she'd set the volume that high before she'd left the 90s palace that morning. She'd wanted to know if she caught a signal. In retrospect, that had been a truly awful plan. Slowly, as if she was back in the ocean and wrapped up in lines of kelp, she turned to stare at her follower. He'd paused almost within arm's reach. Except he wasn't looking at her. Why wasn't he staring? Why had he stopped? Fear started to shake her body like a child would a toy rattle. Breath catching, she tracked his gaze to the right. There. Movement. It flickered through the human mass, seeming to shift and jump between the ranks of humans a little way from her position. It could be a trick of the light, a mixture of smoke and sunlight and the teeming mass of former humanity. Schrodie's controlled rumble broke into a deep bark. Please let it be a trick. Let me be wrong. An eerie, coyote-like wail sliced the air. Chapter 12. Jane's gaze jerked and skipped like a stone across water, traveling in an arc as more voices rose to join the first in a bone-chilling chorus. The notes rose and tangled and wavered, like a pack of hyenas arguing over a dead zebra. And I'm the damn zebra. She searched for the sources, trying to pinpoint figures moving against the regular flow of the repeaters. All around her, the human kelp swayed, as if dancing to the beat of this terrible call. Ferals. The zombies she'd labeled feral were hiding in this sea of humanity. Had they been there from the start, waiting to strike? This wasn't that Will Smith movie. No greater power had written in the sky that the terrifying zombies who cried out like coyotes in a pack were bound to nighttime and shadow, unable to hunt in the daytime. She'd thought they were limited to darkness. She'd been wrong. Her heart was pounding, so hard the beat echoed in her ears. She tried to convince her body to move, to run, but her feet felt frozen to the pavement. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Was this how she died? Trapped in a field of zombies, unable to even save one loyal dog? Arroo! Schrodinger unleashed a howl of his own. The big dog swung his head, obviously searching the area for the threat just as she had. Unfortunately, she doubted he'd have much luck. His nose might be outstanding, but his eyesight left a lot to be desired. As if on cue, he lifted his brown eyes to her, whined, then stared determinedly past her. Right. The other zombie. Teeth chattering so fast her jaw hurt, she slowly turned to face her follower. She'd expected to find him closer again, that he'd be reaching for her, that he'd finally show his stalker colors, but he stood exactly where he'd been the last time she'd looked. Except he'd returned to staring at her. Something sparked in those vein-ridden orbs. A trick of the light? Warning? Satisfaction at the hunt? She couldn't tell. Yet the intensity in those eyes crackled across the air between them with the force of an electric bolt, like she'd stood too close to a lightning rod in a storm. That charged glint might as well have shouted, "Here be danger!" over a stadium loudspeaker. Whatever force had held him back, its time was up. The realization jerked her out of her stupor. She stumbled back, bumping into a repeater, barely glancing at the figure, some poor kid wearing a courier uniform. She kept her eyes locked on her follower. Gray, she'd named him. Accurate, given the way his eyes, his whole being, seemed to absorb the daylight. A relentless shadow determined to run her down. Not to be outdone, another chorus of hyena-like cries spread in a crescent to her left. Oh, all kinds of trouble were coming her way, but she didn't have to wait for any more of it to find her.
"Schrody, run!"
she yelled. With the big dog at her side, she spun around and charged toward her landmark and the nearest way out of the human forest, shoving past the courier and another person trying to fix their hair. Her shoulder cracked into a repeater's back. She didn't know what they were doing, and she sure wasn't going to stop and check. To hell with avoiding the repeaters. She needed to get Schrody out of this mess, find somewhere to hide, or at least somewhere halfway decent to make a stand. Fumbling with her pack, she pulled her bat out of the canvas loop on the back she'd used to secure it. Finally getting the weapon free, she gripped it tight with both hands and held it in front of her, using it as part shield, part battering ram. The metal tube blocked repeaters from touching her as they cycled through their actions and helped clear a path for her and Schrody to the open street beyond. She glanced once over her shoulder, pleased to find Gray had once again fallen back. The zombies seemed to have trouble navigating the field at speed, and thank fuck for that. Plunging between two repeaters that appeared to be dancing, she landed in the empty street. After so long in the kelp, the sheer scale of space jarred her. She staggered a few steps until she caught her balance. It didn't help that Schrody clearly wanted to celebrate their escape from the field. He leaned into her, his tail slapping her leg. Then he froze, and an anxious whine reverberated through his big body. A high-pitched squeal erupted behind her, some cross between a chimpanzee and a coyote. She whirled around. Gray might have fallen behind, others hadn't. Shapes rippled through the crowd, forming arrow-like waves in the human mass, just as a lion might while hunting in tall safari grass. Schrody's growl was pure warning. Shit. She grabbed him, needing to make sure he didn't rush into the field and try to scare off their pursuers. With me. His growl morphed into a bark as one of the ferals stepped into the open street. Her stomach lurched into her chest, and she tasted bile. Everything about this figure, this feral zombie, screamed predator. She tightened her grip on Schrody. If she let go, she was very, very afraid she'd never see the dog again. Half the feral's face was slack, the other twisted into a vicious snarl and a parody of Batman's famous nemesis. Only this figure wasn't wearing a suit or idly flipping a coin. No. While most of this feral's clothing had been torn away, it looked like it might have been a man's suit. The jawline and breadth of shoulder said male to her, but what the fuck did she know about ferals? Officially, way more than she'd ever wanted. Its shoulders sat forward, arms outward and low to the ground. Its back was straight, yet tipped toward her, like that of a male gorilla about to strike. Yellow, bloodshot eyes narrowed into slits. With so little fabric left on its body and the bright afternoon light beaming down on them, she couldn't help but stare at the dark, sickened veins covering its skin. So many veins. More than her follower, which she hadn't imagined possible. She could barely tell its skin had started off as a mid-range white person. Now it was something else entirely. Something distinctly not human. It bayed. She flinched at the sound, a sick version of a coyote's shout. Its teeth bared in reply, the half of the mouth that still worked curving into a terrible smile. It took a step toward her, fingers hooking into loose fists. She had to run. Right now. Schrody! Holding tight to her bat and her dog, she took off. With me! After only a few steps, she let go of him, knowing he'd stick with her now that she was moving. She pelted down Berard. The way the straps of her backpack dug into her shoulders didn't matter, nor did the way her lungs burned and her feet ached. All that mattered was getting away from that thing, that feral, once human creature that wanted to eat her. Schrodinger kept close to her side. His ears were pinned back, almost flat against his head. The whites of his eyes showed, wild and all too aware of the danger. Yet he was still watching her for guidance, still waiting for the next signal. Good thing, too. She had no idea whether the feral still understood human languages. She gestured at the upcoming intersection, letting him know without words that they were about to make left. Berard was all fine and well, but she needed to find somewhere to hide, somewhere to make a stand. The huge towers along Georgia would be of exactly zero use, but Robson still had an assortment of shorter shops, restaurants, and apartment buildings. Please let me get lucky. In perfect sync, she and Schrody swung onto Robson. She tuned out the burning buildings, smoldering cars, and repeating remains of humanity scattered along the length of the street. Instead, she tried to look past that, searching for a kitchen armed with knives or a handy weapons repository. As if. Vancouver didn't function by video game rules. And, Canada. No way the downtown core would have that kind of store. Best she could hope for was a sushi restaurant with a display of katanas. It had been a while since she'd had the time or the funds to spend on Robson. She used to love it before the elite brands and unattainable fashion took over. Unfortunately, that meant she didn't have a goal in mind, just the general hope that she'd find something. Cries chased her down the street, building in volume and weaving into a chorus. She glanced back. Other ferals had joined the pursuit. There were 3 chasing her down. Make that 4. No, 5. Hurling in her wake around the abandoned cars and general refuse covering Robson Street. Fuck, she panted. The ferals moved like monkeys or apes, using their hands almost as much as their feet as they traversed obstacles, their bloodshot gazes always remaining fixed on her. No way she'd be able to outrun them. In fact, given their apparent speed, they probably should have caught her already, which meant they were toying with their food. Fucking great. Her lungs were burning. Every breath seemed to kick her lungs, daring them to give up, her whole body protesting the sprint and the weight on her back. She hadn't had enough water, food, or rest for this. Not that she'd ever truly prepared. Turned out her nightmares had gone easy on her. Beside her, Schrody was panting, his long pink tongue flapping out the side of his face. She knew he'd keep going. That was the problem. The dog would run alongside her until he collapsed. She needed a plan, and she needed it now. She reached the part where Robson began sloping toward Denman, and ultimately, Stanley Park. A stretch of 3 blocks spread before her. She desperately panned the upcoming buildings. Nothing useful and freaking road work up ahead. Great, just great. Not only were there not clear options, but she'd have to swing around a damn chunk of torn-up pavement. Except it wasn't road work. It was a construction site, building yet another new tower in Vancouver. And they'd blocked off part of the damn street and sidewalk to accommodate their piles of supplies. At this rate, there wouldn't be a building over 10 years old in the city. Sometimes it felt like they'd barely finished building a complex before someone began tearing it down, making way for something even newer and more expensive. Fucking construction. Or not. She frowned thoughtfully at the upcoming site, now less than a block away. This half-built tower might be the chance she'd been looking for. There'd be no solid walls for threats to hide behind, and who knows, maybe she'd find a shit ton of handy construction equipment and be able to go Ash versus the Evil Dead on this situation. Either way, it beat running down the street until she collapsed and then got eaten. Fear jolted through her, lent a final burst of speed. "Come on, Schrod," she wheezed. "We can do it." The big dog didn't bother warbling in reply. He simply stuck like a burr to her side as she peeled off the street and launched herself into the construction site. No time to think twice or be pretty about it. She blasted through a thin yellow line of caution tape and used her bat to sweep aside a hanging plastic divider. The main floor was the bare bones of what would eventually be a sweeping atrium. Some pillars had made their way into existence, but they sat within a skeleton of what was right now a half-built luxury tower. Probably preparing to house a Hermes store in the main level, and super rich people, along with their fancy dining and hotel suites masquerading as apartments, in the upper levels. Right now, it was mostly packed with rebar for cement and a smattering of wooden framing for walls. Oh, and a shit ton of scaffolding and hanging plastic. No handy piles of chainsaws lay on the ground, but who knew what the upper levels would hold? A line of metal caught her eye. She dodged under a plastic-draped doorway, avoiding a construction worker who must have been enjoying breakfast when the attack happened. On the way to the temporary stairs, she grabbed hold of a ladder, yanked it into the path of her pursuers. The aluminum piece crashed onto the cement floor. Schrodi yelped, but didn't stray from her side. The ferals chasing her seemed to scatter at the noise, but they kept coming. The toppled ladder wasn't much of a barrier. She'd known that. But damn it, she'd hoped the clatter would startle them. Still, the plastic seemed to be slowing them down, maybe confusing whatever neurons had gotten crossed. Think of something else, something better. She rounded a corner of partly poured concrete and up a makeshift flight of stairs to the next level. Up on the next level, the floor was all plywood, bouncing a bit underfoot, but it felt secure enough. Rounding another sheet of plastic, she got an eyeful of the entire building site and the huge foundation hole that was only part way to becoming underground parking. That was one heck of a drop, and packed with spikes of rebar. She could work with that, right? Feral zombies confused by plastic had to be beatable. "Come on, Schrod," she gasped between labored breaths, wincing as her burning thighs protested from the bouncing floor. "Let's figure this shit out." The big dog looked at her, mouth wide and tongue flapping. His tongue slapped her arm. She took that as agreement. Together, they wove their way up the temporary flights, hunting for a spot where she could goad the ferals into a critical mistake. Ideally, where they'd be neatly lined up before an opening, and she could punt them into the pit with some delightful piece of heavy equipment. "Stay focused, Jane." She scrubbed sweat from her eyes and squinted past the sheets of plastic ahead. Was that waste bin on wheels? She and Schrodi pelted in that direction, up a short ramp to a temporary landing. Sure enough, the yellow bin, half full of pieces of discarded lumber and random supplies, had a set of locking wheels on the bottom. Probably why the ramp had such a gentle incline, so workers could easily move the thing from one part of the site to another. Getting behind the bin, she stood on her tiptoes and sighted down its top as one might a rifle. An opening to the pit loomed to the left. Good enough for government work, as her dad would say. Kicking off the wheel locks, she put her shoulder against the side of the bin and shoved for all she was worth, pushing it to the start of the ramp. She grunted. The thing weighed a frickin' ton. But it moved. The front wheels poised precariously on the edge of the ramp. And here Dad had said she'd wasted her options when she'd taken that summer student gig as a house painter for homes and new buildings. Then she'd wanted to slam a bin into her too-old coworker and crush his wandering hands into a brick wall. In fact, she'd mentally crafted some detailed means of retaliation over those 4 months. Now she had bigger problems. Time to put those daydreams to the test. With Schrodi panting safely behind her, she braced her feet and readied herself to give that bin the biggest push of her life. Her arms and legs shook with the exhaustion, heart knocking hard against her throat as if demanding more air, but she forced herself to hold the position. Hopefully, she'd knock the whole pack of ferals through the opening and into the damn pit. Or crush them against rebar. Either way. She ignored the cries, refused to let that bone-chilling sound send her running. Instead, she focused on their movement. She had to wait until the first emerged from behind plastic and approached the ramp. Waiting. Ha! That sounded so much easier than it was. Shadows crept up the plastic, stretching like smoky poltergeists on a horror movie mansion's walls. Skin crawling, she gulped in a breath. Wait for it. 2 of the animalistic figures appeared, heads tipped as if scenting the air. In perfect sync, their heads swiveled to face her exact position. They charged for her. She shoved the bin. The bin tipped on the edge of the ramp for a heart-stopping moment. She planted her foot against the side and kicked. It slid forward, heading down the ramp with a clatter of metal wheels against plywood. The scaffolding base rattled beneath, making the structure tremble beneath her feet. The ferals froze at the base of the ramp, heads tilted in obvious confusion. Then the bin hit. Both ferals disappeared from view. A frantic pair of wails cut the air. The bin careened forward, straight into the opening. The wheels hit the frame, but momentum must have been on her side, because the whole reinforced rectangle flipped upward and out the opening. Beyond, she caught the tiniest flash of figures sailing into the air. Ha! Yes! She jumped in celebration. Schrodi pranced beside her.
Suck it, you undead assholes!
She scooped up her bat and pointed it at the shadows lingering behind the plastic. Most predators would back off when their prey became more of a risk than a reward. This might be all she needed to drive the ferals away. Let that be a lesson to you. Mess with me and you get... 4 more of the ferals piled out from behind the plastic. Shit. 4? How had she picked up even more of the things? Doesn't matter. She'd hurt them. Proved hunting her wasn't without risk, so they weren't rushing her. Whatever the zombie plague or virus or chemical attack bullshit that had done this, it appeared to have jump-started some old-school reptile brain behavior in these people. They weren't acting like people. They were acting like animals. If she kept her shit together, she could work with that. Besides, she'd officially run out of space. Time to use every trick in the behaviorist book. She spread her arms wide, making herself as big as possible, beat her bat against a nearby metal scaffolding post. The clang of metal bat against metal pipe reverberated through the space, and the ferals seemed to freeze. Good. Think twice about eating me. She stomped toward them, 3 heavy steps, slamming her heels into the plywood floor as hard as she could. Oh yeah! She yelled at the pack of 4, putting as much of a growl into her normally soft voice as she could manage. It hurt her throat. She didn't care. They needed to be scared of her, and tone mattered. Don't think you're gonna take me down easily. I'm not your prey. Go away. Go. Ruh, 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 ruh. Schrodi joined in, growling and barking at her side. The pack hesitated. A couple seemed to shuffle back a few steps. Their heads twitched and ticked toward one another as if debating the danger. Had she done it? Please, oh please. The one closest to her, the hulking figure wearing shreds of a business suit, turned partly away from her. She started to sigh in relief. Then it twisted back toward her. Air stilled in her chest as its face curled inward, transforming what had been a regular snarl into something of unearthly horror. Teeth glinted as its lips parted. It bellowed at her, fingers hooked into claws. She hadn't scared that one. She'd pissed it off. Fuck, she whispered. The feral rushed up the ramp in a flurry of limbs. With nowhere else to go, she threw caution to the wind. This was do or die, and damn it, she'd do before she died. Hefting her bat, she readied herself to meet the charge. Stepping into the feral's path, she swung the bat in a powerful arc that would have made her childhood coach weep with joy. The cylinder collided with the zombie. It staggered back. Not far enough. She struck again, desperate to drive it back. Desperation lent her strength. Her second strike landed with even more force than the first, cracking into the feral's leg. but it didn't go down. Hands smarting, arms vibrating from the contact, she watched with horror as another charged. A black and white body streaked past her. Growling, Schrodinger launched himself at the second feral. The big dog latched onto the zombie's arm, and Jane heard a snap. The second feral reared back with a wail. It tried to shake Schrody off, but the big dog had its teeth around the arm, and he wasn't letting go. The first one lunged at her. She barely dodged a set of hooked fingers. Using the end of her bat as a post, she jammed it into the feral's chest and shoved it back with all her might. Another cry filled the space, only this belonged to a dog. "Schrody!" She spun around in time to see the dog's big body flying through the air. He skidded along the plywood floor and slid into the far wall of the temporary room with a yelp. "No!" She scrambled after him. Something caught her foot and she went down. Her knees cracked into the boards, but she kept hold of her bat. Twisting around, she swung it into the face, lunging for her neck. The bat cracked against the zombie's skull with a hollow clang. The feral toppled off her. She raced to Schrody's side on all fours. His eyes were ringed and white, sides heaving. Bright red blood seeped in a terrible line down his hindquarter. It didn't look deep, but it had to hurt. His legs windmilled against the boards, like he was trying to get to his feet, only he couldn't. Hopefully, her makeshift saddlebags were caught on something and stopping him from getting up. She refused to imagine anything worse. "Oh, buddy," she gasped. She forced herself to get up and face their attackers. She can't keep the ferals off him and untangle him at the same time. Gripping her bat, she positioned herself in front of Schrody. "You're not taking my dog!" she bellowed at the ferals. 3 were still on their feet and advancing, albeit slower this time. The one she'd just beamed was twitching on the ground, its jaw hanging loose. Her stomach lurched. She looked away. 3 against 1. Awful odds. But she'd take out as many as she could before they got her. She had to give Schrody a chance to untangle himself and get away. Yet even as she thought it, she knew he wouldn't leave her. His heart was simply too big. He'd guard her body until he couldn't fight anymore. The remaining 3 started baying, their voices rising and wavering, as if goading each other into the attack. And attack they would. She could see it in the haunch of their shoulders, the narrow slits of their eyes. They spread apart, moving toward her in a wide arc. And a familiar, gray figure appeared behind them. Any shred of hope fled. Her arms holding the bat drooped toward the floor. If she somehow managed to survive the ferals, her follower had decided to ensure her demise. Instead of leading her dog to safety or taking out their pursuers, she'd gotten them trapped in a high-rise skeleton. Tears burned her eyes and she furiously blinked them back. "Oh, Schrody, I'm so sorry." Chapter 13. Jane forced herself to lift the bat. Maybe the world had decided she'd die at a construction site, but she'd be damned if she'd fall over like some wilting princess, offering herself up as the prize to the zombies. Teeth clenched, she braced her feet for the inevitable attack. Gazed fixed intently on her, his face devoid of any other expression, her follower approached with singular purpose. Despite the dark veins marking all their skin, the zombies seemed striking in their differences. The ferals all sharp movement, twisted expressions, and animalistic stances, while her gray follower remained a stoic, relentless shadow. Would they come at her together, in an overwhelming predatory wave, or circle her, harrying and picking away at her defenses in the relentless manner of scavengers? So far, despite their devolved behaviors, the ferals seemed remarkably inclined to work as a pack. Would her follower play by those rules? She didn't know. Honestly, it didn't matter. First up to the plate got their head bashed in by her trusty bat. The next might get lucky. Ah well, shit happened. Behind her, Schrodinger growled in warning. The sound of paws scrambling for purchase gave her hope that he wasn't badly injured, though the lack of a black and white shape beside her meant he was still trapped. She gave herself a shake. She couldn't give up. If nothing else, she had to give her dog a chance to run. Had to try. Swinging her bat in a wide arc, she made a final desperate attempt to drive them back. The ferals hissed and scratched their nails across the wood boards, drawing closer and tightening the invisible noose on her neck. Her follower simply continued his approach until he'd reached the ranks of the remaining ferals, standing just beyond the reach of her bat. "This meal bites back," she said, spitting the words at her fucking follower. The feral nearest her follower spun around and wailed, mouth hanging open as if surprised to find another hunter had joined the party. In a perfect domino chain of reactions, the second and third ferals reacted. They all hunched toward him, aggressively snarling and snapping at her follower, like a group of hyenas telling an intruding lion to back away from a fallen wildebeest. Her gray follower looked about as impressed as a lion, too. Not a flicker of concern traveled over his features. With an ear-splitting wail, one of the ferals lunged for him. Her follower became a blur. One moment he'd been walking slowly toward her, the next he'd dropped into a crouch, sliding beneath the feral's outstretched hands and bringing his body within the creature's grip. He caught the feral mid-leap by the face. Some kind of martial arts witchery was happening before her eyes. He seemed to bend his body and, still holding the feral, whipped it up and around in an arc, its feet kicking helplessly in the air. Panicked burbles sounded. The other two ferals froze, watching while their fellow sailed like a child's doll in the grip of a bull terrier. Then her follower brought the feral down, head first. Brains exploded against plywood. "Ah!" The cry burst from her. "Oh, fuck!" Crushed brains really did look like overcooked macaroni covered in cheap tin tomato sauce, the kind that was mostly water and fake coloring. Too bright, too sloppy, a color that better matched cheap horror movie effects and had no place in real life. Her stomach roiled, gaze somehow glued to the horrific mess. The other two ferals lunged. Happily, it wasn't at her. The three zombies fell to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Her follower had his undead hands full with the two ferals, at least for the moment, and she wasn't wasting time watching the show. "Move, Jane. Now." Tearing her gaze off the sight, she spun around. She knelt beside Schrodi. "Hang on, buddy. I'm getting you out of here," she whispered. "I promise." He warbled anxiously. The brown eyes ringed in white. His paws scraped over the boards, catching against her knees and pushing, as if trying to use her body as leverage. "Easy, boy, easy." She held up her hand, fingers together, palm out. "Hold." He stilled, body vibrating and eyes wide with fear. "Good boy. I know it's hard. You're so good. Hold." She needed the big dog to stay still long enough for her to untangle him. Her follower had inadvertently bought her valuable time. She had to make it count, had to get Schrodinger free so the dog could run. Putting the bat down beside her knee, she felt along the saddlebags with both hands. Her fingers shook, palms sweaty, as she searched desperately for whatever had gotten snagged. Breath came in short, sharp bursts. "Come on, Jane. You need to hurry." An animalistic shout sounded behind her, followed by a plywood-shaking thud. She flinched at the impact, glanced over her shoulder. Holy shit! Her follower had one feral by the arm and the other pinned to the floor with his foot, almost using the wailing creature as a platform. As she watched, he yanked the one feral toward him, dropping to a knee on the other's chest while simultaneously ramming his fist into the first one's throat. Jeez, he was kicking their asses. Had she found the only zombie stalker in the world who used to be an action movie star? Past the wails of the ferals, she could swear more cries echoed up from below. Was that movement at the bottom of the ramp? She swallowed hard as shadows took shape. More ferals. More ferals were coming. She had to get out of here, now. No time to untangle anything. God, she needed to stop being stupid about this. She and Schrodi needed their lives, not supplies. Abandoning her efforts to untangle the makeshift saddlebags, she focused on the buckles. At least the child's vest she'd used for the base had 3 large, bright yellow buckles. Unfortunately, the damn clips seemed childproof. Fuck. Her fingers slid and slipped against the plastic. Whatever prick had designed this for emergencies deserved the cussing out of a lifetime. The first clip finally gave way. Grabbing the next buckle, she looked back and gasped. Another 2 ferals had reached her follower. By rights, they should have had him beaten into the ground by sheer virtue of numbers. Nope. Blood ran from their noses and trickled from the corners of their mouths. They seemed to be favoring legs and arms, while her gray follower didn't even appear winded. Even with more on the way, it didn't look good for the ferals. At this rate, he'd have turned them into zombie mulch in no time. Biting her lip to hold in the screams trying to climb up her throat, she dealt with the last 2 clips. "Okay, Schrod," she whispered. "Easy up." He rolled off his side and into a proper down position with a gut-wrenching whimper. His wince when he got to his feet cut to her core. "Oh, buddy," she croaked. Hating how he favored his hind leg, standing on 3 paws and holding the 4th up with a tragic stare. Swallowing back her horror, she ran her hands down his leg, trying to confirm whether he could walk. Phew. The streak of red marking his hindquarter wasn't thick. It didn't seem extensive. In fact, she wasn't sure the blood was even his. God, she hoped it wasn't. A series of growls and thuds echoed behind her, and Schrodi scuttled a couple steps back. His movement was awkward and stilted, but pretty fast, all things considered. Good thing, too. She glanced at the zombie fight. Were there 5 ferals on her follower now? Shit! She'd taken all the time she dared, more time, really. It was past time to get her ass in gear. Scooping up her bat, she patted her thigh. Schrodi shuffled to her side with a tragic whine, and she laid a hand on his head, trying to offer silent comfort while she searched for a way out. The zombies were a churning mass of limbs and teeth on the ramp she'd used to get up here. There was no way she could get around them without setting the whole group on her. That limited her options in a seriously unpleasant way. Guess we're going up. With Schrodi sticking close to her hip, she crept quietly around the framed-out floor and up the ramp to the next story. As soon as she'd put space between them and the zombies, she let out a tiny puff of relief. They needed to find another exit. Surely there'd be another way? And that would be easier done without a pile of rampaging undead practically on top of her. Giving herself a shake, she studied the floor. The sliver of breathing space gave her a chance to really notice the state of the building. The way all the walls had been framed and a stack of what might be drywall sat in a corner. This building was farther along than she'd originally thought. Surely that meant there were stairs or some kind of option. Didn't buildings need at least 2 exits in the event of an emergency? There wasn't anything more of a fucking emergency than an injured dog and a pile of zombies fighting for the right to eat her. "I am not crunchy and do not go well with sauce," she muttered. Schrodi warbled softly from her side. "I know." She rubbed his neck and started searching the framed-out rooms, hunting for a set of stairs. Scaffolding wouldn't do. Some dogs might be climbers, like a highly trained German shepherd, but Great Danes? Not so much, and hers was injured to boot. She kept glancing over her shoulder, straining her ears to confirm the battle continued to rage below. Was it just her, or had things gotten quieter? She wanted to believe that was a good sign. But there wasn't a chance in hell her luck had taken a sudden turn in a better direction. Dealing with angry, injured, and extra hungry zombies? Nope. No, thank you. She'd give that the biggest of passes. Except she'd covered half the damn floor and not found anything resembling an escape plan. Ahead of her, a wider-than-average opening glowed past a billowing sheet. Stairs? Oh, please, please be stair access. She urged Schrodinger forward with a pat on his bum. He hated strange places and billowing sheets, and without anything chasing him, his pace had dropped to a crawl. "Let's go, dude," she said urgently. Together, they hurried around a pile of lumber. She pushed open the plastic and ushered the big dog into a large room. Her gaze latched onto the far side, where metal posts blocked part of a massive opening. Yes! She lifted her bat in victory. Come on, Schrode. She jogged over to the opening and skidded to a halt. Motherfucker. The structure wasn't the set of stairs she'd hoped for. It wasn't stairs at all. A freaking metal box hung off the side of the building, sticking out like some kind of cardboard box hastily glued to a kid's project. Honestly, she might have felt better if it was cardboard and popsicle sticks. The ground leered up at her between the fixed metal slats, serving as a service elevator's floor. Vertigo tried to whip her insides around like a blender. She staggered back. Schrody slunk away from the opening, tail between his legs. Shit. She really shouldn't have reacted like that. She'd given him a reason to be afraid before he even looked for himself. She knew better. Tucking the bat under one arm, she scrubbed her hands over her face and tried to pull herself together. She dealt with dogs for a living. She could figure this out. Okay, Schrode, she said softly. Find it. Digging into her pocket, she pulled out a few treats and tossed them onto the ground, making the dog-friendly version of a breadcrumb trail to where she stood. As long as she kept her shit together, he'd make his way to her side. First rule of dogs, the stomach ruled. Schrody sure liked his treats. And after all that running, his stomach had to be talking. Sure enough, drool dripped from the corners of his jowls. Any moment, he'd get the treats, and she'd be ready. Slipping off her backpack, she quickly stuck her bat into the straps she'd designated as her weapon holders. Then she grabbed out the last of the cheese she'd taken from the Kim's house. She needed to pull out the big guns if she was going to make this work. And since the alternative was getting eaten, she was absolutely making it work. The big dog hated heights. But he loved cheese. Good boy, she encouraged. Find all the treats. He glanced up at her, eyebrows flicking from one side to the other, as he swiped the second treat off the ground with a tongue lash. Shoot, he knew something was up. She tossed a piece of cheese on the ground, adding incentive. He gave her a sideways glance, but stretched his neck out and snagged the piece. Sometimes she wondered whether Great Danes were the result of horses breeding with frogs. Very ground-bound, suspicious frogs. Ah, well. Suspicious or not, he knew she had cheese, and even without the bribery, she believed he'd stay with her. Trick was, she had to get him to do it quickly. She edged back a step and studied the lift. Good fucking God. That floor might work for trained professionals with safety gear and big boots, but for a woman and her clumsier-than-average injured Great Dane, it looked like an invitation to visit the bottom of the pit way too fast. Still, she had exactly 0 other options. So she'd manage. There wasn't any time to fuss or devise an elaborate doggy suspension system. Zombies could charge after her any moment. Good boy. She showered praise on Schrody when he reached her and practically shoved a piece of cheese into his mouth. Good. Stay. What a good boy. What a good stay. Taking off her jacket, she looped it around Schrody and tied the arms together. It wasn't exactly a quality sling, but it would have to do. We can do this, Schrode, she said, trying to sound confident. Sketchy construction hoist versus zombies? No contest. Right, buddy? He lowered his head and let out a long, worried warble. Come on, bud. We've got to... A crash sounded from inside the building, and a series of wails lifted the hair on the back of her neck. Had the barrels won? Shit. She'd wanted her follower to get what was coming to him after she'd gotten safely away. With me, Schrody. She slid the end of the makeshift sling with the knotted sleeves over her right arm, holding it in place with her elbow. It was the best she could do. She'd need one hand to operate the hoist, assuming she even remembered what her loser ex-boyfriend had shown her. Holding her breath, she put one foot on the platform. It rattled. Probably tens of thousands of dollars worth of construction equipment, and the damn thing rattled. Arrgh. Schrody cowered, head down, back hunched and tail so far between his legs the tip nearly brushed his chin. let's go, she said more sternly, putting some oomph into the words. She swore the dog shook his head in fierce denial. More cries, and another crash rang out from the building's interior. In its wake, a terrible silence seemed to grip the structure. No more time. Schrodinger, with me, she ordered, infusing it with as much of the voice of command as possible, and pointing at the hoist base. Good thing the line between voice of command and abject terror was a little blurry. With me! He grumbled, yet he crept onto the platform. She inched back to make room for him, locking the hand that was part of her temporary sling support onto the metal railing. His paws slipped against the slick metal slats that formed the hoist's floor. The whole structure seemed to shiver in time with Schrodi's obvious fear, yet he followed her until they both stood in a tiny metal box hanging over empty space. Reaching the control panel, she stared blankly at the buttons. There was no down arrow. Oh, she whispered. Balls. She had zero idea what to do with the contraption. She hit the red button at the top of the long, narrow orange panel. By some miracle, it seemed to be a power button, and it worked. A faint humming vibrated through her feet, telling her that somewhere a motor still ran. Apparently, the generator battery gods had seen fit to bless her. However, the gods of knowing what the fuck to do had not. What was D, and did it mean down? Schrodi wailed. Shh. She trailed off when she realized the Great Dane had stopped staring tragically at the ground and had his nose pointed back at the building. She froze. A strange, rhythmic noise, like the steady patter of rain against wood, reached her. No, not rain. Footsteps. Bless this act of desperation, she whispered and hit the button marked D. The hoist shuddered and started descending. Letting out a tiny breath, she stared at the far side of the room where the plastic obscured her view. The hoist had clearly been designed for function, not speed. Her heart beat hard and fast in her throat, as if urging the lift to go faster. Approaching shapes seemed to stretch along the plastic barrier's opaque length, and she gripped the panel for dear life. Then, the hoist dropped her below the opening, and all she could see was building frame and uncoated 2x4s. Would they jump after her? What if they landed on the hoist? Scrunching her head into her shoulders, she fought the urge to look up. She'd gotten them into the metal box, and there was literally nowhere to go. Either they made it to the end, or they wouldn't. Schrodi let out a yelp as his paws slid and his hindquarters skidded toward the edge. Schrod! Bracing her feet and dropping the control panel, she gripped the sling with her free hand and pulled upward with all her might. The leather gave her a decent amount of traction, and the knotted sleeves held. Her forearm burned, and the knot dug sharply into the soft innards of her elbow. She ignored the pain and maintained her hold. Come on, monster paws! She spoke through teeth clenched tight with effort as she hauled him up. Get your feet under... A wail cut the air. Louder than before. Closer. Her gaze snapped up in time to see a figure fly through the opening above them and sail into open space. Oh! She gasped, unable to do anything other than watch as it plummeted toward them. It drew close enough for her to see the snarling mouth of a feral zombie coming toward her. Then the zombie traveled straight past. A dull thud sounded from the pit below. Shit, she finished, the word barely a croak. Unable to stop herself, she looked up. The opening was farther away now, growing farther with every passing second as the lift took her toward the ground. Yet she swore a figure stood there, watching. It hurt, tilting her neck at the steep angle. She held it for a few heartbeats, until she felt certain it wouldn't leap after her. Then she returned her attention to Schrodi, and made sure the big dog had his feet safely back on the platform. Standing on her tiptoes, she used her body to keep him in place, keeping one leg on either side of him and her hands braced on opposite railings. It was awkward and unnerving, standing with her toes perched on the edge of the base, and the sling still looped over her arm. But damn it, She'd make sure Schrodi was okay. The clang and thud as the hoist reached solid ground released a knot in her chest. They'd made it. She and Schrodi had gotten off the building. Now they had to get away before any remaining zombies figured out they could go down and resume their chase. Animal brains might take a few beats longer, but they'd get there. She had to assume it would be a matter of minutes before the chase resumed. "Let's make those minutes count," she said to Schrodi. His tail whacked against her leg, the happiest whip in the world. He lunged for the exit, and she held tight to her makeshift sling. "Easy, dude. Wait." Brown eyes flicked disparagingly in her direction. Ouch. Talk about doggy side-eye. Seriously. She disengaged the safety and eased out ahead of him. No way she'd let him launch himself out there and end up even more injured. With her bare feet on blessed dirt, she used her body and the sling, which she still had secured to her person, to guide the big dog off the hoist and away from the empty mouth of the pit. He grumbled at the restrictions, but the way he favored his leg had her thinking the complaints weren't for show. Her big boy was hurting. She swallowed hard. "Come on, buddy, with me." Keeping the sling in place, she led him out of the building site and onto the alley. Funny, mere hours ago she'd been desperate to avoid alleys, and now she was ready to cry with relief at reaching one. A quick glance confirmed no zombies, feral or otherwise, were in sight, and Schrodi wasn't growling, also positive. Giving him a quick pat, they took off down the alley. Drops splattered her nose and arms. Wrinkling her nose, she squinted up, studying the sky between buildings. Sure enough, clouds had rolled in and the light had begun to fade. Not only was the day sliding into late afternoon, but those storm-heavy clouds loved to cluster around nearby mountains and block out the sun. Trust Vancouver's weather to turn on a dime. And super typical of spring, sunny one moment, pouring the next. She shivered, partly from the growing gloom and partly from the chilled rain on her bare arms. No way they'd make it all the way into the British properties, not today. They needed a place to shelter from the rain and the growing dark, where they could hide from any pursuers and she could properly assess Schrodi's injury, where her dog could rest. Cold air bit through her t-shirt. Despite her appreciation for the alley, she turned onto a proper street as soon as she reached the end, taking them down to Georgia, the massive 6-lane road that divided the center of downtown, until scrunching together and becoming the 3-lane artery that cut through Stanley Park and all the way onto the North Shore. She kept her eyes open, searching for danger and shelter alike. Nothing leapt out at her. Hooray. Unfortunately, no safety presented itself either. Whether broken or burning or barricaded, every building seemed to scream danger. The few buildings that appeared untouched felt conspicuously shady, like they belonged in a cartoon with a giant animated "danger" hovering over the doorway. The assorted collection of repeating zombies scattered in lobbies wasn't super inviting either. How the hell was she supposed to find them safety if they couldn't risk entering any building? She'd barely escaped being trapped inside a tower, one half-built where she had a chance of seeing danger before they ran into it. The finished towers offered no such option. She had no idea who or what would be lurking behind any door, waiting in the stairwell. "Stairwells are killing zones," her dad liked to joke whenever her mom complained about single-level living. "Hilarious, Bill," her mom would retort, and Jane would laugh at the pair of them. Only right now, it wasn't a joke. It was Jane's reality, and she had no idea what to do about it. Using the back of her hand, she scrubbed rain out of her face and stared down the final length of Georgia Street as it gently sloped toward the final short run to the park. The road was scattered with busted cars, abandoned buses, and the odd grouping of repeaters. It should have alarmed her that she'd gotten to the point where she could tune those zombies out. Oh well, she had way bigger issues. One hand bracing Schrode, the other propped on her hip, she studied the buildings within reach. The sides of the street were lined in towers. Hotels, high-rises, and high-end condos, oh my. Would hotels be better or worse than condos? She wished she knew. Rumor had it there were so many international investors with properties in Cole Harbor that the vacancy rate had skyrocketed. If that was true, the luxury condos that ringed the harbor might be the safest place in all of Vancouver. Of course, people liked to talk a lot of shit about realty, so who actually knew? Finding out the hard way? Not exactly appealing. Schrodinger gave a single plaintive cry. Holding his leg up, head hanging and rain slowly soaking his fur, the Great Dane was the saddest of sad things. The wind picked up, whistling between buildings and cutting at her damp skin. She froze, head cocked. Had she heard something? Schrodi abandoned his woe to look back the way they'd come. His hackles lifted in a ridge along his back, and a low growl of warning rumbled in his chest. Yup, she'd heard something all right. The hunters were already on her trail, and she had no idea how much of a head start she'd carved out. Sure, she'd put some distance between her and the building site, but Schrodi's injury had slowed their pace, as had her attempts to peer into every second building in the hopes of finding a beam of holy light illuminating a golden path to safety. She needed to get off the streets and out of sight. Hopefully the rain would help cover their tracks, buy her a little more time to find something resembling shelter. Fuck, she whispered. Tapping her hip, she got Schrodi moving as fast as she could. She tried not to steady his leg, to dwell on his uneven gait. Oh, she wanted to dwell and fuss and tend, except if she wasted time on her dog-parent instincts, she'd get them both caught and killed. For Schrodi to have a chance, they needed a hiding spot first. Her gaze traveled to the far end of Georgia, a few giant city blocks away, where the street began curving into the park. Was the park an option? Stanley Park was huge, maybe bigger than New York's Central Park. She could head into the trees, hope for shelter in the aquarium. Hanging out with the sharks sounded positively friendly at this moment, but there were hundreds, possibly thousands of people who visited the aquarium any given day. And the whole structure was seriously out of the way. Adding time seemed like a terrible plan. There were piles of abandoned cars, none of which offered any real defense. She eyed the only building on the whole section of street that wasn't a tower. The White Spot. Was the restaurant open for breakfast? Probably. That could mean the insides were packed with zombies. Besides, the wall of windows screamed, "Let's reenact Jurassic Park," in the worst of ways. Nope, 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 she muttered. Another block down and inspiration hadn't struck. She glanced up at the buildings to her right, part of a hotel chain, she thought, and debating giving it a go. Trying something, anything, was better than standing in the rain in the middle of the street. She tried to make herself head for the nearest entrance. Her feet refused to cooperate. Fine. She'd aim for the last building on the block, and if that didn't work, maybe she could break into the harbor and get on a boat? Boats and Schrodinger seemed like a terrible mix, especially when you added in the fact that she had no idea how to sail. But when all else failed... She blinked at the street corner, at the squat, heavy-duty vehicle parked in front of the hotel on the corner. Hey now. That just might do. Come on, buddy, she said. Mama might have a plan. Arrgh. He warbled softly, but he seemed to pick up the pace. Good boy. She gave him the last piece of cheese she'd shoved in her pocket. Hope flickered in her chest as they made their way through the graveyard of abandoned vehicles, keeping a careful eye on the repeaters dotting the road, none of which seemed remotely aware she existed. The vehicle she'd spotted was indeed heavy-duty. She'd found an armored van, the kind they used to transport money. It was reinforced, and the doors were open. Convenient. Too convenient? Wait, she whispered to Schrodi. The big dog obliged without any grumbling, a fact that worried her more than his complaints. Releasing the sling, she untied it so it wouldn't tangle in his legs, just in case he needed to run. Then she slipped off her pack and pulled out her bat. Without her pack and the sling, she had a hope in hell of dealing with any unfriendlies that had taken up residence inside the van. So far, the big dog wasn't growling at the vehicle. That bodes well. Giving Schrodi the signal to hold position, she approached. Brightly colored Canadian bills swirled through the air around her feet, while many more floated in growing puddles. The reason quickly became clear as she rounded the end of the van and saw a collection bag, partly open, sitting beside the back wheel. Well, that explained the money and the fact that the door was ajar. It looked like the guard had been caught mid-collection, the poor person. She searched the area for a figure wearing a uniform, but couldn't see anyone. Here goes nothing. Holding her breath, she pushed one half of the back doors further open with the end of her bat. Nothing inside. Thank God. Air rushed out of her in a wave of relief. Hurrying back to Schrodi, she scooped up her pack. Come on, buddy, we're hiding out for a bit. The big dog was shivering, just as she was. They needed to get out of the rain. The van wouldn't be comfortable or warm, but it was armored and as safe as things were going to get, and she wouldn't get them trapped inside an unfamiliar tower. After they both relieved themselves in an anxious hurry, she helped Schrodi into the van and hopped inside after him. She pulled the door closed, locking it behind her. Okay, that was really dark. Cracking the door back open, she retrieved her phone from her coat. Fuck, she was lucky that hadn't fallen out during Operation Sling and set it in the middle of the floor. With the light to guide her, she relocked the door, then pulled out the flashlight she'd pilfered from the Kim's house. Then she got to work. A short time later, she'd cleaned Schrodi's hindquarter and treated a cut she'd found there with antibiotic cream. Human, dog, so long as he didn't lick it, the cream was good to use. Thank all the powers that be that she'd stuck that pilfered cream in her pack, not Schrodi's abandoned saddlebags. She'd toweled them both off with spare t-shirts, given them both a snack and a drink, and made a bed out of another bag of money and an extra-large guard's jacket. Only once she and Schrodi were tucked in together, huddled under the coat to stay warm, did she let herself read the messages her phone had announced. Dad, Janie, we got your message. The bunker is so far, Pud. You just stay safe. I'll come get you. Where are you? Dad, are you seeing these, Pud? Tell me your location. I'll send help. Dad, Janie, it's Mama. I'm so glad you're okay, baby. I'm so worried. But don't you worry about us. Your father has us tucked away with the armed forces. We just need you here. You and that dog don't take any risks. You get somewhere safe and you call us. Don't worry about that damn bunker. Damn? Oh, wow. Her mom never swore. Tears burned the backs of her eyes. Jane hugged the phone to her chest for a moment. Her parents were safe. They'd gotten out. She'd been sure they would, but confirmation lifted a weight off her, one she hadn't even realized was holding her down. Emergency alert. Urgent. All Lower Mainland residents are to shelter in place immediately. Cover all windows and openings. Block your door. Do not travel. Do not admit anyone. Sniffling, she wiped away tears and glared at the emergency message. Just because it was absolutely correct didn't mean it wasn't also an epic act of assholery that guaranteed no one would help her. Still, signals were getting through. Maybe she could reach her parents, tell her dad where she was, and not have to get out of the stupid van until it was completely surrounded by heavily armed professionals. Hands shaking, she punched the call button. No signal. Figures. She quickly typed a message to her dad. It wouldn't send now, but she might get lucky and catch a pocket of service later on. Still heading to bunker, almost reached Stanley Park. Holing up in an armored van on the corner of Denman and Georgia. Otherwise, I'll get to the bunker tomorrow. I love you. I'm okay. I have Schrodi. I'm not alone. Thank God for you, she whispered to Schrodi as she set the phone to silent. He licked her cheek, then dropped his head into her lap. Okay then, her voice broke. Pulling her knees into her chest, she curled around the big dog as best she could and tried to get some sleep. Her parents knew she'd made it, and that she was going to the bunker. They were counting on her to get there. She couldn't let them down. She and Schrodinger would hide, wait for the storm of ferals to pass, and get to the bunker. With her arms around Schrodi, she dozed fitfully, jerking awake at every tiny cry that filtered through the reinforced doors of the van. Schrodi whimpered in his sleep, and she fell asleep rubbing his ears. It felt like every time she closed her eyes, she saw the feral lunging at her, saw her follower smashing its skull against the ground. Every time she jerked awake, her body reminded her of incoming bruises. Loudly. She'd stifled a litany of groans and done her best not to disturb Schrodi. By the time her phone announced it was 4 a.m., she couldn't take it anymore. Her face already felt like she'd gotten up close and personal with a pack of sandpaper. Pretending to sleep for another hour wouldn't help. Besides, pre-dawn would have brightened the sky enough to see. A cold nose pressed into her side. "I want out too," she whispered. Shuffling over to the van's doors, she pressed an ear to the metal panel. Downside to her sanctuary, it was a windowless box with no bathroom. She had zero idea what was on the other side. Still, nothing had battered the van or tried to get in, and between her head start and the rain, surely she'd lost the ferals and her follower. No way she'd know until she opened the stupid door. With her bat in one hand, she slid open the lock and pushed the door open the tiniest of cracks. No faces leered at her. No hands reached through the gap. She started to let out a sigh of relief, only to have it freeze halfway out of her chest, because there, on the pavement right beneath her door, were the makeshift saddlebags she'd made for Schrodi. Chapter 14. A strangled hiss, better suited to an angry cat with a crushed tail, rushed out of Jane at the sight of those saddlebags. She slammed the van door closed, leaned against it, as if the pressure of her shoulders against reinforced metal could somehow drive away the truth of what those bags meant. Oh, she wanted to feign ignorance, to pretend she didn't know, but she did. "Fucker," she muttered, barely stopping herself from punching the door. She knew exactly what those damned bags meant, just as she knew there were zero alternatives. She couldn't stay in the van forever. Hell, with no water and a tighter space than the lab, she really couldn't stay inside with Schrodi for more than another few hours, at best. Arrgh! Schrodi bumped her side and pointed his nose at the door. "I know you gotta go, bud," she said quietly. "Me too." Gripping the handle, she rested her forehead against the door. She could wait and hide, but what was the point of delaying the inevitable? Besides, Schrodi seemed to be in better form. At least he'd have a chance outside of the van. "You wait," she ordered Schrodi. "Wait." He plunked his butt into a sit with a dramatic sigh. Letting out a long breath of her own, she opened the door a crack. Shoulders tight, she searched the visible area, slowly opening the door as she went. The door was 3/4 wide before she could get any kind of sightline on the hotel grounds, and bingo. There he was, her relentless, unshakable, undead stalker, standing about 20 feet away. Staring at her. No surprise there. Tiredness slammed into her bones, with anger hot on its heels. God damn it! How dare he chase her across town and run her into the ground? She'd tried so hard, fought so hard. Didn't she deserve a chance? She jumped out of the van and glared at him. The chilled morning air stung her skin. Ignoring the cold, she reached in and yanked out her bat, slapping the end against her palm like she meant serious business. It was all bluster. She'd seen him fight. If he wanted to get her, well, one tired woman with a bat wasn't going to hold off some feral fighting machine, especially when she couldn't stay locked in a van with a giant, thirsty dog and one measly hiking bladder of water left. It sucked. And she was super done with it. "What?" she yelled at the zombie, fists balled. She stomped a few feet toward him. She threw her arms open, accidentally smacking the van with the bat. "What the fuck do you want?" His head tipped slightly to the right. He took 2 steps back. "Seriously?" She raked her fingers through her hair and studied him. What the heck was this zombie's deal? He'd eviscerated at least 5 ferals with the speed and force of a pissed-off grizzly bear that had been personally trained by Chuck Norris. It'd probably be the work of 30 seconds to chew up her bat and spit out metal shavings to the tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. So why hadn't he done that already? "Why are you just standing there?" she whispered. It didn't make any sense. This zombie had hunted her across the city, relentlessly tracked her all the way from the grocery store at the gates of the university, across all the streets of Point Grey and Kitsilano, onto the Burrard Street Bridge and across downtown. He'd found her every time she'd lost him, even though she'd waited until he was thoroughly lost before she'd set up camp for the night. He'd chased her, terrified her, but he hadn't attacked her, not even when she invited it. Brow furrowed, she slowly lowered her arms and stared back at him, searching for meaning in the bloodshot orbs watching her. Those charcoal veins circling his eyes screamed danger, yet the actual expression behind them didn't. "But if you're not here to attack me, then what do you—" Black and white flashed in the corner of her eye. "Schrody!" She reached for the dog. Missed. Shit. He'd gotten out of the van without her noticing. For all the Dane was a talkative, clumsy galumph most of the time, he could be a sneaky ninja when it suited him, and had just strolled past her reaching fingers. And now he was heading toward her zombie follower. "Wait!" The word cut at her throat. The big dog paused and glanced over his shoulder, eyebrows flicking upward at her, brown eyes querulous. With a full-bodied shake that served as the doggy equivalent of a shrug, he disregarded her objections and trotted up to the zombie. Stretching out his long, black and white neck, he sniffed the man's hand. "No! Get away!" She staggered forward. Stopped. Her undead follower looked down at her dog, and Schrody returned the favor, staring upward at those creepy eyes. Somehow, the Great Dane didn't seem the least bit concerned. As for Jane, her heart climbed farther into her throat with every passing second. Then the big dog gave a slight wag, licked the back of the man's hand, and carried on past him to a fire hydrant, where he lifted a leg and proceeded to take care of his business. Steam rose from the hydrant and surrounding ground. No aggressive male would stand for another making a mark of that proportion without some kind of retaliation. Yet her gray follower didn't do anything other than look. No lunging, no snarling. None of the predatory leers or snapping of teeth she'd faced in the ferals, none of the bone-chilling cries. She slowly let out the breath she'd been holding, vaguely noticing how it hung in a pale cloud around her head. The tip of her bat lowered until it rested on the ground. Despite the intensity of his gaze, the zombie's posture remained upright and oddly casual. In fact, not once had his body language given any hint of aggression. He just stared and followed. And saved my life. Jane realized her jaw was hanging open and slowly closed it. Sucking in a deep breath, she held it and forced herself to review every one of their interactions, to assess her fear and panic and factor those out of the equation, actually being the behaviorist she'd been trained to become. Get it together and do your job, Jane. She'd spent so much of her life convinced zombies would be evil, fearing the impossible and trapped by her nightmares. Zombie? Check. Scary looking? Double check. Out to get her? There she wasn't so certain. "Are you planning to eat me or not?" Wrapping her arms around herself, she shivered in the frostbitten morning. That steady, intense gaze of his, bloodshot and ringed in charcoal veins, belonged smack dab in the middle of her nightmares. As did his imposing figure, clad in torn, shredded black. But that didn't mean he was her nightmare. Sure, he was tall and built like an action star or personal trainer. Those muscles were not fucking around, and she'd seen all too well what he could do. She gulped in another breath at the memory of blinding motion and blood spatter. Focus. Letting out the air, she admitted that, even then, in the half-built building with the ferals, he hadn't made a move against them until after they'd attacked. Stalkers were shitty, insecure humans who, instead of dealing with their problems and learning to not suck, fixated on others, deciding those people somehow owed the stalker their bodies. They could be patient, but ultimately that level of soul-deep insecurity shone through, especially in tight spaces. None of her followers' restraint said creepy stalker. It said skills. Serious, badass skills. Oh, fuck, she whispered. I'm the asshole. She'd gone right by the army base with that zombie on her heels, and it had never once occurred to her that her follower was anything other than a shitty, repeating stalker. But when it came down to it, that just didn't make sense. Military specialist, however? Yep, she'd buy that. Not that I'm about to get all cozy and give you a hug, she muttered to her follower. His head twitched to the side again. Huh. He hadn't done that when she'd yelled at him yesterday. She'd tested him, and there'd been zero reaction. Is this you getting better or worse? She propped her fists on her hips and assessed at the newest undead problem to land on her doorstep, which happened to be the exact same undead problem she'd already had, just under a brand new label of possibly not terrible zombie who might be helping me. Arrgh! Schrody warbled happily as he returned to her side. Normally the Great Dane hated cold mornings, but he'd clearly been desperate to get out of that van. How are you doing, Monster Paws? She ran her hands down his sides and grinned when he leaned into her with a contented grunt. He didn't flinch when she checked his leg, and he didn't shy or yelp at any point, a great sign he'd come through yesterday's adventure without any real injury. To top it off, the big dog's movement seemed good, with barely any hesitation in his gait. Relief swept through her at the realization he could make it up the hill into the British properties. Thank God. Speaking of the bunker, she needed to get going. Squinting one eye against the growing glare of morning light, she looked at her follower. Her pack and remaining supplies were still in the van. Did she dare put her back to him? Guess she'd find out sooner or later. Heart thumping, she climbed back inside the van and quickly gathered up her things. Scooping up the guard jacket, her phone, and her backpack, she hopped out of the van and faced the zombie. He hadn't moved. Okay, then. A relieved breath rushed out of her. Hunkering down at the back of the van, she pulled the supplies out of the returned saddlebags and considered what would be safe to keep. A pair of sealed water bottles, some dog kibble, and jerky went into her pack. The morning chill crept through her jeans, snuck down the neck of her jacket when she bent over. Brrr. Schrody huffed into her hair. Brr indeed. They needed to get moving to keep warm. Getting the big dog to carry his supplies again would be pushing it. The last thing she'd do was risk exacerbating any lingering injury from yesterday. But damn, it was chilly. Maybe she'd put the vest back on him for warmth. Danes weren't exactly built for wintry weather. The fur on his belly was so thin it didn't fully cover the pink of his skin. Usually, he wore a coat in winter and chilly spring days. The life vest without her tacked-on leather pouches should suffice. There you go, dude, she said, clipping the vest onto him. He licked the tip of her nose. I know, you're a good boy. She rubbed his head and gave him a handful of kibble and a good drink of water. She kept half an eye on the zombie while she fed Schrody, uncertain as to whether the food would trigger a response. Her follower didn't budge, and Schrody clearly wasn't concerned, chomping down his snack and mooching an extra handful of kibble without any of the worry he'd have shown if a crow was watching him, or a squirrel. Heck, one time she'd found him standing beside his dog bed because a ladybug was in the middle of the cushion. She patted the vest, grateful to have that bit of protection for her dog. Her gaze traveled over to her follower. Just like a cat, the zombie had brought her a present and left it where she was sure to find it. Then he'd simply waited for her next move. If the ferals were acting like rabid hyenas, then her follower was more of an oversized stray cat, one who'd apparently decided to adopt Jane and Schrody. As a behaviorist, she was probably supposed to love all animals, and she did, mostly. She just wasn't a huge fan of cats. Lips scrunched to the side, she cupped Schrody's face. We keeping the zombie, buddy? Arrgh! He licked her nose again and wagged his tail. Guess that's a yes. She focused on her follower and sighed. Not like I actually have a say. His head tipped slightly to the right. She rolled her eyes. I suppose I need to call you something other than my creepy stalker, she grumbled. I mean, you might turn on us when we least expect it, 'cause that feels pretty in line with the rest of this situation. But I guess I need to be a better person or something until then. His head tilted slightly farther to the side. And had he just blinked at her? "I'm taking that as a yes, please," she said to him. Another blink. "All right." She shook her head. Whether at him or herself, she didn't know. "Since I already used it, I'm going with gray. It matches all your creepy veinage, so don't think I'm going soft on you or anything." She attempted to point fiercely at him in warning, as if a finger wag could deter a feral murdering machine. Unsurprisingly, he did not look chastened. Instead, he turned away as if studying the city behind. Had he heard something? She glanced at her dog, but Schrodi wasn't reacting. Maybe there wasn't anything to hear, or maybe the Great Dane was too tired and hurting to catch whatever sound had captured Gray's interest. Not worth the risk. No matter what, they had to get going. She shouldered her pack and winced at how the straps dug into her already sore shoulders. Yeesh. She was feeling her fight yesterday. All those bat swings and hitting the plywood had left a mark, and her feet hurt like a bitch. Her kicks had not been designed for zombie chases. Conveniently, there was a sports shoe store on the opposite corner from her van. It would be the matter of moments to scurry across the road and find a pair of shoes her size. It took her the few steps from the van to the middle of the intersection to decide, yep, a slight delay for better footwear would be worth it. "Let's go, Schrode," she called, jogging over to the store. He pranced alongside. Gray followed, once again sticking to about the 20 feet away. She kept checking on him while she pawed through the boxes of shoes scattered just inside the broken front window of the store. Neither he nor Schrodi gave any hint of trouble lurking inside the store. Happily, she didn't need to put their senses to the test, finding a box of runners within easy reach. Barely 5 minutes later, she had comfy shoes on her feet, and they were heading into Stanley Park. She set a quick pace, wanting to get warm, and wanting to get away from downtown. Despite the crushed cars and smoking rubble, the causeway seemed largely quiet. She and Schrodi were in the lead, hurrying down the middle lane, which had somehow escaped the worst of the destruction. Roughly 20 feet back, Gray was following. He was also looking behind more frequently, a fact that officially freaked her out. She did her best to tune out the bodies and occasional repeater. If she let herself soak in the horror around her, she'd break down. She couldn't break. She had to get her and Schrodi to safety. Fixing her eyes forward, she focused on the gap the road carved between towering West Coast firs. Stanley Park had its cultivated sections, but it was no Central Park. Most of the massive city park was near wild forest, full of massive old-growth trees and no small amount of wildlife. Not that she saw any deer as she hurried toward the bridge. A final bend in the road, and they reached the spot where the causeway sloped toward the iconic Lionsgate Bridge. She tugged her coat tight as she passed underneath a park road. Then she was racing the final distance out of the park, to where massive cement lions guarded the entrance to the bridge. Past them, the green iron frame and lines of suspension cables rose like a beacon of hope, framing the North Shore mountains behind them. "Hope you're watching my back, guys," she said to the lions. As far as major bridges went, it was patently ridiculous that the Lionsgate was only 3 lanes. The bridge was notorious for accidents, and a single smash-up could shut down travel for hours. She eyed the suspension cables, wondering how much damage the accidents had caused to the structure. Some people liked to claim it wouldn't take much to bring the old bridge down on a good day. Still, despite the cars crunched along its length, the bridge seemed solid, and honestly, where else was she going to go? A frustrated warble sounded ahead. She blinked, realizing a chain of cars had crunched together in a perfect line, blocking all 3 lanes. Schrodi had his front paws on the hood of a car, but was clearly a little nervous with the slippery surface. She couldn't blame him. The frost was still thick on the ground, even the pavement was slick. She crouched by the tire so the Dane could use her knee for grip. Following him over the hood, she stood on top for a moment and surveyed the rest of the bridge. "Fuck," she whispered. Broken cars and overturned buses covered the span she could see, up toward the curved height of the base, where it began sliding toward the far shore. she and Schrodi would have a bitch of a time getting around everything. Climbing carefully down the other side, she picked her way forward and then checked on Gray. Figured it would take him 0 seconds and no visible effort to traverse the same obstacle. "Do you climb or just levitate?" she muttered. By the 4th line of crushed vehicles, this one a nasty 5-car smash that included a bus and a truck, she was almost considering asking the zombie for help. Almost. Not that he'd understand, or that she'd let him touch her. Still, she had to admit the crazy notion had its appeal. Despite the still frigid air, sweat ran down her back as she helped Schrodi scramble safely through the overturned bus. Dang, 180 pounds of dog was never a joke, but it sure didn't take prisoners when it came to clamoring over accidents. Catching her breath, she turned to Gray. "You know, you could pretend to—" Words dried in her throat as she realized he wasn't looking at her. He wasn't even facing her. Standing on the hood of a car, he'd turned completely to face the park. Please, please be a false alarm. Holding herself perfectly still, she strained to listen, struggling to make out anything over the waves below and the wind whistling around the point. Then, faint and haunting as the ghostly mist rising from the ocean beneath, a chorus of feral cries reached her. Chapter 15. Jane stared at the foggy stretch of trees and road where park met bridge. Ferals were coming. Hurry. She had to hurry. Hands shaking, she reached for her bat and started to pull it from its holding loops on her pack. Her gaze traveled to where Schrodi stood before yet another broken car obstacle course, and she froze. She couldn't use her bat and have her hands free to help her dog. Damn it. She shoved the bat back into place and hurried to her dog. His gummies wrinkled inward with frustration, looking for all the world like a cartoon dog after sucking a giant lemon. Whoever thought dogs didn't have expressions had not met a Great Dane. A laugh snuck past the fear gripping her throat. "I know, dude," she said, shoving open a car's back door. She scrambled across the back seat and pushed out the other side, and he eagerly followed. Danes worked a lot like horses, more into avoiding spaces where they could be trapped than running headfirst into them. Usually, she appreciated that trait. Right now, she wouldn't mind a little more furry bulldozer. She clambered into a busted Fiat and scanned the road ahead, searching for the path of least resistance. How the causeway had been so clear and the bridge was such a mess, she couldn't say. Didn't really matter, because she couldn't do anything other than deal with it. A wail sounded behind her, loud and immediate. She whipped around and had to windmill her arms to keep herself from toppling off the vehicle. A pair of ferals emerged from behind a fallen bus, closing rapidly on her follower. "Gray! Look!" He became a charcoal-lined blur, grabbing one of the ferals and swinging it full-bodied into its brethren, driving them both into the undercarriage of the bus with a sickening crunch. "Out," she finished quietly. Whoa. Okay, this work with your zombie follower thing had advantages, especially if he kept playing rear guard. Getting off the car, she hurried ahead, weaving a path for her and Schrodi through broken vehicles. She stuck tight to the big dog. His gait had a hitch every now and again, and she winced every time she had to shove his bum to get him over a car or through a toppled SUV. She wanted to go slow, to be careful, but the gathering feral cries promised such a move would be as good as death. There were so many cries now. "Come on, buddy," she encouraged Schrodi. They'd nearly reached the part of the bridge where it widened into 4 lanes, then 8, as it split into 4 different directions like half a cement octopus, reaching equally into North and West Vancouver. Once they reached the wider stretch, they could pick up speed, get ahead of the ferals. She hoped. Just a little farther. Keeping a hand on Schrodi's back, she urged him into a controlled jog down the gentle decline of the bridge deck as it sloped toward land. Her heart lurched at the smoking husk that used to be the apartment tower on the corner of Capilano Road and Marine, The butt-ugly cement block had been her landmark for entering North Van for as long as she could remember, where she'd always turn off the main road and take the easier route through the First Nations reservation lands to the south. She rubbed a hand over her heart and briefly strained her neck to see if she could tell how the reservation had fared. Looked better than the bridge. Hopefully they were okay. Not that she'd be able to check. Her path took her to the left, away from the reservation, and then all the way up the hill, as north as she could get without breaking out the hiking gear and snowshoes and heading over the peak. The road had opened up, offering a path through without obstacles. Schrodi no longer needed her help. She pulled out her bat. "Come on, Schrod." "Arrgh," he rumbled. The extra prance in his step spoke volumes. He'd figured out he could get through without climbing any more cars, and he was pleased as could be. Even with sending worried glances in the direction of their pursuers, he seemed to have a bit of a wag in his run. She was glad he was taking his joy where he could. All things going well, they'd make up time on the wider streets and put a good chunk of distance between them and the ferals. And once she'd reached the bunker, well, then the zombies were shit out of luck. She'd be safe. And warm. A shiver ran through her, and she zipped her burrow jacket up as far as it would go. Shit, it was cold today. Was it just her, or was the temperature dropping instead of rising? Her breath puffed in a dense white cloud before her. She considered it for a second as it rushed past her, and then glanced back at Gray. He was still about 20 feet back, maybe a little more, and the cool mist still drifting up from the water made it nearly impossible to tell. But she thought there might be a more noticeable cloud before him. Did that mean he was breathing? She shook her head. Figuring out whether Gray was undead, or something else had to wait. Not that she'd be examining him or anything, and he sure as shit wasn't coming inside the bunker. Which meant, what, exactly? Her stomach clenched, and she jerked her eyes back to the road before her. Fuck. She had no idea what she'd do, aside from locking the reinforced steel door and refusing to budge. Worry about it later, Jane. Focusing on keeping her pace even, she jogged beside Schrodinger. Off the Lion's Gate and down the on-ramp, over the small bridge that took the road over the Capilano River. It felt wrong, cutting across lanes and taking the wrong way across the river. Like any minute, the few repeaters scattered along the marine road's length would leap into their vehicles and rush hour would resume in earnest. Of course, that didn't happen. Nothing did. Aside from crossing into West Vancouver and hurrying toward Park Royal, the fancy mall that sat as a gateway to the community. When she was a teenager, she'd loved the mall. Sure, it had been the only thing to do, but it had also been fun. Now, she probably couldn't afford bread. Just get through it. Get up the hill. Get to safety. Feral cries washed over her in a wave, and she looked back, noticing Gray had fallen behind. It had been a while since some of the ferals had caught up to him, but if he didn't get a move on, that wouldn't last. "Hurry up already!" she yelled at him. He looked at her. His expression didn't change, but he might have picked up the pace? Hopefully that was a good thing. She really needed to think twice about encouraging the zombie. She reached the intersection of Taylor Way and Marine. Hope charged into her. The final hill. She'd made it to the final hill. Sure, it was a fucking long hill, but it was the last. We're going to make it. At this pace, she and Schrodi would get to the bunker in less than an hour. With her growing lead on the ferals, she'd have no trouble accessing the control panel, scanning her eyeball, and getting Schrodi inside before any got close. Then that heavy-ass door would clamp shut behind them. They'd be safe. And alone. She checked on Gray, surprised to find he'd closed the gap between them substantially. Good. He had heard her. Or simply decided to catch up. Honestly, who even knew? Zombie brains were so much harder to parse than dog brains. He was facing forward, those intense eyes locked onto her. Despite everything, even knowing he was probably on her side, her heart lurched into her throat at the sight. Jesus fucking Christ. He was the single most imposing thing she'd ever seen. Swallowing hard, she turned away. Schrodi was ahead of her, starting the run up Taylor Way, heading under the sketchy parking lot overpass that merged onto the main road. She should call the dog back, keep him close. Instead, she picked up the pace further, working her arms and legs and ignoring the exhausting weight of her backpack. Sitting at the base of the hill, the pass was an old hunk of concrete that was ridiculously out of place in comparison to the otherwise glamorous new exterior of West Van's main mall. Oh, they'd tried to clad it in some sort of less heinous gray panels, but there was no putting lipstick on that cement pig. The back of her neck prickled, and she glanced back. Gray was charging up from behind, coming at her. Fast. Really, really fast. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Her heart slammed into her ribs, and she bit back an instinctive scream. He looked like he meant business. Adrenaline spiked through her body, and she put on an extra burst of speed. Had she been wrong? Again? What if he'd gotten hungry and... A loud, keening cry sliced through the cold air like a hot knife through butter. Loud and immediate, it echoed from beneath the mall's overpass. More ferals, and these ones weren't behind them. She jerked around to face forward. Oh. The big dog paused beside a toppled SUV, hackles up and teeth bared. Shit. She searched desperately for a hint of where the new ferals were coming from. She'd let Schrodi get too far ahead. They needed to stay close, let her use her bat. "Schrodi!" she called. "With me!" A shape blasted out from between abandoned cars and rammed into her, shoving her into the side of a van. The air still blasted from her lungs, but her backpack took the brunt of the hit. She lost her grip on her bat and slid partway to the ground, gasping and trying to roll away from the feral. Dark, vein-spattered hands reached for her face. She jerked back, wriggling on the pavement like a centipede, trying to gain any fraction of space. The feral lunged for her, and she managed to bring her knees up in time, barely keeping the zombie at bay. A black and white body barred into view. Massive jaws clamped around the feral's shoulder, pulling it off her. Rolling onto all fours, she scrambled to reach her bat. Her hand closed over the handle, and her feet were yanked out from under her. She fell back onto the pavement and found herself being yanked backward. Two snarling ferals had taken hold, one on each leg, and were pulling her beneath the overpass. Twisting around, she swung her bat in a desperate attempt to knock them back. Unable to reach them with the bat, she kicked at them for all she was worth. Their fingers dug into her legs. Pavement bit through her jeans as they dragged her toward the shadowed reaches beneath the overpass, where off-ramp met road. Why were they... A scream escaped her, as what she'd thought was rubble resolved into a heap of partly eaten bodies. God, that's why she'd stopped seeing the dead. It wasn't mental blinders. The ferals were eating them. "Get off me!" She kicked one in the head. Her heel made a solid impact, but the feral didn't relax its hold a fraction. It leered at her, teeth bared in a terrible snarl. Ah! A hand grabbed its face, pulling the teeth back. Gray. Slamming his fist into the other's neck, he lifted the first one off her by the head and crushed its face into a nearby fender. Rolling onto her knees, she readied her bat to strike the remaining feral, but it staggered sideways and collapsed before she could take a swing. Holy shit, Gray had broken its neck with a single hit. She could not dwell on that now. "Schrode!" Getting to her feet, she raced back to the last place she'd seen Schrodi. Following the sound of growls and wails, she rounded a bus and found the big dog squaring off with a pair of ferals. They'd tried to pin the Great Dane between a pair of abandoned cars, but the red marking Schrodi's jowls declared that he'd more than held his own. Head down, back arched, and the full length of his teeth bared, he looked braced for their next strike. If she rushed into the middle of this, would she screw him up? Maybe she should... One of the ferals lunged for him with a yell. "Get off my dog!" Jane charged forward, cracking her bat into the thing's back hard enough that her palms vibrated from the shock. The feral yelped and staggered into a car. Its fellow spun around to face her, and a charcoal streak swept past her to meet it. Gray jumped, or simply left the ground, landing on the feral with a crunch of bones and a terrible burble, like air escaping a deflating balloon. Tearing her eyes away, she searched the area for more, caught sight of shapes retreating beneath the overpass. Arrgh! Schrodi limped to her side. Oh, Schrode! Her heart lurched. Wrapping her arms around the Dane, she gave him a fierce hug. You're a good boy, she whispered. The bravest, goodest boy in the whole wide world. Her gaze slowly lifted from fur to the zombie standing a short distance away. He'd stayed close, maybe only 5 feet away. For once, she didn't mind. Thanks, she whispered, arms still around Schrodi. He simply blinked in reply. There were way more ferals surrounding Park Royal than she'd expected. For some reason, West Van always felt somewhat desolate, despite the population she knew it had. Big mistake. As much as she wanted to properly check Schrodi, they needed to get out of easy reach. Come on, Schrode. She started up the hill with a wince. Ouch. Her knees had taken the brunt of that second fall. Since patching her wounds was way down her priority list, she ignored her aches and pains and struggled to the first peak of the hill, where Taylor Way crested, and she could see south to Park Royal and the bridge and downtown beyond. And on the other side, she could survey north, down the road to the dip under the highway, and then the long, green-ridged climb to the top of the British properties. Where does it hurt, bud? She asked, crouching down beside Schrodi, quickly running her hands down his sides and cringing when he flinched at her touch. She did her best to be gentle, to make sure he could keep going. Damn, he'd really hurt his hindquarter this time. Yesterday's injuries, which he'd mostly shrugged off, had been worsened by this latest encounter, and then some. She hadn't seen what happened, so she didn't know if her dog had taken a hit or if he'd simply strained a muscle. All she could do was pray there wasn't anything internal. Sorry, buddy. I know it hurts, but we've got to keep going, okay? She might be a bit banged up, but Schrode could be worse, and they still had a heck of a walk ahead of them. She glanced at Gray. Would be nice if you could make yourself useful. He was watching where they'd come from. Throat tightened. She stood and followed his line of sight. Air hissed between her teeth at the sight of the haunched shadows scuttling up the hill after her. The ferals hadn't given up. They were following, slowly. Apparently, they'd decided to reconsider attacking, while Gray stood between them and their food. She'd work with that. Gray being here had bought her a chance. Time was precious. She had to make it count and get them moving. Slipping out of her pack, she pulled out the guard's jacket and looped it through the nylon straps on Schrodi's vest. Then she pulled the sleeves up above him, so they reached to her shoulders, and tied the whole piece across her body. That way she could move faster and still support him, hopefully take the pressure off his leg. Only she couldn't support the dog and carry the whole damn backpack. Time to make the call. Fuck it. Dumping out the majority of her supplies, she gave Schrodi a quick snack and a drink of water, and took a drink herself. Uncertain as to what to do about Gray, she tossed some jerky on the ground, which he ignored. Don't say I didn't try, she told him. She took a final swig of water and let the empty bottle fall from her grasp. Littering was terrible. Being eaten by zombies was worse. They'd reached the point of no return. Either they made it to her dad's bunker, or they died trying. Let's go, buddy, she said to Schrodi. Chapter 16. Frozen droplets speckled Jane's face, and a chill wind cut through her borrowed jacket. Frickin' sleet. In April. Gritting her teeth against the cold, she worked to support Schrodi and keep them moving as fast as possible. At this point, they were heading slightly downhill, which she'd better enjoy because it was the last stretch of down she'd see, and she needed to use it to advantage. Not only did they have ferals on their heels, but the temperature had continued to plummet. The sooner they got to the bunker, the better. Schrodi was shivering hard enough to affect his usual warble. The dog's breath made dense white shapes against the pavement, just as hers did. She blew out a test breath and decided the resulting puff was thicker, heavier than it had been on the bridge. She checked on Gray, who'd taken up position about a car length behind her and Schrody. Was his breath showing too? Yeah. Actually, she thought it was. Away from the ocean's mist, and with him traveling so much closer, she had a chance to properly confirm that situation. And some vapor was definitely emerging from his mouth. Thinner than the large puffs that marked her and Schrody's breaths, but still, it was there. That meant he was breathing. Okay, duh. She knew corpses weren't actually going to get up and walk around. Probably. Yet everything about the zombies seemed so foreign, so inhuman. She hadn't really thought about any of them. The repeaters, the ferals, or Gray, whatever the hell he was, being alive. They were simply creatures of her nightmares, not living beings. Or they had been. She paused just before the highway overpass, searching for any sign of another feral hideout before plunging on. She held her breath for the entire 6-lane distance as she passed beneath it, but nothing emerged. She was officially in the British properties, where Taylor Way went from perfunctory to pretty, with a wide stretch of carefully tended green separating the lanes. Phew, she blew out a breath. Made it this far. Schrody leaned into her. Yeah, it's really cold. Wrinkling her nose, she looked up at the sky. Heavy clouds had blotted out the sky, gathering low around the mountains before her with bellies full of deep gray. Snow? Sure smelled like it. It might not be common for April on the West Coast, but Vancouver weather liked to twist on a dime. Snow at this time of the year happened and caused even more chaos than usual in the city. Being Canadian didn't prepare you for handling snow with equanimity, not if you were in Vancouver anyway. Downtown might be spared, but the North Shore's mountains drew the elements like a magnet attracted iron fillings. Having reached the boulevard, she started toward the tops of those mountains. She shivered as the sharp wind cut through her jacket. Thank goodness she decided to keep her mostly empty backpack. The padded nylon blocked some of the chill from hitting her back. And right now, every little bit helped. Cries wavered from beneath the overpass. Shit. She glanced back, noting the warped forms of the ferals hurrying out from beneath the highway, as if the slice of dark had restored their confidence and they'd decided to resume the chase in earnest. Gray lagged behind, switching his attention between her and their rear. She didn't argue. Letting the military zombie dude be the first line of defense seemed like a solid plan to her. Frosted curls of wind snuck between the trees lining the boulevard. She didn't bother studying the mansions on either side of the wide stretch. She wouldn't find any help here. Not only had the warning ordered people to stay inside and bar their doors, but she had an actual zombie with her. No way she'd get past the front gate. Schrody warbled and looked back. More cries lifted, as if chasing them up the incline. The notes wound together, forming a terrible chorus. Loud and haunting, it crawled across her skin and left her wishing for a shower. A quick glance back confirmed the worst. The mall ferals had been joined by others, possibly the ones that had pursued them across the bridge. Shit. They really wanted to eat her. She dug deep, trying to go faster up the remainder of Taylor Way. Her route was straight uphill from this point, winding up the twisting, irregular streets of the properties to Ballantrae Road. The most direct route to Ballantrae was really stupid. But that about summed up West Vancouver urban planning. She let out a single laugh. Trust her dad to find the most remote mountain location possible in the entire city. The road backed onto a park and had a rocky cliff of sorts in the back, as the mountain continued upward to the peak. Not that the peak was a short trip from her parents' doorstep, but they were on the incline that would eventually become Grouse Mountain, Vancouver's closest ski hill. She and Schrody swung right onto Stevens Drive and began the next stage of the climb. The winding road, its edges thick with trees and elaborate front gates, made it hard to see too far behind or ahead. She debated cutting across the area's sweeping golf course. Probably not worth the risk. She jerked at the cry and spun around in time to see a couple ferals charge around a corner and pounce on Gray. He dropped to a crouch and proceeded to dispatch them with a series of punches. As always, she had to pick her jaw up off the ground. But she frowned, watching how Gray removed his fist from a caved-in chest and gained his feet. Was it just her, or was he moving slower? She kept going, making sure to check behind more frequently to study his movements and see if she could confirm whether he was in fact slowing down. A block later, she felt certain. His steps were lagging. Could it be the cold? She slowed down a tiny bit, giving him a chance to catch up. Past him, she made out a cluster of shapes behind him, partly hidden by the growing flurries of snow. Shadowed and moving fast, they scampered from one side of the road to the other, slipping between bushes only to reappear. Impossible to tell how many, not that it really mattered. "Fuck," she hissed. That was a lot of ferals. And they were closing in fast on her zombie.
"Come on, Gray!" she yelled.
Arrgh. Schrody warbled from his spot at her side, long neck craned around to stare at Gray. "Hurry!" She cut herself off. What the hell was she doing? Encouraging the zombie to keep up with her so she could do what? Run ahead and slam the bunker door in his face? That was a seriously dick move. He didn't deserve that. She couldn't take him with her. But she didn't have to lure him to his doom at the top of a damn mountain. She tugged Schrody forward. "Let's go, bud." Arrgh. He pulled against her, as if trying to go back for Gray. Arrgh. "I know, bud," she whispered, voice breaking. Blinking past droplets of snow blurring her vision, she forced herself to look ahead and keep moving. "We can't take him with us," she said. "Locked in a bunker with a zombie? No way. That's how stupid people die in horror movies." It's enough that the fictional stupidity of movie characters has haunted me for over a decade. She wouldn't repeat those mistakes. She'd promised her parents she'd make it to the bunker. She had to get there. With Schrody at her side, she turned onto Bonnie Muir and began the final upward loop before Ballantrae. Cries wailed, building in waves like a pack preparing for a kill. More ferals gathered, their shapes dipping in and out of view between billowing clouds of fine snow. Gray was falling behind, and they were gaining. She paused for a moment, torn. If she cut across the sweeping lawns and took a direct route to her parents' place, that might give Gray a better chance. Unfortunately, too many gated properties stood in her way. When her parents bought in West Vancouver, when she was a toddler more concerned with stuffed dogs than homes, the community had been newer, full of Vancouver specials, that 2-level box that screamed made in the 80s, and older homes dressed up in that faux Tudor style. Since then, the area had become a spot for the wealthy, perched ever so slightly apart and above the rest of the town, which meant mansions and fences Schrody couldn't get past. Her feet slid on the slick ground, and she had to catch herself on a nearby road sign. Shoot, the snow was sticking, coating the road in a thin, icy layer. Her borrowed shoes weren't built for this kind of weather. Still, her grip was better than Schrody's. His paws were sliding all over the place, worse than when they'd been on the lift. She moved from the pavement to the edge, where lawns and front greenery met tarmac. With a bit more grip, she put her back into helping Schrody. A blast of snowflakes whipped down the street, yanking at her hair and driving tiny flecks of ice toward her eyes. Keeping one hand on Schrody and her makeshift harness, she used the other to shield her eyes. It just figured that her safe hole would be up the damn mountain in the middle of a freak snowstorm. The street sign announcing Ballantrae was a beautiful sight. Oh my God! She could have cried with joy when she reached her parents' house number. Holding onto the railing at the base of the stairs leading up one side of the drive, she turned around and searched the snowy landscape. Gray was still coming up the road, but he'd fallen even farther behind, and that pack of ferals looked to be gaining on him. At this rate, he'd never make it to the yard, let alone the dubious shelter of her parents' house. Something twisted in her chest. Biting her lip, she yanked her gaze away and tightened her grip on Schrody's harness. Let's go, bud. They scrambled up the stairs and to the back of the house. She headed around the pool to the faux rock wall on the far side of the backyard. Thank goodness her dad had insisted on showing her the ins and outs of his custom bunker. He'd even made her practice. At the time, she'd hated every minute. Now, she couldn't be more grateful. She'd put some distance between her and the ferals, but she couldn't take any chances. She knocked off the rock facade, just as her dad had shown her, and didn't bother to watch whether it fell into the pool. Her eyes were focused on the steel and cement beneath. The access panel beside the door glowed a dull green. Come on, come on. She punched in her code and leaned in for the cylinder to scan her eyeball. Hurry up already. For a long moment, the door did nothing. Her stomach twisted into knots, and she darted panicked looks over her shoulder, worried that any moment the ferals would appear. Had she been wrong? Had the bunker run out of power, and her dad hadn't noticed because he'd actually gone senile, and a whisper of air releasing reached her, along with a faint slide of metal against metal. The reinforced door opened with a smooth, mechanical whir. Thank you, Dad. She ushered Schrodinger inside and hurried after him. Slamming her palm into the red button beside the door, she watched it swing shut with a definitive swish of metal. The solid swish of its sealing was final, definitive, an audible confirmation of her status. She let out a long breath and sagged against the door. She'd done it. Safety. Real safety. The knowledge left her knees weak. She dropped her bat beside the door and slid off her near-empty pack. Bracing herself against the sealed door, she leaned backward and let her head rest against the cool metal. 3 days and impossible odds, and somehow she'd made it. All she had to do was leave that door closed. Just leave it and wait for help to come. She had supplies, a satellite phone, a warm place to sleep. They could last days, probably weeks. Schrodinger whined and nosed the door. Swallowing hard, she lifted her gaze to the portal window in the middle of the door. Her hand shook as she slid the panel open. She couldn't see much through it, just a slice of the backyard and a piece of the carport, where the open space sloped down into the driveway. But she could tell that Gray hadn't reached the yard yet. She wasn't sure he would. And so what? He gets here and what? She slapped the metal door, winced. A warm shape leaned into her. Nobody, she whispered. We can't. I can't. She held onto the big dog, sinking her fingers into the thick scruff of his neck, desperately searching for the steady comfort of a dog at her side. Schrodinger had to come first. We need to keep the door closed and wait for help. That's the message. That's what every single person who watched me run through downtown did. What she'd done in the bottom of the Sagan building. To some extent, it was what she'd done when she'd hidden in another family's house and heard that scream from outside. Every time she ignored a repeater or looked away from a body, she sucked in a sharp breath between her teeth. She could be them. A person who sat safe behind their walls and watched other people suffer through thick windows, telling themselves there was nothing they could do. And maybe there wasn't anything. She should do what she'd been told. But if she stayed locked behind a steel door, she'd be safe and she'd be trapped. She'd be forcing herself to watch the only person who'd helped her die of cold or ferals. Or she could choose something else. Something better? Maybe. Maybe it'd just get her killed. She pulled out her phone and set it on the small ledge beside the door. She turned on the video camera. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. She waved at the screen. I made it. Her voice broke, and she pressed the back of her hand to her mouth for a moment, fighting for control. I made it to the bunker, she said again, and this time steadier. Schrodinger and I got here. You taught me so well, Dad. I did everything you showed me, and I made it. I did. But... She looked out the tiny window. Still no Gray. The snow was really slowing him down. If he didn't have shelter, have help, he wouldn't make it. And that wasn't right. Not for the person who'd saved her and her dog. Facing the screen again, she smiled past the tears running down her cheeks needing her parents to see how much she loved them. But I guess you taught me too well. I love you. I hope you forgive me. She pressed stop, picked up her bat, and opened the door.
Epilogue. Wait. He lifted his hand, stretched out his fingers after the figures disappearing into the swirl of white. But they'd already gone too far to see, too far to hear, if he had managed to speak. They'd become part of the white, swept into the distant light and away from the jackals at his heels. Good. It was good. Run. Get away from me. He blinked, shook his head. Was that right? No, it couldn't be right. He was protecting them. Or maybe they should run. It was hard to say, harder to think, with the buzzing cold surrounding him, trying to swallow him whole. White and black spiraled around the edges of his vision, eating away at the tiny portal in the middle, stealing more and more of his only window to the world beyond. Now he couldn't see them, couldn't reach them, and he had to follow. Had to follow. 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 He tried to force his body to move faster, but his limbs felt as sluggish as his thoughts, like he'd tied stumps to every appendage and gone for a hike. The cold stretched from his hands into his shoulders, from his feet to his knees, biting into his body with icy determination. Did he still have feet, or were those nothing but blocks of memory hanging onto his legs? Did it matter? No, it didn't matter if he couldn't feel them. They were there, and the blocks would work as well as feet. He squinted ahead, desperate to see through the white and black, to find where the figures, his targets, had gone. He had to keep going, had to make sure they were. He stumbled, staggered sideways. Arms spread, he reached out and blindly caught himself on something large and hard. Without bothering to study the object, he let its smooth surface to keep himself from falling down, and used his movement to propel himself forward. The ground, was it a road or a lake, was slick and slippery, like the earth was nothing but a film over an endless pool. Keep going. Don't stop. If he stopped, he'd never start again, just slide away into the depths, right into oblivion. And he couldn't let it end. Not yet. Not until he knew he'd completed his mission and gotten his targets to safety. Targets. Where were they? He searched ahead, trying to see through the series of strange shapes that swept across his vision. Shit. Had they fallen into the pool? Or gotten trapped by the reeds? Trees? Where the fuck even was he? And why couldn't he find his targets? Were they some kind of a forest? No, a jungle. He'd been deployed, been sent on a mission, and had landed in a jungle where jackals grabbed and clawed at his face like the dead branches of trees. Yeah, that had to be it. Except weren't jungles warm? Because this one was fucking cold. He swept the area, and his heart sank. How had he lost his target? He knew better than to let a target get so far ahead, especially in rough foreign terrain and with enemies at his heels. He didn't think it got more foreign than the mess of gray and white shifting and twisting around him. Trees didn't look like that, damn it. And why was everything covered in fog and shimmering like hot air in a desert? He shook his head, and the world whipped around, a sickening mess of shadows against bright. Nothing made sense. Everything was tied up in the faded shapes of trees and the arms of the jackals reaching for his back. Their cries bounced off his shoulders, more felt than heard. Something brushed his elbow. He crouched low and dodged to the left, spinning out of reach. The movement gave him a quick glimpse of hungry mouths and fingers like branches. A goddamn army. Okay. He hit what felt like wet glass, and his feet slipped. He staggered a few steps, tried to catch his balance. Not fast enough. The jackals were on him. Their bony, grasping hands locked onto his clothes, tugged him backwards. Fuck that, he had work to do. He pivoted on his heel and drove his right fist into the mouth of the nearest jackal, sent it reeling backwards. Followed through and snapped another's head back with a well-placed elbow. Another two fell to kicks aimed at the knee joints, but there were too damn many to get them all. His knees hit the hard earth with a distant thud. Hands, hard and cold as frozen branches, wrapped around his arms, his legs, and yanked him farther down onto the cold earth. Fuck. He wasn't going to make it. At least his targets had gotten free, gotten away. That was good, was right. That meant his mission had been a success. Only now he was alone with the jackals and the cold. Dying, probably, as they pulled him past the ice and pushed him into the frozen waters below the surface. It was dark and deep in those waters, the kind that promised permanent oblivion with an indigo kiss. Though how he'd gotten from a jungle of trees to the top of a glacier, he couldn't say. He'd better take out as many of the jackals as he could, just to make sure his targets had all the distance they needed to reach safety. Besides, he didn't intend to go easy. He whipped out a leg, swept the group, and knocked 3 to the ground. He headbutted another and tried to get to his feet. Dull pressure radiated from his arm. Were they biting him? No one bit him. With a roar, he grabbed the jackal by the throat and tossed it aside. Only there was an army where that one had come from. His narrow sliver of the world disappeared beneath a wall of bodies. They piled onto him, crushing him into the ground, driving the air from his chest with sheer pressure. Shit. They had him now, in numbers and sheer determination. He'd succeeded, gotten his target clear of the combat area, and well on the way to safety. He was done. But these jackals, they still wanted his blood. He guessed they could have it. One of the jackals loomed over him, pushed its face into his, grinning from ear to ear. Breath shuddered from him in a cold, reedy whisper. It was too cold to fight back against the jackals anymore, too hard to fight the pull of the water below. Both forces wanted the same thing, it seemed, to shove him into the ground and then past, until the water covered his head and there was nothing. No more following, no targets, nothing but the cold. He let himself fall back, ready to drown. "Get off!" A voice filtered to him, as if reaching to him from the bottom of a pool. With a crack like rocks striking bone, the face flew away. A series of strikes rang out, almost musical against the ice. He blinked at the sudden rush of bright and color. Gold and blue and pink radiated from above him, the exact shades he'd been charged with guarding. His eyes widened. Target. No, Target shouldn't be here. Target should be safe. Away from the jackals. That blue looked right at him, somehow carrying through the cold water. Get up! It was hard to hear under the water, but he got enough, and he couldn't leave his target with the jackals. Oblivion would have to wait. He forced himself to his knees, but his body wouldn't go further, like the ice around his limbs had melded with that of the ground. He gritted his teeth and tried to fight through it, tried to make those fucking legs work like they should, but it didn't do anything. Run. He tipped his head up at his target. You should get up! Heat lanced up his arm. He jerked and stared at his arm, at the slender hand wrapped tight around his bicep. His target was holding onto him, pulling him up. Such a small hand. How did it manage to feel like burning? But the fire worked. He lurched to his feet and drove a series of punches into a couple of the jackals stupid enough to try and reach his target. There were a lot of jackals, but damned if his target wasn't here for a fight. They struck out with a weapon, and a jackal flew backward, followed by another. He saw his target's lips moving, felt the noise bounce off him, but the words, if they existed, were nothing but muted sound in a pounding sea. He took a step, and his body nearly crumbled. The cold grabbed at his feet and tried to suck him back beneath the water, down into the dark, where it was all quiet. He staggered, reached out, and touched the sun. His fingers locked around his target's arm as if they'd become a vice of steel that would never release its hold. He couldn't let go, and didn't want to, not with that warmth shearing through the ice on his arm. He leaned in. He couldn't help it. He had to smell the hot rush of blood and life beneath his grip. "Time to go!" The words punched through the ice around his head. "Come on!" "Get out. Get safe." Yes. Holding tight to his target, he lunged forward. It was hard to run with feet that were nothing but blocks of ice dragging down his legs, but he knew enough about running to keep going, to keep putting one numb limb in front of the other until he got where he needed to go. Alongside his target, he scrambled up an incline, the mountain's summit. "Don't stop," his target ordered. "Don't!" Why would he stop? The jackals were on their heels. Targets. Idiots, the lot of them. Still, the ground seemed to be moving slowly around them, flowing in a strange white river. Weird. Glaciers could mess with your perception the way they did, yet didn't run like rivers. "Come on!" His target yanked him forward, and he kept pace, matching his target's stride as they rounded some kind of column and skirted a small pond. He was just about to stop their mindless flight when he saw it, a cave. Shelter. Guess he had to give his target a little credit. They lunged through the mouth. A door slammed shut behind them. A wash of warm air rushed over him. It was nothing like the heat beneath his grip, yet even that faint breeze was enough to spark a wave of angry pinpricks across his skin. The black and white beast, his target's companion, let out a throaty warble and rubbed against him. The contact triggered a wash of brighter, painful sparks. Shit. Had he been electrocuted? Whew. His target leaned against the cave's door and stared at him with those searing blue eyes. A long breath escaped pink lips. Huh. Had he realized his target was a woman before this moment? "Well," she said after a long moment. "Fuck me." His head tipped to the side. What was the problem? They'd made it to base, safely. Sure, he'd been a bit rocky with those trees and the waves. It wasn't his best work, but that's why, well, it was something. And targets always had some beef. Soon as he got warm, he'd figure out what it was and deal with it. And he should probably let go of her arm. Only he couldn't. In fact, way to lock yourself in a metal box with a hungry zombie, Jane. Pink lips wobbled, then tipped into a rueful grin, one that sent a different kind of heat through the ice holding his chest. God, I hope you like tinned soup.